shit, boys. Today is the day.
More than 50% were concerned about something from Donald Trump.
What, hold on, wait. Where is the... Is Stin here? I'm really confused by this guy's Twitter. So, it seems like he tweeted, wishing you successful vote, cultural suicide by demographic transformation must end. So it sounds like he's trying to say that black people and Hispanic people are bad, I guess? I don't know. But then he retweets somebody saying, this is open white nationalism. King embarrasses my home state and its tradition of decency. May his grandchildren be brown and educated. Why did he retweet this? I think that's a troll Twitch account. It's verified, and it's got 34,000 followers. I don't... Did he... Maybe he only read this is open white nationalism and thinks that's a good thing and didn't read the rest? What? I don't understand. Is he? He's a Republican, so. What? I'm so confused. All right. Don't people sometimes retweet negative shit about them so they can make a point about how much they don't care? Yeah, but that's like a meme. Like real people don't do that. That's just like internet people, like me and Richard Lewis or whatever. Maybe he does the same as Richard Lewis. No, that's like an internet meme.
Well, I don't know where they're seated. John Griffin, the managing partner of Allen & Company, who's done a marvelous job working with the social media platform people. And I see her, Congressman Jane Harmon, former Congressman Harmon of California, who now runs the Woodrow Wilson Institute of Scholars. And a great friend of mine. I've got a couple of grandkids at Notre Dame. Father John Jenkins, president of the University of Notre Dame. Go Irish, but it's not been a good start, Father John. And Dorothy Dot Ridings, the former chairman of the League of Women Voters. Dot. Now let me say something quickly about the format tonight. We made changes in the format.
Oh, shit. Fact check. Fact check, come on.
It's very different than what it used to be prior to that.
Fact check it, dude, please.
90 minutes has been broken into 6 15-minute segments of time. Lester Holt will start each of those 6 segments by asking a question to one of the candidates. That candidate will have 2 minutes to answer. The other candidate will have 2 minutes to respond and answer. And then for the next 10, 11, or 12 minutes, depending upon how things go, we want the candidates to actually debate, to talk to each other, to challenge each other on the issues. The moderator is also there to make sure that they drill down on the issues and we get some answers.
Oh, shit.
The 2-minute thing that we used to see in the old debate.
Oh, shit.
Lester Holt knows the questions that will be asked. The commission does not know. We have no control over it, and of course the candidates do. Now, the last thing I have to do tonight is to be the public scold. And what I mean by that is, by all estimations, there could be as many as 100 million people watching around the world in the United States what happens on this stage tonight. And this debate is for them to observe these candidates, to listen to them, to consider what their position is on the issues, and to see them in this atmosphere that we have here. It is not, this debate is not for us, the lucky ones who get to sit in this audience and be part of history, really. And this is a very historic debate tonight. So this is not like the primary debates. There's no clapping, there's no cheering, there's no booing, there's no sound. You please be quiet. Let's not interfere with what those 100 million people are doing in trying to exercise their view of democracy by listening to what these candidates say. You'll get a chance to applaud in a few minutes when the two candidates come out and meet right where I am. And when it's over, you get a chance to applaud. So please, please follow that. It's very, very important to us. It's important to the candidates, and we don't want to have anything disrupting what's happening. And like I say, we've done 20 of these, and only on 1 or 2 occasions have we had a problem. So we're putting our trust in you, and I think Lester's going to talk to you about this also. As I said, Paul Kirk and I started this way back in 1987, and as most of you know, when Teddy Kennedy died, Paul was named by the governor of Massachusetts to fill Teddy's seat until a special election was held, and he had to step down.
Why are these debates held on CNN? Why aren't these on C-SPAN? Does it seem weird that they have these debates on on the news networks instead of on our public? I don't know.
Mike McCurry, who did such a tremendous job as spokesman of the White House for President William Jefferson Clinton. Mike.
Thank you, Frank. Our partnership is really a valuable one, and we really do work well together. But the Commission on Presidential Debates itself is totally nonpartisan. It's a nonprofit organization. We don't get funding from the government, from political parties, or from any public entities. So we therefore rely on a number of corporations and individuals and foundations that have been really generous in allowing us to put these debates on. And I'd like to list the names of our 2016
It's on many public access. Oh, wait, is it on C-SPAN and shit?
The Howard G. Buffett Foundation.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. Oh, sick. Okay.
Kroll and Mooring, AARP, and the National Governors Association. Would you please join me in thanking them for the work that they've done? Now, in addition to putting on these debates, we have this time around incorporated a lot of social media aspects into some of what you will see in the coming debates, and certainly some of what you see here tonight. And that's involved a lot of partnerships that we've developed with technology companies, social media companies, and others that you will see listed there in your program. I encourage you to take a look at that and see some of the ways in which we bring the educational aspect of these debates to a much wider audience through the work that we do with these partners. The next thing I would say is some of you might wonder, well, what does the Commission on Presidential Debates do when it's not a presidential campaign and election year? Well, we are very proud of the work that we do internationally. One of the things that we have done is to lend expertise to other countries that are interested in sponsoring their own debates. They learn from our staff, learn from people we send abroad to help them with their function. You'll see more information about that also listed there in your program.
Oh, man.
And then finally, I would join with everyone who has complimented our friends here at Hofstra. We could not have done this in the record time that it took Hofstra to pull this together without some incomparable leadership from the president of that institution. It's my pleasure to introduce President Stephen Rabinowitz.
The debate is now just minutes away. We're going to take a 1-minute break. We'll be right back.
He's got his hand in his waistband. He's a black male.
Oh God, this character is so good. What if you have a growing level that's higher? Do you actually harvest the plants faster, or do you just get access to planting more stuff? Like if somebody who's level 1 growing versus someone that's level 20, if they go to harvest like corn, what does the level 20 guy get an advantage of over the other dude? Faster and less chance. It is faster? Oh, Sublimation KG. That's the guy that wanted to argue about Trump yesterday. Morricone, I can't help you diagnose your fucking computer problems. What the fuck? Okay, so this is like a godlike character then, right? This is my grower and my constructor. This guy is insane. It sucks that he's got 2 passion on something he's already level 20 on, but like, fuck. Right? He's got a lot of like mood debuffs, which is kind of annoying, but I mean, my people are, I manage my moods perfectly. We're fine. Okay, so I want somebody that's really high in social. So I'm looking for a social cooker. I want somebody that's really high in social, and I want somebody that cooks. I'm talking like, damn! Oh, but he can't cook at all. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I can't do it. 12 is... 12 plus would be good. Oh, 10 and 10. No, that's not enough. I want to be able to recruit people. I think I'm undervaluing the recruiting people. I think that's really fucking important. Oh, 11 and 13. Oh, incapable of violent though. Fuck that.
In this debate hall, they're going to be pretty excited.
Oh, absolutely. And not only are we going to see Mrs. Trump, who is
that's it, dude, right there.
Is very new to politics, but somebody who is incredibly seasoned at this, Bill Clinton. And I just think it's also fascinating that he doesn't like to be in the room. He likes to be behind the scenes in the green room for a number of reasons, I'm told. First of all, just I think it's where she prefers him to be, so she doesn't catch his eye and try to think, is he trying to send me a signal of some sort? But from his perspective, it's because he's so invested in this, he doesn't want to be seen on camera doing anything that, you know, he shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, A-penning, I figured that much out for sure.
Things are going.
And we saw him walking in. See if he's going to be introduced. Bill Clinton and Melania Trump. Those are the 2 spouses of these 2 presidential candidates.
Yeah, I mean, and we talk about how Hillary Clinton is the first female to head a major party presidential ticket. In addition to the unprecedented nature of Donald Trump, we also have the fact that a first spouse would be a former president, something that we have never seen in this country before.
And then after that, we're going to be hearing from Lester Holt, the NBC News anchor, who's the moderator of this debate. The pressure is enormous on him.
Enormous on him, and you know, he obviously has been, as the debate commission co-chair said, keeping his own counsel. But one thing that I thought was really fascinating, and it's important for our viewers to remember, is that when they start, they're each going to speak for 2 minutes, but then there will be a time when Lester Holt is going to pull back. It's in the rules, and the 2 of them are going to actually debate. They're going to go at it. They're going to have 10 minutes to go, you know, sort of head to head in whatever way they want, on whatever issue they want. And so that, I think, is going to be so telling as to how they interact with one another, what topics they choose to use, and the kind of tone and tenor that they take with one another.
And I'm curious to see if this crowd here will remain silent. You heard the warning, no applause, maybe when they're all introduced at the beginning, at the very end. But I'm curious if the 1,100 people here, a lot of partisans, are going to heed that advice.
That's right. I mean, the debate hall here at Hofstra University is full. But you heard the co-chairs of the Presidential Commission, the Commission on Presidential Debates, really admonish them, keep it quiet. This is not a primary debate. This is not a caucus debate. Have respect for the 2 individuals on the stage.
Anderson, we're only moments away from the start of this debate.
That's right. 8 minutes, 30 seconds or so. Let's get some final thoughts from our panelists. Just David, in terms of a cheat sheet for viewers at home, what are you going to be watching for? What do you encourage them to?
Well, I think we've set up, everybody's set up the parameters. How does Trump do in terms of the sort of basic mastery and temperament test? And does Hillary Clinton connect? Those are going to be the you know, connect in a very human way and give people a sense of her motivation. Those are going to be the things that I'm going to be looking for. And then, you know, the non-linear things, the reaction shots, how someone reacts to an unexpected...
The moments,
those moments that we talked about before, yeah.
You know, it's a magnifying glass for them when you have that split screen. And we're on a large panel here. Not everybody's looking at every time we yawn or roll our eyes or whatever. And I think that this is something that's difficult for someone to master if you really haven't been constantly under that kind of scrutiny.
Holy shit.
Before.
Does that qualify me to debate?
You know, a panel of 16 or 17 other candidates. Hillary Clinton has been there before. She knows how to do this, and it'll be interesting to see Donald Trump and perform.
Yeah, and how they trying to reach out to particular segments of the electorate, college-educated white women, for instance, for Donald Trump. He's struggling with those folks, and Bernie Sanders supporters. I mean, a lot of those supporters are parked in those third-party slots with Gary Johnson and Jill Stein. Are they going to reach out to those folks? Because that is what I think is really limiting Hillary Clinton's ability at this point to pull away.
Michael?
Themes have carried him thus far. Jeffrey is right to say that was Roger Ailes' advice to Reagan in '84 before the Mondale debate. But the rules have changed. And as we've discussed extensively here, these 15-minute pods, I want to see the final 30 minutes. I want to know, what is he still
The volume on the debate is a bit low. Is it really?
Specificity on the issues. If he can do that, it'll be a good night for Donald Trump. Otherwise, it'll be a better night for Hillary.
Jeffrey?
He's got television skills, and I think that's going to play a real role in this. She does not. She's just been a political figure. I think that could play a role in this, and I expect him to do very well with it.
Yeah, I'm looking for that connection moment. I think sometimes we underestimate Donald Trump. We recall when Ted Cruz had the New York values line of attack, and Donald Trump flattened that when he talked about 9/11 and his experience and how New Yorkers rose to the occasion. I think we're going to see that Donald Trump come out tonight very strong.
Van?
I hope Hillary Clinton uses the Republicans' words when she challenges him. In other words, you got 50 Republican security experts who are against Trump. Even Cruz would not say that he thinks Trump is fit for office. Rather than her attacking, just quote the Republicans who are still so uncomfortable with this man's leadership. I think that's important.
There's an enormous battlefield that I think Donald Trump has left open for Hillary, and that is the future. When your slogan is "Make America Great Again," that's inherently backward-looking. Yes, she's been on the scene for 25 years, but I think tonight she can say, here are my ideas for the future.
Former President Clinton being introduced, as well as Melania Trump, Donald Trump's wife. Family members also coming out. There was the Ivanka, her husband Jared Kushner.
To
point out also,
hard for those people.
Not the first time they have met. Bill Clinton attended the wedding of Melania Trump to Donald Trump, along with Secretary Clinton as well, family members.
I think I'm going to try combining, since my people don't really spend that much time in the kitchen making food, I think I'm going to combine the freezer and the kitchen so that you don't have to open that door to go back and forth over and over and over again. It feels like a big fucking waste of time. So I think I'm going to combine these into one giant room where I prepare the food and store it in the same room. You think?
Good evening. Nice to see every seat is filled. There was some question whether we'd have enough interest for tonight, but I guess we've taken care of that. Mrs. Trump, President Clinton, good to see you. Good to see everyone. That thud you heard backstage was the sound of my knees buckling when Frank mentioned a potential audience of 100 million. But it's just us tonight. And in a moment, it'll just be the three of us and hopefully just the two of them. That's what it's all about. As you can imagine, this is not
It might get too cold for the guys cooking. Do you think he spends that much time
you heard the
cooking?
admonition, if you could please refrain from clapping and booing or reacting in any audible way, that would make my job a lot easier. And I know the American public would appreciate it because we really want to hear what they have to say tonight. And I'm happy to be the one facilitating that conversation. So what's going to follow are some awkward moments of silence. I'm going to take my seat here in my office for the evening, and I'll give you a 1-minute warning when we're about to come up on the air. And then no fancy lights or musical opens. We just go to it. So thank you for being here. I hope you enjoy the debate.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, crappa. Live CNN debate is no longer available to copyright. Wait, do they have an official stream? Oh, Raisin Canes. Oh, fuck. I need this so bad. Oh, no. Why would you post this? Motherfucker, did you get 2 pieces of toast? Or is that just another chicken strip underneath? I can't tell. That looks like 2 pieces of toast. No, it might be chicken. Oh, shit. I need it. It's okay. Twitter has an official stream? Oh, NBC News is an official stream. Is there like a public access one, like a PBS or whatever? Whoa. Oh, PBS. Oh, Twitter's got a debate too. Ooh, that Twitter stuck. Ooh, and a C-SPAN one.
College assumptions have changed.
We're gonna go with the C-SPAN one.
No, it's
How many? Do you think they even have 50 stars up? Can you just put an arbitrary number of stars when you decorate everything? That seems really stupid. We have exactly 50 stars on our flag for a reason.
The candidates take the stage for the first time as opponents. Trump towers over Hillary as they exchange empty greetings over a weak handshake. Hillary lifts herself to her tippy toes up to Donald's ear. I know you fuck Ivanka. I have the pictures.
Alright, whatever. Alright, work. If I cut down these...
Gotcha.
If I cut down these baby trees, I don't get any wood from it, right? It's just a big fucking waste of time.
Yep, got you good. Thank you.
Oh, Whisper. ASMR C-SPAN streams. Unless there are two hidden somewhere on that stage, there are 48 total stars. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because there's like 12 here, and then 12 on each side. There's got to be 2 stars hidden in like the eagle or some shit, you think? And you just can't see it, maybe? That seems so weird. I don't know, dude. Alright, so our first goal is to have bedrooms built on night 1. That's what we're going for. Oh, I see this rotten shit up here. Jesus Christ. Okay, so I don't want any rotten food in here, right? Right. Sorry. I'm done. Or am I? I don't know, dude. Oh, I can't even get in trouble with Twitch for streaming this because this is C-SPAN, right?
We're 1 minute away. 1 minute away.
Oh, I'm supposed to keep a C-SPAN logo on the screen. Is in the public domain and as such may be used without restriction or attribution. This is from the House of Representatives of the Senate, so Congress. I can't use unlicensed commercial use of its video. I don't think this counts as commercial use, does it? Simultaneous streaming or retransmission of the C-SPAN network's video coverage of any event not in the public domain. Does this count? This should count as public domain shit, right? Do you think?
From Hofstra University in Hempstead, New York, I'm Lester Holt, anchor of NBC Nightly News. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. The participants tonight are Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization. The commission drafted tonight's format, and the rules have been agreed to by the campaigns. The 90-minute debate is divided into 6 segments, each 15 minutes long. We'll explore 3 topic areas tonight: achieving prosperity, America's direction, and securing America. At the start of each segment, I will ask the same lead-off question to both candidates, and they will each have up to 2 minutes to respond.
Oh, shit.
From that point until the end of the segment, we'll have an open discussion. The questions are mine and have not been shared with the commission or the campaigns. The audience here in the room has agreed to remain silent so that we can focus on what the candidates are saying. I will invite you to applaud, however, at this moment as we welcome the candidates. Democratic nominee for President of the United States, Hillary Clinton, and Republican nominee for President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Wait, are they not supposed to be clapping yet? How are you, Donald? Did they already shake hands? They just shook hands, didn't they? How many people just lost 50 bucks?
Well, I don't expect us to cover all the issues of this campaign tonight, but I remind everyone there are 2 more presidential debates scheduled. We are going to focus on many of the issues that voters tell us are most important, and we're going to press for specifics. I am honored to have this role, but this evening belongs to the candidates and just as important to the American people. Candidates, we look forward to hearing you articulate your policies and your positions, as well as your visions and your values. So, let's begin. We're calling this opening segment Achieving Prosperity, and central to that is jobs. There are 2 economic realities in America today. There's been a record 6 straight years of job growth, and new census numbers show incomes have increased at a record rate after years of stagnation. However, income inequality remains significant, and nearly half of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Beginning with you, Secretary Clinton, why are you a better choice than your opponent to create the kinds of jobs that will put more money into the pockets of American workers?
Well, thank you, Lester, and thanks to Hofstra for hosting us. The central question in this election is really what kind of country we want to be and what kind of future we'll build together. Today is my granddaughter's 2nd birthday, so I think about this a lot. First, we have to build an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top. That means we need new jobs, good jobs, with rising incomes. I want us to invest in you. I want us to invest in your future. That means jobs in infrastructure, in advanced manufacturing, in innovation and technology, clean renewable energy, and small business, because most of the new jobs will come from small business. We also have to make the economy fairer. That starts with raising the national minimum wage and also guarantee, finally, equal pay for women's work. I also want to see more companies do profit sharing. If you help create the profits, you should be able to share in them, not just the executives at the top. And I want us to do more to support people who are struggling to balance family and work. I've heard from so many of you about the difficult choices you face and the stresses that you're under. So let's have paid family leave, earned sick days. Let's be sure we have affordable child care and debt-free college. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it by having the wealthy pay their fair share and close the corporate loopholes. Finally, we tonight are on the stage together, Donald Trump and I. Donald, it's good to be with you. We're going to have a debate where we are talking about the important issues facing our country. You have to judge us. Who can shoulder the immense, awesome responsibilities of the presidency? Who can put into action the plans that will make your life better? I hope that I will be able to earn your vote on November 8th.
Secretary Clinton, thank you. Mr. Trump, the same question to you. It's about putting money, more money, into the pockets of American workers. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lester. Our jobs are fleeing the country. They're going to Mexico. They're going to many other countries. You look at what China is doing to our country in terms of making our product. They're devaluing their currency, and there's nobody in our government to fight them. And we have a very good fight, and we have a winning fight, because they're using our country as a piggy bank to rebuild China, and many other countries are doing the same thing. So we're losing our good jobs, so many of them. When you look at what's happening in Mexico, a friend of mine who builds plants said it's the eighth wonder of the world. They're building some of the biggest plants anywhere in the world, some of the most sophisticated, some of the best plants. With the United States, as he said, not so much. So Ford is leaving. You see that, their small car division leaving. Thousands of jobs, leaving Michigan, leaving Ohio. They're all leaving, and we can't allow it to happen anymore. As far as child care is concerned and so many other things, I think Hillary and I agree on that. We probably disagree a little bit as to numbers and amounts and what we're going to do, but perhaps we'll be talking about that later. But we have to stop our jobs from being stolen from us. We have to stop our companies from leaving the United States, and with it, firing all of their people. All you have to do is take a look at Carrier Air Conditioning in Indianapolis. They fired 1,400 people. They're going to Mexico. So many, hundreds and hundreds of companies are doing this. We cannot let it happen. Under my plan, I'll be reducing taxes tremendously, from 35% to 15% for companies, small and big businesses. That's going to be a job creator like we haven't seen since Ronald Reagan.
Why the fuck is Donald wearing blue and Hillary wearing red? Is it opposite day? Peppy.
They will build, they will expand, new companies will start, and I look very, very much forward to doing it. We have to renegotiate our trade deals, and we have to stop these countries from stealing our companies and our jobs.
Secretary Clinton, would you like to respond?
Well, I think that trade is an important issue. Of course, we are 5% of the world's population. We have to trade with the other 95%. And we need to have smart, fair trade deals. We also, though, need to have a tax system that rewards work and not just financial transactions. And the kind of plan that Donald has put forth would be trickle-down economics all over again. In fact, it would be the most extreme version, the biggest tax cuts for the top percent of the people in this country than we've ever had. I call it trumped up trickle down, because that's exactly what it would be. That is not how we grow the economy. We just have a different view about what's best for growing the economy, how we make investments that will actually produce jobs and rising incomes. I think we come at it from somewhat different perspectives. I understand that. You know, Donald was very fortunate in his life, and that's all to his benefit. He started his business with $14 million borrowed from his father, and he really believes that the more you help wealthy people, the better off we'll be, and that everything will work out from there. I don't buy that. I have a different experience. My father was a small businessman. He worked really hard. He printed drapery fabrics on long tables where he pulled out those fabrics, and he went down with a silk screen and dumped the paint in and took the squeegee and kept going. And so what I believe is the more we can do for the middle class, the more we can invest in you, your education, your skills, your future, the better we will be off and the better we'll grow. That's the kind of economy I want us to see again.
Let me follow up with Mr. Trump if I can. You've talked about creating 25 million jobs, and you've promised to bring back millions of jobs for Americans. How are we going to bring back the industries that have left this country for cheaper labor overseas? How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?
Well, for one thing, and before we start on that, my father Gave me a very small loan in 1975, and I built it into a company that's worth many, many billions of dollars with some of the greatest assets in the world. And I say that only because that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. Our country's in deep trouble. We don't know what we're doing when it comes to devaluations, and all of these countries all over the world, especially China, they're the best ever at it. What they're doing to us.
He's not answering the question. Is the guy going to make him answer the question?
We have to do that. We have to renegotiate our trade deals. And Lester, they're taking our jobs, they're giving incentives, they're doing things that, frankly, we don't do. Let me give you the example of Mexico. They have a VAT tax. We're in a different system. When we sell into Mexico, there's a tax. When they sell in automatic, 16% approximately. When they sell into us, there's no tax. It's a defective agreement. It's been defective for a long time, many years, but the politicians haven't done anything about it. Now, in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, yes, is that okay? Good. I want you to be very happy. It's very important to me. But in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, when she started talking about this, it was really very recently. She's been doing this for 30 years. And why hasn't she made the agreements better? The NAFTA agreement is defective just because of the tax and many other reasons, but just because of the fact.
Let me interrupt just a moment. But
Secretary Clinton.
Oh, don't let him cut you off, dog. You're the moderator. Step up.
Not right now because of the fact that we've created
Cut the mic. Ask the question again. Make him answer it. Please fucking make him answer a question. Oh my fucking God.
And our economy generally is, look, we owe $20 trillion. We cannot do it any longer, Lester.
Oh, 20 trillion who?
How do you specifically bring back jobs? American manufacturers, how do you make them bring the jobs back?
Well, the first thing you do is don't let the jobs leave. The companies are leaving.
How do you bring? No, fucking.
There are thousands of them. They're leaving, and they're leaving in bigger numbers than ever. And what you do is you say, fine, you want to go to Mexico or some other country, good luck. We wish you a lot of luck. But if you think you're going to make your air conditioners or your cars or your cookies or whatever you make and bring them into our country without a tax, you're wrong. And once you say you're going to have to tax them coming in, and our politicians never do this because they have special interests, and the special interests want those companies to leave because in many cases they own the companies. So what I'm saying is we can stop them from leaving. We have to stop them from leaving, and that's a big, big factor.
Stop them from leaving how?
Let's stop.
No, and make him answer a fucking question. Oh my God.
8 years ago, we had the worst financial crisis, the Great Recession, the worst since the 1930s.
Oh my God.
I haven't heard a robot like this since Rubio was on stage.
That slashed taxes on the wealthy, failed to invest in the middle class, took their eyes off of Wall Street, and created a perfect storm. In fact, Donald was one of the people who rooted for the housing crisis. He said back in 2006, gee, I hope it does collapse because then I can go in and buy some and make some money. Well, it did collapse.
That's called business, by the way.
9 million people lost their jobs. 5 million people lost their homes, and $13 trillion in family wealth was wiped out.
He did explain that. You stop them from leaving by adding import taxes. So that's your solution to everything? We're going to tell China and Mexico that we're going to tariff the fuck out of everything they send us? You think that's foreign, but you think that that kind of foreign policy is going to fly with absolutely no negative repercussions at all? These are the kinds of questions that you want answered in a debate like this. These are the kinds of things that you want well-educated moderators hashing out with the candidates. Well, a fucking 4-year-old can go on stage and say, oh, well, I'm just going to tariff the fuck out of China. Well, what does that mean for the United States population? What does that mean for the 85% of poor people that shop at Walmart that are going to have to pay higher costs for their goods at those stores? What does that mean for the people that work at Walmart that get paid by Walmart because they get those cheap goods? What kind of you can't just give an answer like, how are you going to stop jobs from leaving America? Oh, well, we're just going to tariff everything. No, that's fucking retarded. What the fuck?
We have another recession. They've looked at my plans and they've said, okay, if we can do this, and I intend to get it done, we will have 10 million more new jobs. Because we will be making investments where we can grow the economy. Take clean energy. Some country is going to be the clean energy superpower of the 21st century. Donald thinks that climate change is a hoax perpetrated by the Chinese. I think it's real.
I did not.
Science is real.
I do not say that.
And I think it's important that we grip this and deal with it, both at home and abroad. And here's what we can do. We can deploy 500 million more solar panels. We can have enough clean energy to power every home. We
With
can build
solar?
a new modern
No?
electric grid.
What?
That's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of new economic activity. So I've tried to be very specific about what we can and should do, and I am determined that we're going to get the economy really
Hillary's playing too much
moving again.
Rimworld. All these
Building on
solar
the progress
panels.
we've made over the last 8 years, but never going back to what got us in trouble in the first place.
Mr. Trump.
She talks about solar panels. We invested in a solar company, our country. That was a disaster. They lost plenty of money on that one. Now, look, I'm a great believer in all forms of energy, but we're putting a lot of people out of work. Our energy policies are a disaster. Our country is losing so much in terms of energy, in terms of paying off our debt. You can't do what you're looking to do with $20 trillion in debt. The Obama administration...
20 trillion in debt to what?
...is over $200
Does he even know what the national debt is? I bet he doesn't.
And he's topped it. He's
How to
doubled
get
it
them
in
back.
the course of
We're
almost
going to go
8
back
years,
in time and
7.5
not
years to
let
be
them leave.
semi-exact.
That's how.
So I will tell you this. We have to do a much better job at keeping our jobs. And we have to do a much better job at giving companies incentive to build new companies or to expand, because they're not doing it. And all you have to do is look at Michigan and look at Ohio and look at all of these places where so many of their jobs and their companies are just leaving. They're gone. And Hillary, I just ask you this. You've been doing this for 30 years. Why are you just thinking about these solutions right now? For 30 years you've been doing it, and now you're just starting to think of solutions.
Well, actually,
I will bring back jobs. You can't bring back jobs.
Well, actually, I have thought about this quite a bit.
Yeah, for 30
and
years.
I have, well, not quite that long. I think my husband did a pretty good job in the 1990s. I think a lot about what worked and how we can make it work again.
Well, he approved
3 million
NAFTA.
new jobs,
He approved
a balanced
NAFTA,
budget,
which is the single worst trade deal ever approved in this country.
Incomes went up for everybody. Manufacturing jobs went up also in the 1990s, if we're actually going to look at the facts. When I was in the Senate, I had a number of trade deals that came before me, and I held them all to the same test. Will they create jobs in America? Will they raise incomes in America? And are they good for our national security? Some of them I voted for. The biggest one, a multinational one known as CAFTA, I voted against. And because I hold the same standards as I look at all of these trade deals. But let's not assume that trade is the only challenge we have in the economy. I think it is a part of it, and I've said what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a special prosecutor. We're going to enforce the trade deals we have, and we're going to hold people accountable. When I was Secretary of State, we actually
What's your position on nuclear
American
power?
exports globally 30%. We increased them to China
That's cool.
50%. So I know how to really work to get new jobs and to get exports that help to create more new jobs.
Well, you haven't done it in 30 years or 26 years.
What is she supposed to do as a Secretary of State? What the fuck is that supposed to...
I've been a Secretary of State, and I have
Your husband signed NAFTA, which was one of the worst things that ever happened to the
that's your
manufacturing
opinion.
industry.
That is your
You go
opinion.
to New England, you go to Ohio, Pennsylvania, you go anywhere you want, Secretary Clinton, and you will see devastation where manufacturing is down 30, 40, sometimes 50%. NAFTA is the worst trade deal maybe ever signed anywhere, but certainly ever signed in this country. And now you want to approve Trans-Pacific Partnership. You were totally in favor of it. Then you heard what I was saying, how bad it is, and you said, I can't win that debate. But you know that if you did win, you would approve that, and that will be almost as bad as NAFTA. Nothing will ever top NAFTA.
That is just not accurate. I was against it once it was finally negotiated and the terms were laid out. I wrote about that in...
You called it the gold standard.
Well, I hope...
You called it the gold standard of trade deals. You said it's the finest deal you've ever seen.
No.
And then you heard what I said about it, and all of a sudden you were against it.
Well, Donald, I know you live in your own reality, but that is not the facts. The facts are, I did say, I hope...
Those are the facts, though.
A good deal, but when it was negotiated, which I was not responsible for, I concluded it wasn't. I wrote about that.
So is it President Obama's fault? Is it President Obama's fault?
Even announced. Look, there are
Secretary, is it President Obama's fault?
There are
because he's pushing it.
There are different views about what's good for our country, our economy, and our leadership in the world. And I think it's important to look at what we need to do to get the economy going again. That's why I said new jobs with rising incomes, investments, not in more tax cuts that would add $5 trillion to the debt.
But you have no plan.
Oh, I do.
Secretary,
in fact,
you
I
have no
written
plan.
A book about it. It's called Stronger Together. You can pick it up
That's
tomorrow
about all you
folks.
at the bookstore or at an airport near you.
We're going to move to.
But it's because I see this. We need to have strong growth, fair growth, sustained growth. We also have to look at how we help families balance the responsibilities at home and the responsibilities at business. So we have a very robust set of plans, and people who have looked at both of our plans have concluded that mine would create 10 million jobs and yours would lose us 3.5 million jobs and explode
You are
the
going
debt,
to approve one of the
which would
biggest tax
have
cuts
a
in
recession.
history. You are going to approve one of the biggest tax increases in history. You are going to drive business out. Your regulations are a disaster, and you're going to increase regulations all over the place. And by the way, my tax cut is the biggest since Ronald Reagan. I'm very proud of it. It will create tremendous numbers of new jobs. But regulations, you are going to regulate these businesses out of existence. When I go around, Lester, I tell you this, I've been all over. And when I go around, despite the tax cut, the things that business and people like the most is the fact that I'm cutting regulation. You have regulations on top of regulations, and new companies cannot form, and old companies are going out of business, and you want to increase the regulations and make them even worse. I'm going to cut regulations, but I'm going to cut taxes big league, and you're going to raise taxes big league. End of story.
Let me get you to pause right there, because we're going to move into the next segment. We're going to talk taxes.
That can't be left
Please
to stand.
take 30 seconds.
I kind of assumed that there would be a lot of these charges and claims. And so we have taken the homepage of my website, HillaryClinton.com, and we've turned it into a fact checker. So if you want to see in real time what the facts are, please go and take a look.
And take a look at mine also, and you'll see.
Not add a penny to the debt, and your plans would add $5 trillion to the debt. What I have proposed would cut regulations and streamline them for small businesses. What I have proposed would be paid for by raising taxes on the wealthy, because they have made all the gains in the economy. And I think it's time that the wealthy and corporations paid their fair share to support this country.
You just opened the next segment.
Well, look, could I just finish? I think I should.
I'm going to
you go to her website and you take a look at her website. She's going to raise taxes $1.3 trillion.
Mr. Trump,
and look at her website. You know what? It's no different than this. She's telling us how to fight ISIS. Just go to her website. She tells you how to fight ISIS on her website. I don't think General Douglas MacArthur would like that too much.
The next segment, we're continuing the subject
at least I have a plan to fight ISIS.
No, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do.
No, we're not.
See, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do. No wonder you've been fighting. No wonder you've been fighting ISIS your entire adult life.
What does that even mean?
Go to the, please.
What?
Folks, you are unpacking a lot here, and we're still on the issue of achieving prosperity. And I want to talk about taxes. The fundamental difference between the two of you concerns the wealthy. Secretary Clinton, you're calling for a tax increase in the wealthiest Americans. I'd like you to further defend that. And Mr. Trump, you're calling for tax cuts for the wealthy. I'd like you to defend that. And this next 2-minute answer goes to you, Mr. Trump.
Well, I'm really calling for major jobs, because the wealthy are going to create tremendous jobs. They're going to expand their companies. They're going to do a tremendous job. I'm getting rid of the carried interest provision. And if you really look, it's not a tax. It's really not a great thing for the wealthy. It's a great thing for middle class. It's a great thing for companies to expand. And when these people are going to put billions and billions of dollars into companies, and when they're going to bring $2.5 trillion back from overseas, where they can't bring the money back because politicians like Secretary Clinton won't allow them to bring the money back because the taxes are so onerous and the bureaucratic red tape. So what is so bad? So what they're doing is they're leaving our country, and they're, believe it or not, leaving because taxes are too high and because some of them have lots of money outside of our country, and instead of bringing it back and putting the money to work because they can't work out a deal to and everybody agrees it should be brought back. Instead of that, they're leaving our country to get their money because they can't bring their money back into our country because of bureaucratic red tape, because they can't get together, because we have a president that can't sit them around a table and get them to approve something. And here's the thing. Republicans and Democrats agree that this should be done. $2.5 trillion. I happen to think it's double that. It's probably $5 trillion that we can't bring into our country, Lester. And with a little leadership, you'd get it in here very quickly, and it could be put to use on the inner cities and lots of other things, and it would be beautiful. But we have no leadership. And honestly, that starts with Secretary Clinton.
All right, you have 2 minutes on the same question to defend tax increases on the wealthiest Americans, Secretary Clinton.
I have a feeling that by the end of this evening, I'm going to be blamed for everything that's ever happened.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah, why not? You know, just join the debate by saying more crazy things. Now, let me say
there's nothing crazy about not letting our companies bring their money back into their country.
This is Secretary Clinton's 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, well, let's start the clock again, Lester. We've looked at your tax proposals. I don't see changes in the corporate tax rates or the kinds of proposals you're referring to that would cause the repatriation, bringing back of money that's stranded overseas. I happen to support that. I happen to support that in a way that will actually work to our benefit. But when I look at what you have proposed, you have what is called now the Trump loophole, because it would so advantage you and the business you do. You've proposed an approach that has a $4 billion tax benefit for your family. And when you look at what you are proposing,
much for my family?
It is,
Lester,
as I said, trumped up trickle down. Trickle down did not work. It got us into the mess we were in 2008 and 9. Slashing taxes on the wealthy hasn't worked, and a lot of really smart, wealthy people know that. And they are saying, hey, we need to do more to make the contributions we should be making to rebuild the middle class. I don't think top-down works in America. I think building the middle class, investing in the middle class, making college debt-free so more young people can get their education, helping people refinance their debt from college at a lower rate. Those are the kinds of things that will really boost the economy. Broad-based, inclusive growth is what we need in America, not more advantages for people at the very top.
Mr. Trump,
typical politician, all talk, no action, sounds good, doesn't work, never going to happen. Our country is suffering because people like Secretary Clinton have made such bad decisions in terms of our jobs and in terms of what's going on. Now, look, we have the worst revival of an economy since the Great Depression. And believe me, we're in a bubble right now. And the only thing that looks good is the stock market. But if you raise interest rates even a little bit, that's going to come crashing down. We are in a big, fat, ugly bubble. And we better be awfully careful. And we have a Fed that's doing political things. This Janet Yellen of the Fed is doing political by keeping the interest rates at this level. And believe me, the day Obama goes off and he leaves and he goes out to the golf course for the rest of his life to play golf, when they raise interest rates, you're going to see some very bad things happen because the Fed is not doing their job. The Fed is being more political than Secretary Clinton.
Mr. Trump, we're talking about the burden that Americans have to pay, yet you have not released your tax returns. And the reason nominees have released their returns for decades is that voters will know if their potential president owes money to, who he owes it to, and any business conflicts. Don't Americans have a right to know if there are any conflicts of interest?
I don't mind releasing. I'm under a routine audit, and it'll be released. And as soon as the audit's finished, it'll be released. But you will learn more about Donald Trump by going down to the federal elections, where I filed a 104-page, essentially financial statement of sorts, the forms that they have. It shows income. In fact, the income, I just looked today, the income is filed at $694 million for this past year. $694 million. If you would have told me I was going to make that 15 or 20 years ago, I would have been very surprised. But that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. When we have a country that's doing so badly, that's being ripped off by every single country in the world, it's the kind of thinking that our country needs, because everybody, Lester, we have a trade deficit with all of the countries that we do business with of almost $800 billion a year. You know what that is? That means who's negotiating these trade deals? We have people that are political hacks negotiating our trade deals.
The IRS has an audit of your taxes. You're perfectly free to release your taxes during an audit. And so the question, does the public's right to know outweigh your personal?
Well, I told you, I will release them as soon as the audit. Look, I've been under audit almost for 15 years. I know a lot of wealthy people that have never been audited. I said, do you get audited? I get audited almost every year. And in a way, I should be complaining. I'm not even complaining. I don't mind it. It's almost become a way of life. I get audited by the IRS, but other people don't. I will say this. We have a situation in this country that has to be taken care of. I will release my tax returns against my lawyer's wishes. When she releases her 33,000 emails that have been deleted, as soon as she releases them, I will release my tax returns, and that's against my lawyers. They say don't do it. I will tell you this. No, in fact, watching shows, reading the papers, almost every lawyer says you don't release your returns until the audit's complete. When the audit's complete, I'll do it. But I would go against them if she releases her email.
So it's negotiable?
It's not negotiable. No, let her release the email. Why did she delete 33,000?
Well, I'll let her ask that, but let me just admonish the audience one more time. There was an agreement. We did ask you to be silent, so it would be helpful for us. Secretary Clinton.
Well, I think you've just seen another example of bait and switch here. For 40 years, everyone running for president has released their tax returns. You can go and see nearly, I think, 39, 40 years of our tax returns, but everyone has done it. We know the IRS has made clear there is no prohibition on releasing it when you're under audit. So you've got to ask yourself, why won't he release his tax returns? And I think there may be a couple of reasons. First, maybe he's not as rich as he says he is. Second, maybe he's not as charitable as he claims to be. Third, we don't know all of his business dealings, but we have been told through investigative reporting that he owes about $650 million to Wall Street and foreign banks. Or maybe he doesn't want the American people, all of you watching tonight, to know that he's paid nothing in federal taxes, because the only years that anybody's ever seen were a couple of years when he had to turn them over to state authorities when he was trying to get a casino license, and they showed he didn't pay any federal income tax. So if he's paid zero, that means zero for troops, zero for vets, zero for schools or health. And I think probably he's not all that enthusiastic about having the rest of our country see what the real reasons are, because it must be something really important, even terrible, that he's trying to hide. And the financial disclosure statement, they don't give you the tax rate. They don't give you all the details that tax returns would. And it just seems to me that this is something that the American people deserve to see. And I have no reason to believe that he's ever going to release his tax returns, because there's something he's hiding. And we'll guess. We'll keep guessing at what it might be that he's hiding. But I think the question is, were he ever to get near the White House, what would be those conflicts? Who does he owe money to? Well, he owes you the answers to that, and he should provide them.
He also raised the issue of your emails. Do you want to respond to that?
I do. You know, I made a mistake using a private email.
That's for sure.
And if I had to do it over again, I would obviously do it differently. But I'm not going to make any excuses. It was a mistake, and I take responsibility for that.
Mr. Trump?
That was more than a mistake. That was done purposely, okay? That was not a mistake. That was done purposely. When you have your staff taking the Fifth Amendment, taking the Fifth so they're not prosecuted, when you have the man that set up the illegal server taking the Fifth, I think it's disgraceful. And believe me, this country thinks it's it really thinks it's disgraceful also. As far as my tax returns, you don't learn that much from tax returns, that I can tell you. You learn a lot from financial disclosure. And you should go down and take a look at that. The other thing, I'm extremely underleveraged. The report that said 650, which, by the way, a lot of friends of mine that know my business said, boy, that's really not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money relative to what I had. The buildings that were in question, they said in the same report, which was actually it wasn't even a bad story, to be honest with you, but the buildings are worth $3.9 billion. And the 650 isn't even on that. But it's not 650. It's much less than that. But I could give you a list of banks. I would, if that would help you, I would give you a list of banks. These are very fine institutions, very fine banks. I could do that very quickly. I am very underleveraged. I have a great company. I have a tremendous income. And the reason I say that is not in a braggadocious way. It's because it's about time that this country had somebody running it that has an idea about money. When we have $20 trillion in debt and our country's a mess, you know, it's one thing to have $20 trillion in debt and our roads are good and our bridges are good and everything's in great shape. Our airports are like from a third world country.
What?
You land at LaGuardia, you land at Kennedy, you land at LAX, you land at Newark, and you come in from Dubai and Qatar and you see these incredible, you come in from China, you see these incredible airports, and you land, we've become a third world country. So, the worst of all things has happened. We owe $20 trillion, and we're a mess. We haven't even started. And we've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East, according to a report that I just saw, whether it's 6 or 5, but it looks like it's 6. $6 trillion in the Middle East. We could have rebuilt our country twice. And it's really a shame. And it's politicians like Secretary Clinton that have caused this problem. Our country has tremendous problems. We're a debtor nation, we're a serious debtor nation, and we have a country that needs new roads, new tunnels, new bridges, new airports, new schools, new hospitals, and we don't have the money because it's been squandered on so many of your ideas.
Let you respond, and we'll move to our next. You haven't paid any federal income tax for a lot of years. And the other thing I think is important
It would be squandered too, believe me.
If your main claim to be president of the United States is your business, then I think we should talk about that. You know, your campaign manager said that you built a lot of businesses on the backs of little guys. And indeed, I have met a lot of the people who were stiffed by you and your businesses, Donald. I've met dishwashers, painters, architects, glass installers, marble installers, drapery installers, like my dad was, who you refused to pay when they finished the work that you asked them to do. We have an architect in the audience who designed one of your clubhouses at one of your golf courses. It's a beautiful facility. It immediately was put to use, and you wouldn't pay what the man needed to be paid, what he was charging you.
Maybe he didn't do a good job, and I was unsatisfied with his work, which our country should do too.
The thousands of people that you have stiffed over the course of your business not deserve some kind of apology from someone who has taken their labor, taken the goods that they produced, and then refused to pay them? I can only say that I'm certainly relieved that my late father never did business with you. He provided a good middle-class life for us, but the people he worked for, he expected the bargain to be kept on both sides. And when we talk about your business, you've taken business bankruptcy 6 times. There are a lot of great business people that have never taken bankruptcy once. You call yourself the king of debt. You talk about leverage. You even at one time suggested that you would try to negotiate down the national debt of the United States. Well, sometimes there's not a direct transfer of skills from business to government, but sometimes what happened in business would be really bad for government.
Let's let Mr.
And we need to be very clear about that.
Look, it's all words, it's all sound bites. I built an unbelievable company, some of the greatest assets anywhere in the world, real estate assets anywhere in the world, beyond the United States, in Europe, lots of different places. It's an unbelievable company. But on occasion, 4 times, we used certain laws that are there.
Where the fuck is my
And
rifle
when
at, guys? Holy
Secretary
shit.
Clinton
Am I
talks about
blind?
people that didn't get paid. First of all, they did get paid a lot, but taking advantage of the laws of the nation. Now, if you want to change the laws, you've been there a long time, change the laws. But I take advantage of the laws of the nation because I'm running a company. My obligation right now is to do well for myself, my family, my employees, for my companies. And that's what I do. But what she doesn't say is the tens of thousands of people that are unbelievably happy and that love me. I'll give you an example. We're just opening up on Pennsylvania Avenue, right next to the White House. So if I don't get there one way, I'm going to get to Pennsylvania Avenue another. But we're opening the old post office. Under budget, ahead of schedule, saved tremendous money. I'm a year ahead of schedule. And that's what this country should be doing. We build roads and they cost 2 and 3 and 4 times what they're supposed to cost. We buy products for our military and they come in at costs that are so far above what they were supposed to be because we don't have people that know what they're doing. When we look at the budget is bad to a large extent because we have people that have no idea as to what to do and how to buy. The Trump International is way under budget and way ahead of schedule, and we should be able to do that for our country.
Well, we're well behind schedule, so I want to move to our next segment. We move into our next segment talking about America's direction, and let's start by talking about race. The share of Americans who say race relations are bad in this country is the highest it's been in decades, much of it amplified by shootings of African Americans by police, as we've seen recently in Charlotte and Tulsa. Race has been a big issue in this campaign, and one of you is going to have to bridge a very wide and bitter gap. So how do you heal the divide? Secretary Clinton, you get 2 minutes on this.
Well, you're right. Race remains a significant challenge in our country. Unfortunately, race still determines too much, often determines where people live, determines what kind of education in their public schools they can get, and yes, it determines how they're treated in the criminal justice system. We've just seen those 2 tragic examples in both Tulsa and Charlotte. And we've got to do several things at the same time. We have to restore trust between communities and the police. We have to work to make sure that our police are using the best training, the best techniques, that they're well prepared to use force only when necessary. Everyone should be respected by the law, and everyone should respect the law. Right now, that's not the case in a lot of our neighborhoods. So I have, ever since the first day of my campaign, called for criminal justice reform. I've laid out a platform that I think would begin to remedy some of the problems we have in the criminal justice system. But we also have to recognize, in addition to the challenges that we face with policing, there are so many good, brave police officers who equally want reform. So we have to bring communities together in order to begin working on that as a mutual goal. And we've got to get guns out of the hands of people who should not have them. The gun epidemic is the leading cause of death of young African American men, more than the next 9 causes put together. So we have to do 2 things, as I said. We have to restore trust. We have to work with the police. We have to make sure they respect the communities and the communities respect them. And we have to tackle the plague of gun violence, which is a big contributor to a lot of the problems that we're seeing today.
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide?
Well, first of all, Secretary Clinton doesn't want to use a couple of words. And
Oh,
that's
my God.
law and order. We need law and order. If we don't have it, we're not going to have a country. And when I look at what's going on in Charlotte, a city I love, a city where I have investments, when I look at what's going on throughout various parts of our country, whether it's, I mean, I can just keep naming them all day long. We need law and order in our country. And I just got today, as you know, the endorsement of the Fraternal Order of Police. We just came in. We have endorsements from, I think, almost every police group, a large percentage of them in the United States. We have a situation where we have our inner cities, African Americans, Hispanics, are living in hell because it's so dangerous. You walk down the street, you get shot. In Chicago, they've had thousands of shootings, thousands, since January 1st. Thousands of shootings. And I'm saying, where is this? Is this a war-torn country? What are we doing? And we have to stop the violence. We have to bring back law and order. In a place like Chicago, where thousands of people have been killed, thousands over the last number of years. In fact, almost 4,000 have been killed since Barack Obama became president. Almost 4,000 people in Chicago have been killed. We have to bring back law and order. Now, whether or not in a place like Chicago you do stop and frisk, which worked very well, Mayor Giuliani is here, it worked very well in New York. It brought the crime rate way down. But you take the gun away from criminals that shouldn't be having it. We have gangs roaming the street, and in many cases, they're illegally here, illegal immigrants, and they have guns, and they shoot people. And we have to be very strong, and we have to be very vigilant. We have to know what we're doing. Right now, our police, in many cases, are afraid to do anything. We have to protect our inner cities because African-American communities are being decimated by crime.
Your 2 minutes expired, but I do want to follow up. Stop and frisk was ruled unconstitutional in New York because it largely singled out Black and Hispanic young men.
No, you're wrong. It went before a judge who was a very against police judge. It was taken away from her, and our new mayor, refused to go forward with the case. They would have won an appeal. If you look at it throughout the country, there are many places where
the argument is that it's a form of racial profiling.
No, the argument is that we have to take the guns away from these people that have them and that are bad people that shouldn't have them. These are felons. These are people that are bad people that shouldn't be. When you have 3,000 shootings in Chicago from January 1st, when you have 4,000 people killed in Chicago by guns from the beginning of the presidency of Barack Obama, his hometown, you have to have stop and frisk. You need more police. You need a better community relation. You don't have good community relations in Chicago. It's terrible. I have property there. It's terrible what's going on in Chicago. But when you look, and Chicago's not the only, you go to Ferguson, you go to so many different places. You need better relationships. I agree with Secretary Clinton on this. You need better relationships between the communities and the police, because in some cases it's not good. But you look at Dallas, where the relationships were really studied. The relationships were really a beautiful thing. And then 5 police officers were killed one night very violently. So there's some bad things going on, some really bad things.
Secretary Clinton,
but we need, Lester, we need law and order. And we need law and order in the inner cities, because the people that are most affected by what's happening are African American and Hispanic people. And it's very unfair to them what our politicians are allowing to happen.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I've heard Donald say this at his rallies, and it's really unfortunate that he paints such a dire, negative picture of Black communities in our country. You know, the vibrancy of the Black church, the Black businesses that employ so many people, the opportunities that so many families are working to provide for their kids. There's a lot that we should be proud of and we should be supporting and lifting up. But we do always have to make sure we keep people safe. There are the right ways of doing it, and then there are ways that are ineffective. Stop and frisk was found to be unconstitutional, and in part because it was ineffective. It did not do what it needed to do. Now, I believe in community policing, and in fact, violent crime is 1/2 of what it was in 1991. Property crime is down 40%. We just don't want to see it creep back up. We've had 25 years of very good cooperation, but there were some problems, some unintended consequences. Too many young African American and Latino men ended up in jail for nonviolent offenses, and it's just a fact that if you're a young African-American man and you do the same thing as a young white man, you are more likely to be arrested, charged, convicted, and incarcerated. So we've got to address the systemic racism in our criminal justice system. We cannot just say law and order. We have to say we have to come forward with a plan that is going to divert people from the criminal justice system, deal with mandatory minimum sentences, which have put too many people away for too long for doing too little. We need to have more second chance programs. I'm glad that we're ending private prisons in the federal system. I want to see them ended in the state system. You shouldn't have a profit motivation to fill prison cells with young Americans. So there are some positive ways we can work on this. And I believe strongly that common sense gun safety measures would assist us right now. And this is something Donald has supported along with the gun lobby. Right now, we've got too many military-style weapons on the streets. In a lot of places, our police are outgunned. We need comprehensive background checks, and we need to keep guns out of the hands of those who will do harm. And we finally need to pass a prohibition on anyone who's on the terrorist watch list from being able to buy a gun in our country. If you're too dangerous to fly, you are too dangerous to buy a gun. So there are things we can do, and we ought to do it in a bipartisan way.
Secretary,
There's no due process for those no-fly lists. Fuck that shit.
To go right at implicit bias. Do you believe that police are implicitly biased against black people?
Lester, I think implicit bias is a problem for everyone, not just police. I think, unfortunately, too many of us in our great country jump to conclusions about each other. And therefore, I think we need all of us to be asking hard questions about, why am I feeling this way? But when it comes to policing, since it can have literally fatal consequences, I have said in my first budget, we would put money into that budget to help us deal with implicit bias by retraining a lot of our police officers. I've met with a group of very distinguished, experienced police chiefs a few weeks ago. They admit it's an issue. They've got a lot of concerns. Mental health is one of the biggest concerns because now police are having to handle a lot of really difficult mental health problems on the street. They want support. They want more training. They want more assistance. And I think the federal government could be in a position where we would offer and provide that.
I'd like to respond.
Please.
First of all, I agree, and a lot of people, even within my own party, want to give certain rights to people on watch lists and no-fly lists. I agree with you. When a person is on a watch list or a no-fly list, and I have the endorsement of the NRA, which I'm very proud of. These are very, very good people, and they're protecting the Second Amendment. But I think we have to look very strongly at no-fly lists and watch lists, and when people are on there, even if they shouldn't
The no-fly list and no-watch list is a giant fucking meme with no fucking backing, with no bite to it whatsoever. It's such a stupid fucking argument. If somebody decides to peg you as being a no-fly list person, then you just get thrown on there. You don't go to court for it. There's no fucking due process. You can't fucking contest it. You're just on the no-fucking-fly list. You're fucked. Why would you revoke somebody's Second Amendment right? If you believe that the Second Amendment gives you the right to bear arms, why would you revoke that Second Amendment right over a no-fly list thing, where you don't have due process to lose the right to own that firearm? It's the dumbest fucking argument I've ever heard. Good thing that the moderators are here, though, to keep people in check for this kind of autism. If you get mad at me pausing shit because you want to hear the fucking debates, by the way, there's a fucking link to it. Go fucking watch the debate. Holy fuck. Fucking kill yourselves. The no-fly list thing is the dumbest fucking argument I've ever fucking heard in my life. There's no merit to it whatsoever.
Stop and frisk brought it down to 500 murders. 500 murders is a lot of murders. Hard to believe. 500 is like supposed to be good. But we went from 2,200 to 500, and it was continued on by Mayor Bloomberg, and it was terminated by current mayor. But stop and frisk had a tremendous impact on the safety of New York City, tremendous beyond belief. So when you say it has no impact, it really did. It had a very, very big impact.
Well, it's also fair to say, if we're going to talk about mayors, that under the current mayor, crime has continued to drop, including murders. So there
you're
is.
Wrong. You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Murders are up. All right, you check.
New York has done an excellent job, and I give credit. I give credit across the board, going back to mayors, to police chiefs, because it has worked, and other communities need to come together to do what will work as well. Look, one murder is too many, but it is important that we learn about what has been effective and not go to things that sound good that really did not have the kind of impact that we would want. Who disagrees with keeping neighborhoods safe? But let's also add, no one should disagree about respecting the rights of young men who live in those neighborhoods. And so we need to do a better job of working again with the communities, faith communities, business communities, as well as the police to try to deal with this problem.
This conversation is about race, and so, Mr. Trump, I have to ask you.
But I'd like to just respond, if I might.
Please, 20 seconds.
I'd just like to respond.
Please respond, then I've got to follow up.
Look, the African-American community has been let down by our politicians. They talk good around election time, like right now, and after the election,
is this really this hard to find?
See you later. I'll see you in 4 years. The African-American community, look, the community within the inner cities has been so badly treated. They've been abused and used in order to get votes by Democrat politicians, because that's what it is. They've controlled these communities for up to 100 years.
Mr. Trump, let me...
Unbroken. And I will tell you, you look at the inner cities, and I just left Detroit, and I just left Philadelphia, and I just, you know, you've seen me. I've been all over the place. You decided to stay home, and that's okay. But I will tell you, I've been all over, and I've met some of the greatest people I'll ever meet within these communities, and they are very, very upset with what their politics.
So over the past 23 years, there has been an 83% reduction in murders in New York City, assuming that these .gov stats are accurate. An 83% reduction. And the moderator doesn't say anything. Okay.
Mr. Trump, for 5 years, you perpetuated a false claim that the nation's first black president was not a natural-born citizen. You questioned his legitimacy. In the last couple of weeks, you acknowledge what most Americans have accepted for years. The president was born in the United States. Can you tell us what took you so long?
I'll tell you just very simple to say. Sidney Blumenthal works for the campaign and very close friend of Secretary Clinton. And her campaign manager, Patty Doyle, went to, during the campaign, her campaign against President Obama, fought very hard. And you can go look it up and you can check it out. And if you look at CNN this past week, Patty Solis Doyle was on Wolf Blitzer saying that this happened. Blumenthal sent McClatchy, highly respected reporter at McClatchy, to Kenya to find out about it. They were pressing it very hard. She failed to get the birth certificate. When I got involved, I didn't fail. I got him to give the birth certificate. So I'm satisfied with it, and I'll tell you why I'm satisfied with it.
That was
because I want to
2011.
get on to defeating ISIS, because I want to get on to creating jobs, because I want to get on to having a strong border, because I want to get on to things that are very important to me and that are very important to the country.
I will let you respond. That's important, but I just want to get the answer here. The birth certificate was produced in 2011. You continued to tell the story and question the president's legitimacy in 2012, 13, 14, 15, as recently as January. So the question is, what changed your mind?
Well, nobody was pressing it. Nobody was.
He'd already shown the birth certificate.
I figured you'd ask the question tonight, of course, but nobody was caring much about it. But I was the one that got him to produce the birth certificate, and I think I did a good job. Secretary Clinton also fought it. I mean, you know, now everybody in mainstream is going to say, oh, that's not true. Look, it's true. Sidney Blumenthal sent a reporter. You just have to take a look at CNN last week, the interview with your former campaign manager, and she was involved. But just like she can't bring back jobs, she can't produce.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to follow up, and I will let you respond to that because there's a lot there. But we're talking about racial healing in this segment. What do you say to Americans?
Well, it was very, I say nothing. I say nothing because I was able to get him to produce it. He should have produced it a long time before. I say nothing. But let me just tell you, can you talk about healing?
Jesus, fuck.
I think that I've developed very, very good relationships over the last little while with the African-American community. I think you can see that. And I feel that they really wanted me to come to that conclusion, and I think I did a great job and a great service, not only for the country, but even for the president in getting him to produce his birth certificate.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, just listen to what you heard. And clearly, as Donald just admitted, he knew he was going to stand on this debate stage and Lester Holt was going to be asking us questions. So he tried to put the whole racist birther lie to bed. But it can't be dismissed that easily.
I didn't want to start building
really started his political activity based on this racist lie that our first black president was not an American citizen. There was absolutely no evidence for it, but he persisted. He persisted year after year because some of his supporters, people that he was trying to bring into his fold, apparently believed it or wanted to believe it. But remember, Donald started his career back in 1973 being sued by the Justice Department for racial discrimination because he would not rent apartments in one of his developments to African Americans, and he made sure that the people who worked for him understood that was the policy. He actually was sued twice by the Justice Department. So he has a long record of engaging in racist behavior. And the birther lie was a very hurtful one. You know, Barack Obama is a man of great dignity, and I could tell how much it bothered him and annoyed him that this was being touted and used against him. But I like to remember what Michelle Obama said in her amazing speech at our Democratic National Convention. When they go low, we go high. And Barack Obama went high, despite Donald Trump's best efforts to bring him down.
Mr. Trump, you can respond, then we're going to move on to the next segment.
I would love to respond. First of all, I got to watch, in preparing for this, some of your debates against Barack Obama. You treated him with terrible disrespect. And I watched the way you talk now about how lovely everything is and how wonderful you are. It doesn't work that way. You were after him. You were trying to. You even sent out, or your campaign sent out, pictures of him in a certain garb, very famous pictures. I don't think you can deny that. But just last week, your campaign manager said it was true. So when you try to act holier than thou, it really doesn't work. It really doesn't.
Despite who wins or loses this debate in the polls, the real loser is the American people. The feels also our TVA would have been a better moderator than this autistic cuckover Russell. HMM Steiny.
The suit with no admission of guilt. It was very easy to do, but they sued many people. I notice you bring that up a lot, and I also noticed the nasty commercials that you do on me in so many different ways.
If Trump wins, America is fuckmates. If you need a place to crash until it all blows. Over my house in Europe has a pretty big couch that chat can crash on Peppy Teehee.
Admission of guilt. But that was a lawsuit brought against many real estate firms, and it's just one of those things. I'll go on one step further. In Palm Beach, Florida, tough community, a brilliant community, a wealthy community, probably the wealthiest community there is in the world. I opened a club and really got great credit for it. No discrimination against African Americans, against Muslims, against anybody. And it's a tremendously successful club, and I'm so glad I did it. And I have been given great credit for what I did, and I'm very, very proud of it. And that's the way I feel. That is the true way I feel.
Our next segment is called Securing America. We want to start with a 21st century war happening every day in this country. Our institutions are under cyber attack, and our secrets are being stolen. So my question is, who's behind it, and how do we fight it? Secretary Clinton, this answer goes to you.
Well, I think cybersecurity, cyber warfare will be one of the biggest challenges facing the next president, because clearly we're facing at this point two different kinds of adversaries. There are the independent hacking groups that do it mostly
based
for
God-based God over Russell-based God, no tears.
Oh my God, how do I get the voice to make money? But increasingly, we are seeing cyber attacks coming from states, organs of states. The most recent and troubling of these has been Russia. There's no doubt now that Russia has used cyber attacks against all kinds of organizations in our country, and I am deeply concerned about this. I know Donald's very praiseworthy of Vladimir Putin, but Putin is playing a really tough, long game here. And one of the things he's done is to let loose cyber attackers to hack into government files, to hack into personal files, hack into the Democratic National Committee. And we recently have learned that, that this is one of their preferred methods of trying to wreak havoc and collect information. We need to make it very clear, whether it's Russia, China, Iran, or anybody else, the United States has much greater capacity. And we are not going to sit idly by and permit state actors to go after our information, our private sector information or our public sector information. And we're going to have to make it clear that we don't want to use the kinds of tools that we have. We don't want to engage in a different kind of warfare, but we will defend the citizens of this country. And the Russians need to understand that. I think they've been treating it as almost a probing. How far would we go? How much would we do? And that's why I was so shocked when Donald publicly invited Putin to hack into Americans. That is just unacceptable. It's one of the reasons why 50 national security officials who served in Republican administration have said that Donald is unfit to be the commander-in-chief. It's comments like that that really worry people who understand the threats that we face.
Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes in the same question. Who's behind it and how do we find it?
I do want to say that I was just endorsed, and more are coming next week. It'll be over 200 admirals, many of them are here, admirals and generals endorsed me to lead this country. That just happened, and many more are coming, and I'm very proud of it. In addition, I was just endorsed by ICE. They've never endorsed anybody before on immigration. I was just endorsed by ICE. I was just recently endorsed 16,500 Border Patrol agents. So when Secretary Clinton talks about this, I mean, I'll take the admirals and I'll take the generals any day over the political hacks that I see that have led our country so brilliantly over the last 10 years with their knowledge, okay? Because look at the mess that we're in. Look at the mess that we're in. As far as the cyber, I agree to parts of what Secretary Clinton said. We should be better than anybody else, and perhaps we're not. I don't think anybody knows it was Russia that broke into the DNC. She's saying Russia, 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 but maybe it was. I mean, it could be Russia, but it could also be China. It could also be lots of other people. It also could be somebody sitting on their bed that weighs 400 pounds, okay? You don't know who broke in to DNC, but what did we learn with DNC? We learned that Bernie Sanders was taken advantage of by your people, by Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Look what happened to her. But Bernie Sanders was taken advantage of. That's what we learned. Now, whether that was Russia, whether that was China, whether it was another country, we don't know. Because the truth is, under President Obama, we've lost control of things that we used to have control over. We came in with the Internet. We came up with the Internet. And I think Secretary Clinton and myself would agree very much when you look at what ISIS is doing with the Internet. They're beating us at our own game, ISIS. So we have to get very, very tough on cyber and cyber warfare. It is a huge problem. I have a son. He's 10 years old. He has computers. He is so good with these computers. It's unbelievable. The security aspect of cyber is very, very tough, and maybe it's hardly doable. But I will say we are not doing the job we should be doing.
God
but
damn
that's
it.
true throughout our whole governmental society. We have so many things that we have to do better, Lester, and certainly cyber is one of them.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I think there are a number of issues that we should be addressing. I have put forth a plan to defeat ISIS. It does involve going after them online. I think we need to do much more with our tech companies to prevent ISIS and their operatives from being able to use the Internet to radicalize, even direct people in our country, in Europe, and elsewhere. But we also have to intensify our air strikes against ISIS and eventually support our Arab and Kurdish partners to be able to actually take out ISIS in Raqqa, end their claim of being a caliphate. We're making progress. Our military is assisting in Iraq, and we're hoping that within the year we'll be able to push ISIS out of Iraq and then, really squeeze them in Syria. But we have to be cognizant of the fact that they've had foreign fighters coming to volunteer for them, foreign money, foreign weapons. So we have to make this the top priority, and I would also do everything possible to take out their leadership. I was involved in a number
Numerous
of efforts
raids
to
on
take out
Al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda leadership when I was Secretary of State, including, of course, taking out bin Laden. And I think we need to go after Baghdadi as well, make that one of our organizing principles, because we've got to defeat ISIS, and we've got to do everything we can to disrupt their propaganda efforts online.
You mentioned ISIS, and we think of ISIS certainly as over
Oh my
there,
God!
but
If she
there
would have
are
did the
American
fucking
citizens who have been inspired to commit acts of terror on American soil. The latest incident, of course, the bombings we just saw in New York and New Jersey, the knife attack at a mall in Minnesota, and the last year, deadly attacks in San Bernardino and Orlando. I'll ask this to both of you. Tell us specifically how you would prevent homegrown attacks by American citizens, Mr. Trump.
Well, first I have to say one thing, very important. Secretary Clinton is talking about taking out ISIS. We will take out ISIS. Well, President Obama and Secretary Clinton created a vacuum the way they got out of Iraq, because they got out, they shouldn't have been in, but once they got in, the way they got out was a disaster, and ISIS was formed. So she talks about taking them out. She's been doing it a long time. She's been trying to take them out for a long time. But they wouldn't have even been formed if they left some troops behind, like 10,000 or maybe something more than that. And then you wouldn't have had them.
Wasn't possible to do that,
though. For a long
though.
time, and I think you'll agree because I said it to you once, had we taken the oil, and we should have taken the oil, ISIS would not have been able to form either, because the oil was their primary source of income.
You're going to steal
And
the
now they
oil
have
from
the
Iraq?
all over the place, including the oil, a lot of the oil in Libya, which was another one of her disasters.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I hope the fact checkers are turning up the volume.
If you go and you look up U.S. withdrawal from Iraq, we left on Bush's timetable. But we didn't just leave because Bush told us to. Iraq wanted us to leave. There were giant fucking demonstrations. Iraq did not want United States military presence in that country any longer. There were huge demonstrations against it. If we would have stayed there, it would have caused a fuck ton more problems. We didn't just leave because we were bored and we wanted to. We left because that was a timetable we'd agreed on, and we left because Iraq did not want us there. Also, suggesting that we just steal another sovereign nation's fucking income, just steal their oil, is fucking beyond fucking retarded. Like, what the fuck? Why would you even mention that? What do you, like, should we have marched into Saudi Arabia too and just taken all their oil? Like, what does that even mean?
Iraqi government that would have protected our troops, and the Iraqi government would not give that. But let's talk about the question you asked, Lester. The question you asked is, what do we do here in the United States? That's the most important part of this. How do we prevent attacks? How do we protect our people? And I think we've got to have an intelligence surge where we are looking for every scrap of information. I was so proud of law enforcement in New York, in Minnesota, in New Jersey. You know, they responded so quickly, so professionally to the attacks that occurred by Rahami, and they brought him down. And we may find out more information because he is still alive, which may prove to be an intelligence benefit. So we've got to do everything we can to vacuum up intelligence from Europe, from the Middle East. That means we've got to work more closely with our allies. And that's something that Donald has been very dismissive of. We're working with NATO, the longest military alliance in the history of the world, to really turn our attention to terrorism. We're working with our friends in the Middle East, many of which, as you know, are Muslim-majority nations. Donald has consistently insulted Muslims abroad, Muslims at home, when we need to be cooperating with Muslim nations and with the American Muslim community. They're on the front lines. They can provide information to us that we might not get anywhere else. They need to have close working cooperation with law enforcement in these communities, not be alienated and pushed away, as some of Donald's rhetoric, unfortunately, has led to.
Mr. Well, I'd have to respond.
Please respond.
The Secretary said very strongly about working with. We've been working with them for many years. And we have the greatest mess anyone's ever seen. You look at the Middle East, it's a total mess. Under your direction to a large extent. But you look at the Middle East, you started the Iran deal. That's another beauty where you have a country that was ready to fall. I mean, they were doing so badly. They were choking on the sanctions, and now they're going to be actually probably a major power at some point pretty soon, the way they're going. But when you look at NATO, I was asked on a major show, what do you think of NATO? And you have to understand, I'm a business person. I did really well, but I have common sense. And I said, well, I'll tell you, I haven't given lots of thought to NATO, but two things. Number one, the 28 countries of NATO, many of them aren't paying their fair share. Number two, and that bothers me because we should be, we're defending them, and they should at least be paying us what they're supposed to be paying by treaty and contract. And number two, I said, and very strongly, NATO could be obsolete because, and I was very strong on this, and it was actually covered very accurately in the New York Times, which is unusual for the New York Times, to be honest. But I said they do not focus on terror. And I was very strong, and I said it numerous times. And about 4 months ago, I read on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that NATO is opening up a major terror division. And I think that's great. And I think we should get, because we pay approximately 73% of the cost of NATO. It's a lot of money to protect other people. But I'm all for NATO. But I said they have to focus on terror also. And they're going to do that. And that was, believe me, I'm sure I'm not going to get credit for it, but that was largely because of what I was saying and my criticism of NATO. I think we have to get NATO to go into the Middle East with us, in addition to surrounding nations, and we have to knock the hell out of ISIS, and we have to do it fast. When ISIS formed in this vacuum created by Barack Obama,
Obama,
and believe me, you were the ones that took out the troops. Not only that, you named the day. They couldn't believe it. They sat back probably and said, I can't believe it. They said, no, wait a minute.
We've covered
when they formed, this is something that never should have happened. It should have never happened. Now, you're talking about taking out ISIS, but you were there and you were Secretary of State when it was a little infant. Now it's in over 30 countries. And you're going to stop them? I don't think so.
Mr. Trump, a lot of these are judgment questions. You had supported the war in Iraq before the invasion. What makes your judgment?
I did not support the war in Iraq.
2002.
That is a mainstream media nonsense put out by her. Because she, frankly, I think the best person in her campaign is mainstream media.
My question is, since
would you like to hear?
Why is your
I was against the war. Wait a minute. I was against the war in Iraq, just so you put it out.
The record shows otherwise.
The record
but
does not show
why
that.
is your judgment any?
Correct him on it, moderator. Don't be a cuck.
I did an interview with Howard Stern, very lightly. First time anyone's asked me that. I said, very lightly, I don't know, maybe, who knows, essentially. I then did an interview with Neil Cavuto. We talked about the economy is more important. I then spoke to Sean Hannity, which everybody refuses to call Sean Hannity. I had numerous conversations with Sean Hannity at Fox, and Sean Hannity said, and he called me the other day, and I spoke to him about it. He said, you were totally against the war, because he was for the war.
Why is your judgment better than...
And that was before the war started. Sean Hannity said very strongly to me and other people, he's willing to say, but nobody wants to call him, I was against the war. He said, you used to have fights with me because Sean was in favor of the war. And I understand that side also, not very much, because we should have never been there. But nobody called Sean Hannity. And then they did an article in a major magazine shortly after the war started.
Am I pro-Hillary? No, both of these candidates are fucking horrible.
They did an article which had me totally against the war in Iraq. And one of your compatriots said, you know, whether it was before or right after, Trump was definitely, because if you read this article, there's no doubt. But if somebody, and I'll ask the press, if somebody would call up Sean Hannity, this was before the war started, he and I used to have arguments about the war. I said it's a terrible and a stupid thing. It's going to destabilize the Middle East, and that's exactly what it's done.
My reference was what you said in 2002, and my question was, why is your judgment any different than Mrs. Clinton?
Well, I have much better judgment than she does. There's no question about that. I also have a much better temperament than she has. You know, I have a much
Oh,
better-
my God.
She spent, let me tell you, she spent hundreds of millions of dollars on an advertising. You know, they get Madison Avenue into a room, they put names. Oh, temperament, let's go after. I think my strongest asset, maybe by far, is my temperament. I have a winning temperament. I know how to win. She does not know how to win.
Clinton.
Wait, the AFL-CIO the other day, behind the blue screen, I don't know who you were talking to, Secretary Clinton, but you were totally out of control. I said, there's a person with a temperament that's got a problem.
Secretary Clinton.
Woo, okay. Let's talk about two important issues that were briefly mentioned by Donald. First, NATO. You know, NATO as a military alliance has something called Article 5, and basically it says this: an attack on one is an attack on all. And do you know the only time it's ever been invoked? After 9/11, when the 28 nations of NATO said that they would go to Afghanistan with us to fight terrorism, something that they still are doing by our side. With respect to Iran, when I became Secretary of State, Iran was weeks away from having enough nuclear material to form a bomb. They had mastered the nuclear fuel cycle under the Bush administration. They had built covert facilities. They had stocked them with centrifuges that were whirling away. And we had sanctioned them. I voted for every sanction against Iran when I was in the Senate, but it wasn't enough. So I spent a year and a half putting together a coalition that included Russia and China to impose the toughest sanctions on Iran. And we did drive them to the negotiating table. And my successor, John Kerry, and President Obama got a deal that put a lid on Iran's nuclear program without firing a single shot. That's diplomacy. That's coalition building. That's working with other nations. The other day, I saw Donald saying that there were some Iranian sailors on a ship in the waters off of Iran, and they were taunting American sailors who were on a nearby ship. He said, you know, if they taunted our sailors, I'd blow them out of the water and start another war. That's not good judgment.
That would not start a war.
To be
He said it.
commander-in-chief,
He actually said it.
Taunted. And the worst part of
they were
what we've
taunting
heard
us.
Donald say has been about nuclear weapons. He has said repeatedly that he didn't care if other nations got nuclear weapons, Japan, South Korea, even Saudi Arabia. It has been the policy of the United States, Democrats and Republicans, to do everything we could to reduce the proliferation of nuclear weapons. He even said, well, you know, if there were a nuclear war in the East Asia, well, you know, that's fine. You know, have a good time, folks. And in fact, his cavalier attitude about nuclear weapons is so deeply troubling. That is the #1 threat we face in the world, and it becomes particularly threatening if terrorists ever get their hands on any nuclear material. So a man who can be provoked by a tweet should not have his fingers anywhere near the nuclear codes, as far as I think anyone with any sense about this should be concerned.
That line's getting a little bit old, I must say. Listen,
it's a good one, though.
I would like to.
Well describes the problem.
It's not an accurate one at all. It's not an accurate one. So I just want to give a lot of things and just to respond. I agree with her on one thing. The single greatest problem the world has is nuclear armament, nuclear weapons. Not global warming like you think and your president thinks. Nuclear is the single greatest threat. Just to go down the list, we defend Japan, we defend Germany, we defend South Korea, we defend Saudi Arabia, we defend countries. They do not pay us what they should be paying us because we are providing tremendous service and we're losing a fortune. That's why we're losing. We lose on everything. I say, who makes these? We lose on everything. Well, I said that it's very possible that if they don't pay a fair share, because this isn't 40 years ago where we could do what we're doing. We can't defend Japan, a behemoth selling us cars by the million.
We need to move on.
Wait, but it's very important. All I said was they may have to defend themselves or they have to help us out. We're a country that owes $20 trillion. They have to help us out. As far as the nuclear is concerned, I agree. It is the single greatest threat that this country has.
Which leads my next question as we enter our last segment here still on the subject of securing America. On nuclear weapons, President Obama reportedly considered changing the nation's longstanding policy on first use. Do you support the current policy? Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes on that.
Well, I have to say that, for what Secretary Clinton was saying about nuclear with Russia, she's very cavalier in the way she talks about various countries. But Russia has been expanding. They have a much newer capability than we do. We have not been updating from the new standpoint. I looked the other night, I was seeing B-52s. They're old enough that your father, your grandfather could be flying them. We are not keeping up with other countries. I would like everybody to end it, just get rid of it, but I would certainly not do first strike. I think that once the nuclear alternative happens, it's over. At the same time, we have to be prepared. I can't take anything off the table because you look at some of these countries, you look at North Korea, we're doing nothing there. China should solve that problem for us. China should go into North Korea. China is totally powerful as it relates to North Korea. And by the way, another one powerful is the worst deal I think I've ever seen negotiated that you started is the Iran deal. Iran is one of their biggest trading partners. Iran has power over North Korea. And when they made that horrible deal with Iran, they should have included the fact that they do something with respect to North Korea. And they should have done something with respect to Yemen and all these other places. And when asked to Secretary Kerry, why didn't you do that? Why didn't you add other things into the deal? One of the great giveaways of all time, including $400 million in cash. Nobody's ever seen that before. That turned out to be wrong. It was actually $1.7 billion in cash. Obviously, I guess, for the hostages, it certainly looks that way. So you say to yourself, why didn't they make the right deal? This is one of the worst deals ever made by any country in history. The deal with Iran will lead to nuclear problems. All they have to do is sit back 10 years, and they don't have to do much, and they're going to end up getting nuclear. I met with Bibi Netanyahu the other day. Believe me, he is not a happy camper.
All right. Mrs. Clinton, Secretary Clinton, you have 2 minutes.
Let me start by saying words matter. Words matter when you run for president, and they really matter when you are president. And I want to reassure our allies in Japan and South Korea and elsewhere that we have mutual defense treaties and we will honor them. It is essential that America's word be good. And so I know that this campaign has caused some questioning and some worries on the part of many leaders across the globe. I've talked with a number of them. But I want to, on behalf of myself and I think on behalf of a majority of the American people, say that, our word is good. It's also important that we look at the entire global situation. There's no doubt that we have other problems with Iran, but personally, I'd rather deal with the other problems having put that lid on their nuclear program than still to be facing that. And Donald never tells you what he would do. Would he have started a war? Would he have bombed Iran? If he's going to criticize a deal that has been very successful in giving us access to Iranian facilities that we never had before, then he should tell us what his alternative would be. But it's like his plan to defeat ISIS. He says it's a secret plan, but the only secret is that he has no plan. So we need to be more precise in how we talk about these issues. People around the world follow our presidential campaigns so closely, trying to get hints about what we will do. Can they rely on us? Are we going to lead the world with strength and in accordance with our values? That's what I intend to do. I intend to be a leader of our country that people can count on, both here at home and around the world, to make decisions that will further peace and prosperity, but also stand up to bullies, whether they're abroad or at home. We cannot let those who would try to destabilize the world, to interfere with American interests and security, to be given any opportunities at all.
Is expired.
Lester, one thing I'd like to say.
Very quickly.
I will go very quickly, but I will tell you that Hillary will tell you to go to her website and read all about how to defeat ISIS, which she could have defeated by never having it, get going in the first place. Right now, it's getting tougher and tougher to defeat them because they're in more and more places, more and more states, more and more nations.
Mr. Trump.
And it's a big problem. And as far as Japan is concerned, I want to help all of our allies. But we are losing billions and billions of dollars. We cannot be the policeman of the world. We cannot protect countries all over the world where they're not paying us.
What? I don't care about this.
We have just a few.
What the whole point of these debates, over the shit show that were the primaries was that we would have good moderators asking good questions and fact checking. This is a giant fucking waste of time. Nobody comes out of this debate knowing anything more about either of these candidates. Do you feel like you've learned anything about either of these candidates that you didn't know before? Did you feel like you got any kind of specific information from either of these candidates that you didn't know before? Like, the whole point of these debates is that we would actually have people hashing out actual policy and actual facts and giving us actual information about how they were supposed to approach things. And instead, these things are literally just the same as the fucking primaries. Like, what the fuck was the point of this? Are there no moderators that are, like, brave enough or educated enough to do their... Not even educated enough, but will do their homework and come on and, like, actually moderate the debate? Like... The questions are shit? No, the questions are fine, but the problem is that the moderator is a total fucking pussy. When he says, Trump, you supported the Iraq War, and Trump's like, no, I didn't. And the guy's like, well, yeah, you kind of did. And Trump's like, no, I didn't, you fucking idiot. And the guy's like, well, I thought you did. And Trump's like, I didn't. And he's like, okay, well, if you did, would you? Like, what the fuck? It feels like the fucking, like, two people that are bi-curious are, like, thinking about touching each other's dicks, but they're too shy to actually, like, get on with it. Like, I don't know. Like, it's, like, the most fucking passive bullshit I've ever seen in my entire life. This feels like a giant waste of time. I was really looking forward to these debates because I wanted to hear these two guys hash out details, but instead you've got Trump demagoguing Hillary down and Hillary repeating her same fucking talking points, and nobody's really digging into anything. We're not getting any meat out of anything. Are these debates going to change anything about what any people about what either side thinks about their particular candidate or the other candidate? Like, I don't know, whatever, dude.
Hillary has experience, but it's bad experience. We have made so many bad deals during the last... So she's got experience, that I agree, but it's bad experience. Whether it's the Iran deal that you're so in love with, where we gave them $150 billion back, whether it's the Iran
he said
deal,
back this time, because in the Iran deal, we didn't give them $150 billion. We unfroze $150 billion in their assets. It's a good job that Donald did his homework on that. Congratulations.
And this country can't afford to have another 4 years of that kind of experience.
We are at the...
Why are we cheering? I thought we weren't supposed to do this.
One thing, Lester, is, he tried to switch from looks to stamina. But this is a man who has called women pigs, slobs, and dogs. And someone who has said pregnancy is an inconvenience to employers, who has said women don't deserve equal pay unless they do as good a job as men. And one of the worst things he said was about a woman in a beauty contest. He loves beauty contests, supporting them and hanging around them. And he called this woman Miss Piggy. Then he called her Miss Housekeeping because she was Latina. Donald, she has a name.
Where did you find
her name is Alicia Machado.
Where did you find
and
it?
she has become a U.S. citizen, and you can bet she's going to vote this November.
Okay, good. Let me just tell you.
Mr. Trump, it's going to take 10 seconds, and then we're going to have a final question.
Hillary is hitting me with tremendous commercials. Some of it said in entertainment. Some of it said somebody who's been very vicious to me, Rosie O'Donnell. I said very tough things to her, and I think everybody would agree that she deserves it, and nobody feels sorry for her. But you want to know the truth? I was going to say something extremely rough to Hillary, to her family, and I said to myself, I can't do it. I just can't do it. It's inappropriate. It's not nice. But she spent hundreds of millions of dollars on negative ads on me, many of which are absolutely untrue. They're untrue and they're misrepresentations. And I will tell you this, Lester, it's not nice. And I don't deserve that. But it's certainly not a nice thing that she's done. It's hundreds of millions of ads. And the only gratifying thing is I saw the polls come in today. And with all of that money, over $200 million is spent. And I'm either winning or tied. And I've spent practically nothing.
One of you.
Why are we clapping again? Moderator, do something.
To you tonight, are you willing to accept the outcome as the will of the voters? Secretary Clinton?
Well, I support.
Of course, you have to. What kind of a question is that? What are you going to do?
You lose. But I certainly will support the outcome of this election. And I know Donald's trying very hard to plant doubts about it, but I hope the people out there understand this election's really up to you. It's not about us so much as it is about you and your families and the kind of country and future you want. So I sure hope you will get out and vote.
Are you going to support the outcome of the election, or are you going to go full Jason Bourne and kill the other candidate? What does that even mean?
Will you accept the outcome as the will of the voters?
I want to make America great again. We are a nation that is seriously troubled. We're losing our jobs. People are pouring into our country. The other day, we were deporting 800 people, and perhaps they passed the wrong button, they pressed the wrong button, or perhaps, worse than that, it was corruption. But these people that we were going to deport for good reason ended up becoming citizens. And it was 800, and now it turns out it might be 1,800, and they don't even know.
Will you accept
Look,
the outcome
here's
of
the
the
story.
election?
I want to make America great again. I'm going to be able to do it. I don't believe Hillary will. The answer is, if she wins, I will absolutely support her.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for us. That concludes our debate for this evening. A spirited one. We covered a lot of ground. Not everything, as I suspected we wouldn't. The next presidential debates are scheduled for October 9th at Washington University in St.
What a huge fucking waste of time. I can't believe I woke up early for this, dude. I could have slept for another fucking 2 hours. What a massive fucking waste of time. I can't even fucking believe it, dude. What did they give closing statements? I don't even want to hear it. What a massive fucking waste of time. How fucking stupid does the average fucking American look right now? Holy shit. How embarrassing. Trump got absolutely trampled? No, nobody got trampled. Trump stuck to his same demagoguery, Hillary stuck to her same talking points, and nobody got fucking anywhere with anything. It was a massive fucking waste of time. Why was the moderator such a cuck? I don't... There was a clip earlier where... Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Maybe this explains why he was such a massive cuck. Was it on CNN? Oh.
If it succeeds, when it's over, people will say, you did a great job. I don't remember you ever even being on the stage.
Well, I understand that. I think that's the right approach, not making it about you. On the other hand, there's a lot on your shoulders, both in terms of the
believe that it's my job to be a truth squad. Yeah, that's not my job. It's not my job.
That's not
I do not believe that it's my job to be a truth squad. It's up to the other person to catch them on that.
Like, what are you doing on... What's the point of the moderator if they're not going to do anything? They're just there to ask questions. Like, that wasn't the moderator. It wasn't Lester Holt. No, I know. But like a lot of people, there was another clip. A lot of people have had the same kind of thoughts. Fuck. What was the video we watched a while ago where the woman was talking about like, well, how am I supposed to fact check? I don't know. What am I supposed to fact check? Big facts or little facts? Or like, what if the sources disagree? Like, well, that's better than having... It's better to have people arguing over the validity of sources rather than just making completely off-the-cuff claims. Like, how do you get in a disagreement over whether or not crime has fallen in New York City, and neither side is willing to cite anything? Like, these are literal internet arguments, right? You realize that. You're watching, like, literal Reddit memes between Hillary and Clinton, or between Hillary and Trump, where two people are internet warrior debating each other, and no side is citing any sources, and they just go back and forth, and it's like a totally fucking pointless discussion, right? Like... Destiny, this video. Oh, it was this. It was this.
About the issue of fact-checking that's been talked about so much in the past few weeks.
Where she,
Does the commission want Lester Holt to fact-check? The
Commission asks independent, smart journalists to be the moderators, and we let them decide how they're going to do this. But I have to say, in our history, the moderators have found it appropriate to let the candidates be the ones that talk about the accuracy or the fairness of what the other candidate or candidates might have said. I think personally, if you start getting into fact-checking, I'm not sure what is a big fact, what's a little fact, and if you and I have different sources of information, does your source about the unemployment rate agree with my source?
The unemployment rate is a government source statistic. The U3 and U6 independent, or the unemployment rates are like, it's a government stat. What do you mean, does my source agree or disagree? Like, why are people like this in charge of presenting the information to the American people to decide on who to vote for, right? Well, I don't know if maybe we shouldn't be talking about, like, what are the facts? Maybe we should be talking about what the feels are instead because, well, what if my source disagreed with your source? And then, like, you see it's totally pointless. Like, how, like, in any other arena, you would be fucking, like, laughed at. Could you imagine any other fucking area, like, doing that? Could you imagine doing, like, a fucking, what, like, a college dissertation or some shit? And the professor's like, well, dude, you didn't source any of your shit here. And you're like, well, dude, one of your sources disagree with my sources. Can you imagine you're like, yo, dog, I wanted to get a 1080, but I thought that the fucking 390 from AMD is, like, a sicker card. It's way better than the 1080. You're like, dude, what are you talking about? Can you back that up at all? And you're like, well, dude, I could post a source on my, 390 or 380 being way better than your 1080, but what if our sources disagree? Like, I'm just not going to waste the time. Like, what a fucking, like, that kind of a statement can only take root and grow in the mind of a total fucking idiot. You have to understand that, right? That no reasonable person of any reasonable level of intelligence, and I'm not saying like super intelligent, ultra smart, just like a reasonably intelligent person would never utter the statement, well, what if our sources disagree? So maybe we shouldn't, like, why would you even fucking say that unless you're a total fucking idiot? Like, Destiny, do you not understand what's wrong with the unemployment rate? Why don't you tell me what's wrong with the unemployment rate, goddamn Twitch? Are you going to bring up the fact that, well, the unemployment rate doesn't include discouraged workers who no longer... You realize that's what the U6 unemployment rate is for, right? You have the U3 unemployment rate that is the standard one that everybody talks about, that economists say should hover at around 5.5 to 4.5%, which includes only people that are searching for work. But then you also have, like, the U6 unemployment rate, which, by the way, tracks the U3 pretty fucking closely, and it's not fucking dramatically off like some people, like, fucking trunkles. Like, you can look at this up, like... You can argue whether or not one is better than the other. You can argue whether or not the U3 is superior or inferior to the U6. However, they track each other pretty fucking well. It's not like the U6 and the U3 did this kind of a thing recently, and they've never done that before, right? Like, and these are government source statistics. Like, nope, you're wrong. Clearly, you've never taken an economics class before. Okay, math major. Never mind. I'm not getting baited by Twitch chat. I'm only responding to my SCG chat because you guys and fucking... I don't even know, dude. Do you think taxing capital gains like general income can fix some of the income issues? I don't know, dude. This is... The tax situation in the United States of America is very fucking complicated. And the frustrating thing about talking about taxes is that people don't ever talk about taxes. Trump and Hillary and none of the debates, nobody on any of the fucking debate stages ever in any of the debates ever had a real conversation on taxes, because when people talk about taxes, they talk about the posted tax rates in the United States, which means absolutely fucking nothing. How much do you pay in taxes, rich person? Well, I pay 34% in fucking... Really? Do you really pay 34%? Do people that make $150,000 or $250,000 in the United States pay? Because I make a lot of money and I don't pay those fucking tax rates. I know a lot of people, well, I don't know a lot of people, but I'm sure that there are a lot of people that pay those money, that make that income, that don't pay those tax rates, because that's not how taxes work in the United States. But every time we get into conversations about taxes in the United States, there's like, nobody wants to actually break apart and have a real in-depth conversation on the tax structure of anything in the United States, because we only want to talk about the posted fucking rates, which mean nothing. The posted rates in the United States mean absolutely nothing in the United States. Do we want to, okay, let me, okay, because we have a lot of people. I'll do like very, 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 very briefly, okay? Very briefly, okay? Let me talk about a couple things real fast, okay? Because it sounds like maybe dumb, but a lot of people don't understand this shit, okay? Let's say that you make, and a lot of people don't understand this. I've heard a lot of people talk about this and don't understand this. People that I work with. Have you ever heard somebody that works a job that says something like, oh man, I'm making, X amount of money a year, but if I get a pay raise, I'll be bumped into the next tax bracket. I'll probably make less money. Have you ever heard people say that before? People that say that don't understand how taxes work, okay? In the United States of America, the tax rate that is in the schedule only applies to that dollar over the threshold. That was a really bad explanation. Let me explain, okay? Let me say, okay? If you make $150,000, okay, this is how your taxes are calculated. So let's say that you make, oh, cool, Windows 10 doesn't want to give me any of my fucking shit. Hold on, Control-Alt-Paint.exe. Does that work? How do I bring up Paint? PNT.exe? Does anybody know? Paint 64? Oh, I know how to do it. New. Paint bitmap image. Okay, we'll open this up, and then we'll right-click, open with Paint. Fucking got him. Okay, if you make $150,000, okay, that means that you are in the 28% tax bracket, okay? So most people would say, well, okay, in order to get the amount of taxes that you pay, you would take 0.28 and you would multiply it times 150K. Fuck me, dude. Calc? Oh my God, I'm a literal fucking hacker. So you would take $150,000 and you would multiply it by 0.28 and you would have to pay $42,000 in taxes, right? Now that looks pretty brutal, right? $42,000 in tax off $150,000 is 28%. That looks pretty fucking brutal, right? However, that's not how the fucking taxes work in the United States, okay? What you would do is you would do 9,225 times 0.1 because you pay 10% on income between 0 and 9,200. Okay, so you'd have 922.5 plus, and then you would do 37,450, right? Which is this bracket here minus 9,225, and then you would multiply that by 0.15, okay? Because you pay 15% of this income bracket, right? So this would be plus 4,233.75, okay? And then you would do 90,750 minus 37,450, and then you would multiply that by 0.25, which is 13,325, and then you would take your 150K minus 90,750, and then you would multiply that times the highest tax bracket, right? Do we all know, does anybody understand this shit, or does anybody not understand this shit? Does anybody not understand how taxes work in the United States? So your total tax liability on paper comes out to being quite a bit less, okay? 35,071, right? You're not actually paying 42,000 on this amount of income, right? And it's even more extreme the more up in income you go, right? You'll hear people say, well, if you make $500,000, you pay 35% of your income in taxes. Well, no, not really. That's not how that works at all. However, this $33,000 that you pay in taxes, even that, so even though the posted rate is 28% for somebody at that income, what we're actually paying is divided by 150,000. What we're actually paying effectively, the effective tax rate, which is the only thing that matters, is closer to 23%, okay? Not 28%, 23%. However, we haven't even gotten into deductions. Do you own a house? Well, if you own a house, guess what? You can knock off all of the money that you pay towards the interest rate of that house from your taxable income. And guess what? When money gets knocked off your taxable income, it gets knocked off from the top, so the highest taxed income. So let's say that you own a house, and let's say that you pay $4,000 a year towards your mortgage insurance, or towards your mortgage interest. Well, now your fucking taxable income is down to $146,000. What if you have fucking spawn? What if you have children, right? So you have children. Well, now you get fucking tax credits that knock off your taxable income. What if you have investments? What if you've lost money from investments? What if you own a business? There's like a million different things that factor into how you calculate your ultimate tax rate in the United States, right? This seems pedantic. The reason why I bring this up is because taxes are very, very, very complicated in the United States. So when people like Trump or Cruz or even Hillary get up and try to talk about, well, I want to make the tax rate this and this, and then people start talking about taxes, and people say things like, well, America has the highest tax rates in the fucking world. Well, okay, but let's talk about the effective tax rates. Like, the reason why I bring this up, I'm sorry, because somebody talked about capital gains tax. I don't know why the capital gains tax isn't taxed progressively like normal tax, because it seems to me like it's a big fuck you for poor people. Capital gains means that if I make $1 million, if I make $1 million on my fucking investments and income, that income doesn't go under my normal federal income. It goes under something different called capital gains. And on the capital gains tax, there's just a flat rate of, is it 15%? Oh, did it get up to 20%? Shown in color on the table. Oh, these are your long-term capital gains taxes that you pay. And all of these are capped off at like way lower rates than the ordinary income tax rate. Why? That just seems very weird. All that is true, but those tax rules where you deduct shit isn't very well known to the common man, Destiny. So in the end, you're getting fucked over. Well, then, I mean, sure, I don't disagree with that. And I think that our tax code is really fucking complicated, but you have a lot of people like into it that lobby, right? Hold on. You're not in here right now. The common man still gets the standard deduction, which is pretty good. Sure, the standard deduction is okay. Did you know that the government has the ability to automatically fill out all of your... Like, if you go to Britbonger land, the government has the ability... to... Oh, fuck, I'm reading shit in chat. I'm getting hella fucking triggered. The government has the ability to fill out your taxes for you, so you wouldn't even have to pay anybody to do it. But the reason why this doesn't happen is because Intuit lobbies the fuck out of certain people in Congress that will add riders to legislation that makes it illegal for the government to automatically fill out your taxes for you. Did you know that? Like, literally, Intuit will send money to congressmen, and then congressmen will add riders to the end of bills that make it illegal for the federal government to fill out your taxes for you. Like... If you had to vote today and pick one, who would it be? It would probably be Hillary Clinton, because Trump is an absolute fucking lunatic, and he's a fucking idiot. Does Alicia want to have a Trump debate? Because I would fucking do it, dog. Does Alicia want to have a Trump debate? Do you think she would want to? I kind of feel like just going off on someone right now. I'm not going to lie. Why aren't you in politics? Because I'm fucking to stream. Politics are a shit show in the United States because the average person doesn't give a fuck about anything. We have Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump because that's who the average person voted for, okay? Fuck all that shit, dude. Why not vote third party? I don't know, because I don't like any of the third party people. Why don't they teach taxation like high school math? I have no idea. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense. I feel like taxes and shit should be talked about in high school, but for some reason nobody gives a fuck. What do you think of Bernie Sanders? I like the Burn Dog because I don't like corporate financing or corporations financing our political system. That, like, I'm almost single issue on that. Like, it's very, very, very important to me. Yet you would vote for Hillary that controls all the media. I don't know if Hillary controls all the media. I would vote for Hillary because I don't think that Hillary is a fucking idiot. Hillary is a lot of things. She's like one of the most disgusting politicians in the entire fucking United States history. She's got the longest record of being a disgusting politician. The way that she handled Gaddafi in Libya, the way that she handled fucking Benghazi, all of her stances on foreign policy in regards to Iraq and her hawkish fucking view of the Middle East, everything that she's done domestically, the email fucking bullshit was horrible. I don't think she's made any significant contributions to anything that I've heard of. She seems to jump on issues way past the point of them being controversial. She did it with gay marriage. She did it with the $15 an hour minimum wage. She does these things where she's against something until a poll tests to be popular opinion, and then she jumps on board with it. Like, I don't think Hillary is a leader, and I don't like her. However, Trump is just a fucking buffoon, a literal fucking buffoon. So, I mean, like, what do you choose at that point? Like, you make it sound like checks and balances wouldn't keep Trump from... It's not about whether checks... It's about the fact that the president of the United States is your largest cheerleader. It's your mascot. It's the leader. How many countries... I don't actually know. How many countries democratically elect their president? Like, directly, like we do? Well, it's pretty direct. There might be a lot more. Great Britain doesn't do it. I don't know who else does, I would guess. But like the fact that we elect our president via pretty much popular vote means that he is the person that represents America more than any other individual. So when you put somebody like Trump there, like, what the fuck does that say about you? Right? Like, there might be other countries in Europe that elect their head of state directly. I don't know who does it. You would rather have a scumbag as a mascot than an idiot? Yeah, for me personally, I value intelligence very highly, and I can't vote for somebody that is a fucking idiot. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. I understand that maybe the average person doesn't give a fuck. It's very much seems so that the average American just doesn't care about intelligence. Maybe that's because our education system fucking sucks these days, and nobody cares about intelligence or whatever. But for me personally, I can't have a leader that I perceive as being a fucking idiot. Everything he said on foreign policy is laughably fucking naive. Everything that he said about domestic policy, he doesn't go into anything at all. Like, what, like... Most countries don't have a president. Most are elected via ruling party. Yeah, I know that in Great Britain, I think your ruling party picks the dude that they want to be like the head of state or whatever. Yeah, I don't know about other countries in Europe. Maybe other people do. Or other countries in the world. Or continents. But who cares? Let's be real. Europe and NA are the only things that matter, right? The man has put forth specific situations, LeMayo. Do you watch a lot of the news talking heads? Knight7777. Go ahead and link me, or I will invite you on Skype right now. If you want to talk to me about very specific things that Trump has said, we can have that conversation, okay? I guarantee you that I've watched and read more about him than you will in your entire life, okay? So go ahead, Knight777. If you want to hop on Skype, send me a Twitch PM, give me your Skype, and we'll hop on Skype, and we can talk about specific policies that Trump has discussed, if that's what you want to do, dog, okay? Because he hasn't. Like, the closest he got to was his speech on economics, and even if you go over the transcript of that, there's not really much in the way of, like, specifics. I don't think Alicia wants to have a discussion on on politics with me. I don't think that's gonna happen. Dude, Destiny, you're fucking retarded. Hillary is not that bad. Fuck off. Hillary is a worthless fucking scumbag, a vile fucking piece of shit. One of the worst fucking politicians in the United States. Why did you seem rustled when Hillary mentioned solar technology? Isn't solar other than nuclear the only rising? Oh, I just want, like, I was hoping that tonight's debate would have more specific answers. Not like, how do you plan on solving the U.S. economic crisis? Well, what if we build solar panels everywhere and give those jobs to people? Like, is that real? That's really enough? You really think that's enough to give everybody jobs? Is we're gonna go around and solar panel the entire fucking country? Like, I don't know. I always notice that Trump always says an arbitrary number. Every number that Trump always gives, even his self-worth, is literally arbitrary. He's the definition of arbitrary. Debate Ice Poseidon? Does Ice Poseidon even... Does Ice Poseidon even do politics? Holy shit. Nice fucking memes. Trump doesn't explain much about policy, and Hillary does. Can you explain what some of Hillary's policies are? I don't know. In regards to what? I haven't heard Hillary talk about very many specifics either. But I don't follow Hillary as closely as Trump. It sounds like Hillary wants to more or less continue on with Obama's path, I think, which seems to kind of maybe sort of be working well, although we definitely do have some problems. But what do you think about the poor staying poor to get the benefits from the EITC? I don't know, dude. What kind of a question is that? Do you really think that a lot of people... The night chat and... Oh, fuck. I sent on my Skype. Why are you and Americans so focused on Trump versus Clinton? The government is actually more about Democrats versus Republicans in practice. Not really. The Democrat Party is slightly fractured at the moment, and the Republican Party is very fractured at the moment. I don't think Republican even means anything right now. Like, the party is so divided on everything at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised to see a massive restructuring of the Republican Party after this election. All right, I'm calling this night 777, dude. We're going.
Yo, what's up?
All right, dude. What's up? What do you got? What do you disagree about?
What do I disagree, man? There's some solutions that have been put forward. See, there's this meme. Oh, Trump's not giving answers. He's just like, make America great. That's crazy, man. All right, so let's talk about the black community because they're real important.
Okay.
Now we're hearing he didn't give an answer on the black community. He said he actually gave the only real answer out of the two contenders.
What's his answer?
Stop and frisk. He said, stop and frisk, take the guns from the felons. It's like the most straightforward answer.
Okay, so that's the solution. We need to racially profile black people and take all their guns away. That's the solution to the whole black crime. You think that felons get to keep their guns normally? Like, what?
I follow you, man. I'd like it to be a more perfect world, but what do we get from just since it is a 1-versus-1 election here? We got Hillary, and she says we need to train the police more. It's like, of course we're gonna train the police. What are we gonna do? Train them to telekinetically wipe out enemy minds and not let them use their fucking guns?
What are we gonna do? Let felons keep their guns? We already take guns from. I don't even think you're allowed to own a gun in the United States if you're a felon. What do you mean?
This shit is crazy, is what I'm saying. They have the guns, and I get.
Why do they have the gun? What's the solution to getting the guns? What?
You stop and frisk, and then
You think that's how you get all the guns? There's over 300 million firearms in the United States of America right now. You think we could stop and frisk all of the illegal guns off the streets?
Nah. Look, I don't even like stop and frisk, but it's a real solution you put forward.
Okay, but it was a solution that was ruled to be racist. It's literal fucking profiling. Like, hey, you look like a nigger. Come over here. I'm gonna fucking frisk you with no probable cause in order to see if you have a gun. You don't see how that leads to like a few. Are you Hispanic?
I get it, bro.
Wait,
yeah,
you're Hispanic? Okay. Hey, where do you live? What state do you live in?
I live in Florida, brother.
Okay, did you know that in Arizona, well, hold on. In Arizona, they were having things where if people were driving around and they looked like you, the cops could pull you out of your car and demand to see your papers to see if you were a legal United States resident. Would that make you feel very good?
Bro, I don't like it. But look.
So what's the difference?
We have a real bunch of problems.
I know that we have problems, and I want solutions. But the solution isn't just stopping
the specifics right now because look, you can't say that no solution is being put forward by Trump. When really, that's the only man putting forward a solution. So how about foreign
Okay,
trade
but that's
here?
not a solution. No, we can't move on from this. You are a Hispanic person. You sound Hispanic. Would you like it if you were driving around and every week you got pulled over by a cop because you look a little bit darker than I do, and the cop said, I want to see your fucking papers to make sure that you're not an illegal immigrant. Would you like that? I bet you would feel like shit after the third or fourth time it happened, right? And your relationship with the cops would probably be pretty fucking bad too, right? So then why would you advocate? So why would you advocate that?
I was a felon with a gun too, but
so why would you advocate that cops?
Some of the shootings.
But why would you advocate that cops then could stop and frisk people for being black to see if they have a gun if you don't want to be stopped and have your papers demanded for looking Hispanic?
Because it's the real world, man.
What?
So
What is?
Follow me here for a second. Just let me ask you, what's your solution, or not you? Because I hear you criticizing both sides, so I get that. But I'm gonna have to cast a vote because I'm of age. I decided I'm gonna do that this year. This election. So in foreign policy, how are you gonna fix our trade deficits if you're going to make it harder for companies to bring their money here and keep performing business? Because, for instance, I started a small business, and it's pretty easy to start the business, but if you just want to like sell lollipops on the corner, you actually have to get a license. Like, what the hell? These are the kind of regulations we're facing.
Like regulations like OSHA? What's wrong with needing a license to sell food? Do you think the FDA should get out of like looking at any kind of food in any restaurant so that people can serve fucking salmonella chicken and shit and undercooked foods and shit to people? Like, what kind of regulations do you want to get rid of that you think are crippling businesses? You don't think you should need a license to sell food? Okay.
I have one for you. It would require in-depth research, but I'll get the name for you. There's this farming company. They're in the organics movement. They opened up a farm, they're doing well, and they expanded their farm. And that's when the problems came in, because once they hit a certain critical mass, their actual organic farming method was considered illegal. You had to run the cows through a factory system in a sort of a... See, I'll find the answer for you. But what I'm saying is, despite your benefits you get in OSHA and some FDA maneuvering, they're using the leverage that you get through these agencies. Bigger companies that use factory farming use leverage to shut down smaller companies. And so that's where this big leverage problem happens with regulation, and why regulations need to be very carefully pared back. Like, it needs to, I don't know what every answer is. But
Okay, and I don't know what the answers are either.
I'll get the name for that farm and share it in chat in a minute.
Okay, and I don't know what the answers specifically are either, okay? But when somebody just says get rid of regulations, like, you understand that we need to talk about specific like what regulations you want to get rid of. Do you want to get rid of OSHA? Do you want to get rid of the FDA? Do you want to get rid of the EPA? Do you think that, did you know what California looked like? What cities like San Francisco looked like fucking 20 or 30 years ago? Do you want them to look like fucking some Chinese cities look like now? Like, what regulations do you want to get rid of? Because there are some regulations that have incredibly positive impacts in all areas of American lives. So I mean, like,
it's tough. I get it because we're both talking in such broad terms. There's so many regulations. So
okay, but this is my problem. This is why I'm saying, like, what specific
the solutions that each candidate has offered,
and Trump's solution has been to get rid of the EPA. What, like? Do you think that's an intelligent solution? Is to just nix that the entire Environmental Protection Agency? Do you think that's a good idea?
No, and I don't believe it could be done. So, that's kind of where you hear everyone hears a different thing from their candidate, right? So here, what I'm hearing from Trump when he says nix the EPA, it's not going to happen, obviously. But what he's saying is stop them from expanding carbon credits programs or stop them from expanding their control over private streams on private property. Like, people actually have land and they're not allowed to use the water that flows through their land.
Okay, water is kind of a public resource, though. That's like saying that there's a small city of retarded 4-year-old midget children that live downstream from me, and they get all of their water in their city from the pond or from the lake that goes through my private property. But in my private property, I want to dump arsenic in the water because that's recreational for me. And then the EPA or somebody comes in and says, "Hey, you're not allowed to dump arsenic in that water." And you're like, "Whoa, dog! I'm an American. This is my private property. Why can't I do this?" Like, do you really think that regulating water supply is that bad of an idea? Do you think the government should have no say that if you are a private landowner and you happen to have some kind of groundwater or some bullshit that goes through your property, that you should be able to pollute that water as much as you want? Do you think that's a good idea?
I follow you. I'm with you. I'm saying there need to be regulations in this, and it needs to be case by case. All right. But
okay.
What the focus is I'm saying par back the continuous expansion of the power, because it's actually in a pretty good space right now.
Okay, but what expansions? I want specifics. Which expansions? What's wrong?
Right. You're right. We neither of us have a point here. Do you have a point here? Because I lost my point.
My point is that Trump hasn't listed any specifics. If Trump were to say, these 5 expansions of government power are bad, I do not like how the EPA does this thing, I don't like how the Department of Education does this thing, I don't think that the Department of Justice should have their hands in this thing, then I would be like, okay, nice, these are specific issues that we could talk about. But instead, Trump says things like, we need to get rid of Common Core in the Department of Education, we need to get rid of the EPA, we're gonna get the entire programs? Like, really? That's your solution, is to just nix these entire government agencies that have provided positive universal effects on the entire American civilization? Like, that's my problem. I don't care about you in specific. If you don't have specifics, that's fine, but we're not talking about you having specifics. We're talking about Trump listing specifics, and he hasn't.
List something that Trump has said specifically then. He said we're going to add some tariffs to imports. Now, this is already a program that's being done. For instance, we just increased tariffs on Chinese steel imports, right? But we did it after 10 years of the Chinese just destroying our steel industry. Like, why would that take so long? We had no emphasis in the government on protecting our budget, on protecting our manufacturing. Look at Detroit. If you look at the production of cars by nation, it's really easy to pull up. You just look up production of cars by nation. You actually see America is producing like 1/3 as many cars as we were 20 or 30 years ago. And it's because we opened the free trade agreements.
Is it really because that? Because a lot of that manufacturing, even in China, is being automated. You don't think we would have lost a lot of those jobs to automation anyway? Firstly, that'll be my...
I'm talking about I meant the actual volume of cars produced.
Okay, sure.
So even if it was all automatic, right, it's irrelevant to the...
No, it's not irrelevant, because you're talking about loss of jobs. You're talking about loss of manufacturing jobs, right?
Well, I'm talking about all the parts that happen in the economy when you lose a production or a job. So if we have a factory, say every car on the planet was made by automation, we would want to be automatically producing them here, because it would mean that American people were getting the money for the
okay, but we're not doing that because China could do it for cheaper, right?
And what happened is we opened the free trade and we said, all right, we'll take all of the technology we developed here in America and then just use their cheap labor. And it has not been good for the American people because, frankly, we have less money in our economy. We're actually buying cars here from our dealership, and that money is being shipped to China. So the reason that our middle class is dying is because we have no ability to retain our money.
Okay, so let's go
overseas. Like
okay. So let's say that we go to Trump's. So we're gonna
shoot out.
Okay, so we're gonna take your world, okay? So we bring all the manufacturing back and we jack the fuck up out of tariffs, okay? Now a car, we'll say a TV, okay? A TV that used to cost $200 now costs $300 or $400 because now it's manufactured in America. What do you say to all of the poor or middle class people that want to spend money on these products that can no longer afford them, or that have to now they buy these TVs and instead of being able to buy anything else, all of their money goes to the TVs? So now what do you do? Now that these products are all more expensive, do you subsidize the products by expanding government? Or do you just tell all the other people that are now, let's say that you're a guy that makes fucking DVD players or some shit, and now people have to spend so much money on TVs that they can't buy DVD players anymore. Well, now you're like, well, fuck you, government. Now that the poor people have to spend a greater percentage of their income on this, now my business is fucked. Fuck you. You need to ship it over to China where they have a higher comparative advantage manufacturing this. Right, do you see how all of this is really complicated? Right? It's not just as easy. Man, so this is why I'm saying, this is why I'm saying I get irritated when Trump just gives us very specific, well, just jack up fucking tariffs. Okay, well now poor people are spending a greater percentage of their income getting the same shit they were before, so that's less money going to other products. That's an inefficient allocation of resources. How are you going to do it? Are you going to subsidize the products? Because that would be an expansion of government. Are you just going to say, well, tough luck, poor middle class people? Maybe you guys don't need cell phones? Like, okay.
Yes. No, of course. For instance, I think cell phones, the phone line, that's critical, man. But what I'm saying is maybe you don't need a DVD player if you haven't been, I don't know, working in a productive job. But then you, of course, you find catch-22, bro. Oh my God, we have no jobs. So how about we just produce the DVD player where we can buy it cheap, right? That's like your argument for the opening of free trade. If you just send it over there, we can buy it cheap with the money we have at this second. But in 10 years, we're not going to have any more of that money. We're gonna have to debase the currency, multiply the dollars, right? And the problem with that is that when everyone is so entitled that we need all of our entertainment media, but we won't work for it anymore. Like there's sort of a downhill slide that we're
a downhill slide on increasing the standard of living. So you're saying that people need to be content with not having access to the internet or television?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Some people you need to be content if you're not working and doing things to get that done, right? So
you're talking about sliding back the standard of living for poor and middle class people.
I don't consider entertainment to really improve the standard of living.
You don't consider access to cable television or the internet to be a dramatic improvement to the standard of living? You don't think that's...
Access to internet is critical because we do so much of our economy over it. Now, here's the point is here, right? Does Trump put forward solutions? He said, yeah, we're going to put up these tariffs, right? What is Hillary's solution? How is she going to fix the problem, bro? How are these cats going to fix the problem if no one's going to give an answer except when one guy does give an answer, you say that's the wrong answer. Like what's the other answer?
From what I've heard from Hillary sounds like she wants to continue on the same trend of Obama's policy. So I would assume that she would continue negotiating trade agreements with other companies similar to how we have in the past. That would be my assumption on Hillary's approach to things.
Right, I get that. Then how has her negotiation skill been working out for us on Obama's thread?
I mean, I don't know. It's really hard.
$400 billion to an enemy government who's developing nuclear weapons.
$400 billion for what? Wait, what?
We traded $400 million to ransom hostages. So to help these, and apparently now Iran, what are they going to do? Like us more? No, dude. They're going to keep building nukes, and they're still our declared enemy from their end. Like we haven't declared them enemy. They literally say this is our enemy, America and the West, and Obama's negotiation skills literally helped them $400 million closer to nuclear weapons. That shit's crazy, bro. Is that crazy or is it not crazy?
I don't think the $400 million had anything to do with the hostages. I'll link you some articles on that. This is something that gets passed around by Trump. Even Trump stepped back on that comment when Trump said that he saw a plane full of $150 million being flown to Iran. Even Trump stepped back that comment because it was so absolutely incorrect. Firstly,
I have something for you, Destiny.
Wait, what? I can't even talk about the Iran thing?
Hold on. Yeah, you can. But listen, just look at a calendar and look at the date that money landed in Iran and look at the date that hostages flew away. It's the same fucking day, dude. Hostages flew away.
Well, fuck me, dude. Landed. All right, you got me there, man. I can't argue that. You got me there. Okay, you got it. You got it. No, you're right, dude. It was the same fucking day, man.
Your brain is on another timeline.
Yeah, dude.
Money and people.
You fucking got it, man. You got it, dude. Hey, do you believe in astrology? Just curious, totally unrelated.
It certainly exists. Astrology exists. No, I don't believe that it has any predictive power.
Okay. So we have the opportunity to work with Iran that has been a pretty big enemy of the United States, okay, for a long time, right? We have the ability to work with Iran, to make a deal, to make a negotiation, to give us access to investigate their nuclear power plants in an unprecedented thing, really, to try to come to some agreement to keep Iran from getting nuclear weapons. What would your solution have been, since sanctions clearly weren't fucking working? Would you have just gone to war with Iran? Would you have nuked Iran? Would you have, what would be your solution to the Iranian problem?
Mostly not give them cold hard cash.
What, you think we gave them cash? We didn't give them cash. You realize that
we landed we landed $400 million in foreign money that they literally had to go on the government negotiator, right? Then they had to go to their broker, and the broker said, okay, I have to buy like $100 million in euros and in Indian rupees, and they put all that on pallets and sent it there and landed in their airport. And then they sent the hostages back.
Okay.
So, I understand, maybe 5 people or 20 hostages, or even if it was 100 hostages, might die. But it's who killed them? Not us for not giving them $400 million.
You know that the money that we gave back to Iran was money that belonged to Iran anyway, right? This isn't money that the United States paid as part of a hostage agreement. If you want, we could take a few minutes and I can read you the fucking story. Yeah, it wasn't money that we didn't just pay Iran money. This was already Iran's money that had been frozen that we gave them back, right? It's not like...
Yeah. So if you had an enemy and they were broke, but they're like, I'm going to shoot you as soon as I can buy a gun.
Do you think $150 million is a significant amount of money to the country of Iran that they can run their whole country because they have $150 million?
Well, it's $400 million, but no, of course.
Or $400 million.
But hard cash is actually really valuable. It's a lot different than electronic cash, because you can trade over borders and shit with China and get nuclear information, or with Saudi Arabia for cash, and it's much harder to do than electronics. You look at the Russians, a corruption case that just blew up. The Ukrainian, maybe one of Trump's dudes was involved in this, 10 years ago.
Yeah,
they still, all that government corruption still happens in cold hard cash. So when you're fucking around giving people paying a debt back from 30 years ago, why are you doing it now when they're still trying to drop nukes on you? Shit's crazy. All right, so hold on. We got some. I want to give you. Let's hit one more point, man. What's another point? Because I think we've got a real solution in foreign trade. We're going to operate some tariffs, and we're going to repatriate the cash. And we've got a real solution in stop and frisk, even if it's ugly.
What is that? How is that a real solution? We're moving over so many topics that I don't agree on anything on, and you just assume that I'm agreeing with you? What?
I hope you can agree that Trump did put forward these solutions.
Okay, but if your solution was kill all black people, would you say, well, it might not be a good solution, but at least he put forward a solution? Do you think that's a good solution to black crime in the United States? Kill all black people?
How can you answer that? Obviously not. That's
okay, but you're saying racially profiling is a good solution?
I am a minority myself, after all.
And you told me that you wouldn't want to be racially profiled.
That's right.
So why is stop and frisk okay?
Was racially profiling me because, dude, these dudes are shooting the hell out of.
Okay, and we have illegal immigrants that are coming in the country too.
A 3-year-old just got blasted when she was hanging out with her family last week.
Okay, and illegal immigrants coming to the country too. So why can't we stop people and ask them for their papers if they look Hispanic?
At the border, probably we.
Not at the border, just in the country. Why can't we stop somebody if they look Hispanic and ask for their papers? I bet we could catch illegal immigrants that way.
I agree. I bet we could. It would be a huge inconvenience. It would slow down a lot of people's lives in the day-to-day. It wouldn't be worth it to do it across the country, right? Because it's not a high concentration of illegals in those areas, like in Oklahoma. But in a border state, there's a high concentration of illegal immigrants where you may actually need to enforce the border, right? So why wouldn't you use the thing where it's effective? You wouldn't use it in Maryland because you're just going to slow down.
Okay, the state that I gave, it's not about slowing down economics, dude. How have you lived in the United States your whole life?
Yeah, man, I was born right here.
Due process is one of the cornerstones of being an American fucking citizen. It's the fact that you can walk around.
There's tons of illegals in Oklahoma now.
What?
Well, shit.
You can walk around as an American citizen and do no wrong, and you don't have to be stopped by the fucking police and ask you questions. You're an American fucking citizen. It's one of our greatest, most valued fucking freedoms. The whole thing about your Miranda rights, the whole thing about due process, innocent until proven guilty. You can walk around, you can look like a Hispanic, you could be in fucking Arizona, and you can walk around and if a police walks up and says, hey dude, what's your name? You can go, what? You can go, you know what dude, I don't want to give you my name. And the guy's like, well, can I just check your papers just to make sure that you're on the up and up? You can go, nah dude, fuck you, because I'm an American fucking citizen. I don't have to give you shit unless you think that I've committed a fucking crime, right? That's part of the being.
Not even correct anymore.
What do you mean that's
not?
not?
Demand your identification.
No, what? Where?
By state. Yeah.
In what state?
I don't know. You want to Google it, bro?
Yeah, I will. In what state? If you think that a cop could come up to me and a cop can say,
Google it right now.
You think that a cop could come up to me and say, yo, give me your ID? Bullshit. I can tell the cop to fuck off unless he thinks that I've committed a crime.
Wikipedia right now. Stop and identify statutes. Authorize police to legally obtain the identification who they reasonably suspect has committed a crime.
Yes.
All right. So you got me there, right? So let me give you a reasonable suspicion because it's the real world after all. I pull out of my neighborhood. I take a left onto the road and I drive down the road. And I get pulled over by the popo, and I guess I'm driving, right? So now they have a automatic right to ask for my identification. So it's a moot point in the first place for most of the population.
No, the cop can't ask you for your identification just because you're driving. He's not allowed to do that.
Yeah, he can, dude.
No, he can't. So you're saying that if I'm driving down the road, a cop could pull me over and he could say, hey, dude, I saw you driving. I'm like, okay. And the cop is like, I want to see your ID and your license and registration. No, he can't. Bullshit. I would go, do you suspect me of committing a crime? Now, if the cop said you were speeding, you were tailgating, you were driving drunk or whatever, you looked like you were swerving, then yeah, I would have to. But if the cop says, nah, I just felt like pulling you over to check your shit, you can go, bullshit. I'm an American citizen. I can move around the United States unfettered or whatever, or uninterrupted by fucking police officers, uninterrupted by unwarranted search and seizure. A cop can't just pull you over for looking Mexican or looking black and say, yo, show me your shit.
Hey, you know what? We should stop that asset forfeiture law where they just pull you over. So let me finish my story real quick. So I literally pulled down my neighborhood, took a left, went down the road half a mile. I got pulled over, right? They said, you're speeding. I got the whole rundown. I got a speeding ticket and all this shit. I look at the ticket, right? I was ticketed for speeding through an intersection I did not travel through whatsoever. So it's like, what are you talking about where you talk about like we have all these rights and stuff and we don't have to identify ourselves because they could just make shit up on the spot for the reasonable
then you go to court. If the cop is making shit up and you go, no I don't, let's go to fucking court. And if the cop has a dash cam that doesn't show you going through the intersection or some shit, then
yeah, I dig that. So I actually went to court and they did drop the ticket because the cops didn't show up. But if
so then the system worked.
So it doesn't. It's still bullshit. Now here's the question for you. Then it's very simple. What other solution is lacking in your book? Because we got the EPA, we got to cover out regulations. We don't have enough regulations, or we do have too much regulations. We covered like stop and frisk, but why do people keep memeing about Trump not having answers? Like, what's not answered, chat?
I don't know, dude. I'm not sure about anything anymore.
Well, it's really good talking to you. I've actually had a good time.
All right. Well, I appreciate the conversation, man.
Yeah, man. Have a great day.
All right. Yeah, have a good one. I love you, dude. Thanks for the conversation, even if we do disagree, all right?
All right, brother.
All right.
Bye-bye.
See you later. Good luck. Bye. Oh, man. We were playing Rimworld. This used to be a Rimworld stream, guys. Do you remember? Hey, did you guys know that if you want your message to show up for free on the stream, you can donate for free by going to loots.com/destiny. A little box will appear on the bottom left corner, and I might even fucking read it sometimes. Maybe. Don't count on it, though, but I might. Unfucking believable. You could donate to the stream without contributing any money of your own. There's my sellout for the day. I'm waiting for General Faglove in my chat. Wants to talk to me next, and he's from the Destiny GG chat, and he's a subber, so. I've messaged him my Skype info like 10 times. I don't know how many more times I have to give it to you. Holy fuck me, dude. Alright. I'm waiting for this guy to add me onto Skype, right? Debate Alicia? I don't think Alicia wants to talk to me, dog. Why is I'm having so much major break risks? How much more money do I have to donate so you'll speak with me? Gantz94, $20. Oh shit. If you really want to. Where are you from? Are you in my Twitch chat or what? Destiny's scared to debate ICE? Does ICE even talk about politics, or are you just trying to meme? I do care about this stuff quite a bit. Like, I don't feel like having meme conversations about anything related to political shit. Wow, Noobish Legend. Welcome to the Tier 1 Cyber Clubber, buddy. One day this guy will figure out how to add me onto Skype, okay? Wow, Hadri, welcome. Nice 50. How am I cucking you? Destiny, whisper me. Oh, the Gantz dude. Ice is dead serious about it. Are you serious? Do I really want to? I'm not doing this, dude. Because then Ice will never talk to me again. I can't do it. I guess I should change my thing to fucking gaming talk show, huh? It feels so stupid to put a gaming talk show as a fucking thing. If Ice wants to talk to me about it, I guess I will, but... This guy's name has otaku in it. Fuck me. Can we just play games? Nope. Alright. Otaku is stepping up to the plate. All right, buddy, what's up? Hello? Testing? Hello? I think I heard you, but you're very, 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 very quiet. Is this guy memeing me?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, buddy?
Okay, hello.
Hi.
I just wanted to talk with you because you know I'm from Ukraine, so
Okay.
I'm an immigrant here in the United States. I'm living currently in New York City.
Okay.
And I actually wanted to know what's your opinion in the overall immigrant status that's going on right now. Like, what's gonna be like sort of my future?
I think that immigration in the United States right now is super fucked up. The entire system needs a reform. We let in very few people. The immigration process is insanely costly. It's very expensive. It takes a long fucking time to immigrate legally to the United States. If you don't if you don't have a lot of skills or are a super valuable worker or whatever, sometimes you can come here on visa, but it's really difficult to get through. I feel like our entire immigration system needs a pretty big reform. Is that specific enough, or do you want me to talk about something specifically, or?
And that's specific enough, but that's not really. I mean, that's like an very how do you say, very general answer. Like, it's not specific.
Sure.
What I'm trying to ask you is, as an immigrant, if let's say Trump or Hillary is elected, because that's what I'm actually fearing in the future. I'm actually considering immigrating to a different country because, you know, the shitstorm that's gonna head towards me. Like, either Hillary or Trump are gonna fuck me up. I'm about to start a very small business. And I was thinking about it, but then, you know, the election started. And I seen the cards, and I realized that I was gonna be extremely fucked.
Sure. If it makes you feel any better, I seriously doubt that either candidate is going to push comprehensive immigration reform, regardless of who gets elected, because immigration has been a problem on the table since the Clinton era, even before then, for decades, and there hasn't been any significant push to reform it in the United States. So I don't see there being a massive change coming, regardless of who gets elected.
Well, and that's the same thing as I thought, but you know how they say, being honest. I seriously think that something really big is gonna happen in the next couple of years, like World War III, like you name it. Like, humans are self-destructive, and humans have an history of war and violence, and I don't know how to explain it. I feel like something is actually gonna happen.
Wait.
Sooner or later.
Real fast. Can you speak a little bit of Russian for me?
Здравствуйте, меня зовут
Okay,
Maxim.
I'm just making sure I'm not getting trolled. I'm sorry. I mean, this is a question that is very much above my pay grade. I can't act or answer as to whether or not an actual world war can happen. Obviously, I'm not qualified to say. I would say from the very little that I understand, I seriously doubt that any kind of major world war would happen because there aren't very many countries that are interested in that. If you look at people like China, China is in money-making mode. They've distanced themselves from North Korea. They don't seem to want to fuck with us as much because they're happy making a ton of money. As long as countries are growing and making money, they don't seem to want to do the whole war shit. Now, I guess countries like maybe North Korea are kind of crazy, but they don't mean fuck all. I guess Russia can be a little bit crazy, but even at that, I don't know. It doesn't seem to me that a world war is on the horizon. I know that there are terrorist people that kind of fuck around, but it doesn't seem I don't know. It doesn't seem very realistic.
Oh yeah, but what about time is a continuous path? So at some point, all these let's say terrorists or whoever they are, even if they are Muslims or they are not, people who have radical ideas, at some point they're gonna get their mass destruction weapons. Either they are chemical, biological, or nuclear. So the point here is, when are we gonna get when are we gonna get to the point? Sometime we're gonna get to the point, sooner or later, when these people, even with the internet, either with them whatever it is, like they're gonna get these weapons. What's gonna happen? People are gonna die. So what's gonna happen in the long term? Like that's what I most fear, because like it's kind of scary if you look at history. Like people just kill other people like easy.
I mean, I don't know what I mean. How am I supposed to answer that? I don't know if shit happens and it happens. Like, I don't know what kind of an answer are you looking for?
I don't know. I'm just talking shit, speculating. You know, future.
Sure.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if shit happens, then shit happens. That would be really bad. Yeah, I don't know. I can't give like a specific. I mean, obviously, if we try as the United States, I guess our number one goal is to make sure that we limit nuclear proliferation, right? That's why we're kind of making deals with Iran, and that's why we kind of try to bully around North Korea and shit. And so, I mean, I don't know what more we can do.
Well, it's not about what you can do, we can do, or the government can do. It's about what, like, let me try to explain. I'm not trying to troll you or anything. It's just it's kind of difficult with my level of English. You know what I mean?
Sure.
What I'm trying to say is that it's inevitable.
Okay.
It's a technology that was developed by the United States 70 years ago. United States nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and after, like, it was 70 years ago. So in 70 years, you're trying to tell me that not other country, like, another countries developed the same technology, but you're trying to tell me that some radical countries with radical government were not able to develop this kind of technology. It's kind of hard to believe. You know
Well,
what I mean?
isn't
It's very old technology.
I'm not well read enough on this to have a very informed debate, but isn't the process of enriching uranium and then the process of getting that to be weapons grade ready, isn't that a very difficult thing to do that requires a large amount of infrastructure? Like a kid in the basement that's like a super genius wouldn't be able to enrich uranium and make it weapons ready. Like I thought that was something that required a large amount of infrastructure to do.
Well, you don't need enriched uranium to make a mass destruction weapon. For example, you can make a dirty bomb with things you can buy from the how do you call dark market, black market.
Sure, but if this was so easy to do, why wouldn't ISIS have done it already? Or why wouldn't in Brussels or
they're not very organized in some way, but
wait, ISIS isn't very organized? Why do you say that?
Not ISIS. I'm trying to say them. Like, for example, let's be honest. Let's be honest here. If any Western terrorist organization wanted to do a big hit, they could have done it by time. Like, for example, all these France, Germany terrorist attacks, they could have been way bigger if they were actually well organized. Like, for example, instead of what was this? There was this attack. It was in Paris, I believe. Like these two guys
that shot up the theater or whatever.
No, with these two guys with AKs, they killed like 70 people. And then there was like this, I don't know how to explain it. It was recently. Whatever. The point is, not the one in the theater. I mean, maybe in the theater, I'm not really, my memory is not too sharp because of alcohol, but here comes the point. The point is, you can make you can make much bigger casualties if you, for example, set a sniper that slows down the police or slows down the medical assistance, etc., etc. Like, you can make many more casualties if you're very much more organized. That's the whole point. You cannot say that these people are organized. The guy that hacked this pregnant woman in Germany 2 months ago, you cannot say he was well organized. The guy that stabbed some other woman or some other guy also in Germany, you cannot say he was well organized.
Yeah, sure. I'm looking more at like the Brussels explosions or the San Bernardino attacks or the French shit, like.
Or the guy in Nice. If they really wanted to make a big deal, they would have put 3 guys in there with AKs and the guy driving, and they would have made very much bigger sense. Or another 2 fucking trucks, you know what I mean? Like, it's not well organized. It's just a bunch of people that are. And if you actually, and this guy, who was this guy from, that made the shooting in this gay bar? I don't remember. It was here in the United States. What? It was this gay bar.
Yeah, the guy was that San Bernardino guys, the gay club.
The gay club, yeah, he like shot out a bunch of people. He takes some hostages. Like he was like some sort of Muslim, but if you realize the
No,
latest,
no, that was the work. San Bernardino was the work party. I'm sorry, I don't remember what the gay club shooting was.
the gay club
Oh,
shooting
or in
was
Orlando. That was in Orlando. My bad.
Orlando,
Yeah. Okay.
yes.
My bad.
So this guy, he was alone. He took a bunch of hostages,
Mhm.
and he fucking shot like well, I don't know how many people he shot, but let's say he shot 30 people. Like that's not the point. The point is that if they were organized, they could have killed many more people.
Sure.
My point is that these people are just random people that are very angry, that are, excuse me, that are very. This guy, the one that did Orlando, he was supposed to be a very regular client of this Orlando club.
Mhm.
So he was supposed to be gay, you know what I mean? Like he was supposed to go there. Like people say that he went there, he danced, blah blah blah. Here comes the point. So all these people that make these terror attacks, they're the most haram, like Muslims you can find. Like they're the worst of the worst. They're supposed to, I don't know how to explain. Like
Sure.
they
I think I understand what you're saying. What you're asking is why hasn't a group of like 25 people or like 150 people gotten together and organized like 25 people in 7 different parts of a mall and killed like 5,000 people in a mall or
yes,
something, right?
that's my point. They're
And
not
like set up
organized.
bombs outside so that when the police showed up,
Yeah,
they
they're not
detonate the
organized.
bombs
That's
and
my
blow the
point.
cars up. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So you're asking me like why something like that hasn't happened yet? I don't know. I mean, maybe you could say that counterintelligence in the United States is good enough to disrupt those kinds of activities. Maybe coordinating that kind of stuff is very difficult. The NSA does have a pretty far-reaching surveillance program that even extends into other countries, and we cooperate with other countries in trying to figure out stuff like that going on. I don't know why attacks like that haven't happened so far yet. I'm not.
No. Of course, I understand your point. But if they are really like that, that kind of extremist, like if they are really that,
Mhm.
they at least media tries to sell it like they're this extremely organized organization. They're everywhere.
Mhm.
They're like looking at you. You're gonna be the next. I'm saying that's bullshit. What I'm trying to say is that all these terrorist attacks, they're just lone wolves. They just read too much in the internet, and they just like fucking too much jerking off about whatever they're reading about. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
I
the
don't
guy in
know.
Orlando.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, ISIS works very hard on recruiting people. Like, there have been people, Muslims from Europe, that have fled over to join ISIS fighters. I mean, that's definitely a real thing.
No. That's the point. But what I'm trying to say is that the guy in Orlando, he was supposedly affiliated with. Excuse me. He was supposedly affiliated with Saddam Hussein. He was supposedly affiliated with. What was the other name? I don't even know. Like he was affiliated with ISIS. Excuse me.
Wait,
He
can
was
I ask you
affiliated with
one more
ISIS.
quick question? I'm sorry, I guess someone in chat keeps asking. Can you say I am from Ukraine, my favorite color is yellow? Can you say that in Russian?
Я з України. Мій улюблений колір це жовтий.
Okay. A lot of people keep thinking that you're not really from Ukraine. Wait, what city in Ukraine are you from?
Do you want me to say it in Ukrainian or in English?
In both.
Я з Тернопіля. I'm from Ternopil.
Okay. All right, whatever. People got it. Okay.
Dude, I can't speak. Like, I mean, I can speak in Ukrainian if you want. I don't mind. Like.
Yeah, say it in Ukrainian.
I said it.
Oh, okay.
I'm from Ternopil. Я з Тернопіля. Like, I don't care. I don't even know if you have Russian people in chat. Like, no, not Chernobyl, bro. Not Chernobyl. I see people in chat saying it's Chernobyl, not Chernobyl.
Okay. All right. The guy in chat said he stands corrected, and he believes you're from Ukraine. Okay, never mind. All right. I'm sorry.
I have a thick accent in Ukrainian and Russian because I moved out when I was a kid, but I still know the language. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And I'm kind of drunk right now, so that also kind of counts.
Gotcha.
With the accent. So my point is, I don't know, man. Like, I don't think it's that much organized. Like, they're trying to sell it like it's some sort of like they're everywhere, but I don't believe so.
Oh yeah, no, I mean they definitely overrate the organization of the terrorists, but I mean that's part of the media's job is to hype that shit up so that they get people watching. Right? Like, I guess like what are you ultimately getting at? Like, what's your point? What are you trying to What are you
Trying
implying?
to say that the scarcity is very big. Like I work in Fifth Avenue.
Okay.
In New York
In New York
City.
City? Okay.
Fifth Avenue with 33rd. I'm not gonna say exactly where.
Okay.
But the terrorist attack that was like a week ago, 2 weeks, it was in 6th Avenue with 22nd. That's like 5 minutes walking. 5 minutes. It was a trash can that blew up.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Injured like 25 people.
Mm-hmm.
And let's be honest here. Next day, I didn't even hear about it. I was walking to the work. I was going to work. And I didn't see a single person for like, let's say 100 feet. And then another single person for another 100 feet. It was, excuse me. It was like, fucking Raccoon City. I don't know how to explain it. It was closure. I don't know how to explain it. You just seeing cops on 1 or 2 person the morning after.
Mm-hmm.
And I get to work. I start working, and they come to me and they're like, "Bro, did you hear about yesterday?" And I'm like, "What?" They're like, trash can blew up. And I'm like, just thinking, like, how many dead, you know? How many dead?
Sure.
And they're like, 25 people injured. I was like, that's just bullshit. Like, if you really have people who are organized and who know their shit, they don't let 25 people injured. They let 25 people dead, you know what I mean? Like, that was just bullshit. That was just scarcity. I think it was made up. Like, it's...
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I can't...
Like,
I can only
people who know their shit, they're not gonna let 25 people injured. Like, blowing a trash can, like, it's super stupid. But letting 25 people injured is, like, the stupidest of all. 0 killed. It's retarded. It's just, I don't know. I think it just was like 9/11. You know what I mean? Like, it was made up.
Wait, you think 9/11 was made up?
Of course. Didn't you see the videos?
Oh no, you rused me. You took me on this long. Am I on the ruse cruise right now?
No, I didn't mean it that way. Either way, we can't forget about 9/11.
Oh, I don't know if I'm getting rused now. Wait,
Come
am
on,
I on the ruse cruise?
No. Forget about it.
What business do you own? What kind of business do you work with? You don't have to be too specific.
I print out shirts.
What kind of printing process do you use?
Well, we're about to start. We are gonna print out. Let me try to explain.
Name me the process that you use to print the shirts.
I'm an investor.
No, like what's the transfer method that you use to get images onto shirts?
I don't know if I explain myself. I don't follow up with my employees.
What's like one major company? What's like a major company that your business works with?
We're about to start. We don't work with anybody. We have
Where do you get your supply from?
Let me try to think. If I remember, I'm kind of drunk right now.
I don't know. I think you might be. You're rusing me, mate, aren't you? You're rusing me, mate.
I'm not. I can bet. I can make you another $20. Like,
no, that's okay.
Like, I'm not trying to. I'm just explaining. I'm trying to say you that I'm about to start. I told you before. I'm about to start. I didn't say I got it. I have a bunch of friends, and I'm an investor. I'm the guy with the capital.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I'm the guy that putting the money to put the company together.
Why did you travel here if you just investing?
Well, why did I travel here? Because of my family. I came into this country 2.5 years ago, like 2.5 years ago.
Okay.
And I had nothing. And then, well, shit happened. Worked myself out. Got some money. And now
in 2.5 years, you immigrated here and have enough money now to do capital investment to start businesses?
Yes, I worked hard.
Worked hard doing what?
Not. Let me try to explain. It's not. How do I say it? It's not that much of a money. It's a very small business.
Okay.
It's gonna be in the house of a friend. We're gonna be printing shirts. It's on a site that we have it, but we're not. We didn't like. I don't know how to explain.
Gotcha.
We didn't release it yet.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. You're not like buying an office space or buying a warehouse.
No way. It's a very small business. It's in the house of a friend. We have our media. I don't want to release it in over Russell. You know what I mean? I don't want to say it here.
Okay.
Because people are gonna troll us shit.
What Okay, wait. So just I'm sorry, real fast backing up. Wait, so do you think 9/11 didn't actually happen, or?
I don't know how to explain it. It happened, but did you ever see the videos of the third building that collapsed?
Sure. Do you think it was a controlled demolition? Is
Yes,
that?
it was a controlled demolition.
Okay.
You can like it's clear.
Gotcha. I mean I've heard this is obvious.
A small fire cannot make that happen. I'm sorry. Like, have you seen fire videos of buildings? Like, if a small fire like that was able to demolish that building, the architect or civil engineer that made that building should be put in jail for life. I'm telling you. That was too small of a fire to demolish a building as big as that.
Okay, maybe. I don't know. I would defer to other people.
Just watch the video. I'm telling you, it's clear if you watch it. It was a fucking small fire, and it demolished a building like that, like completely. It was a clearly controlled demolition.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what to say.
Well, I know you're talking about like loose change and stuff, right?
No,
like
listen. I'm not saying that World Trade Center was a controlled demolition. I don't know about that because those were very big holes with very big fires. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But the third building, that's bullshit.
Okay, I don't know what the environment was like when that building came down, but okay.
You seem like a cool dude, man.
Yeah, thanks. I try to be a cool dude.
I'm glad I'm talking with you.
All right. Well, hey, I'm glad that we talked. I think I'm going to move on to my next caller now, unless do you have any final parting words for the stream or anything you want to share with anybody?
Nah, nothing new.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the conversation. It's cool that you came from Ukraine, which is, I mean, I have a couple friends who lived in Ukraine who say that it's really fucked up. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what they tell me.
Is.
So, yeah, it's cool that you're here in the United States. And I mean, if you're in New York City, like, if I don't know if you're familiar with the phrase, but if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. So, if you're doing good over there,
New York sucks, bro. Don't even come here.
Sure, but I mean, hey, if you've made it there, you can make it anywhere, right? So, congratulations on your success. I wish you and your family the best. I will see you later, right? Good luck, dude.
Have a good evening.
Fuck me, dude. Oh, fuck. I'm not prepared to do 9/11 questions. All right. Why is this guy dragging in other people to fucking call? What the fuck? Wait, can you hear me? Whoa, you're on webcam?
Yeah, baby.
Oh my god, you got the fucking headphones and everything and the microphone. Oh shit. Why do we have other people dragged in here? Who are these motherfuckers? This is like a dog pile? This isn't fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, you got the dare shirt on?
Now your stream's catching up. Weren't you just talking to somebody?
Yeah, but then I stopped talking to him. So, oh, you're fucking drunk, dude? Oh, come on, dog. How much have you been drinking? What beer are we on?
Doesn't matter, Destiny. I can still operate. I can still operate just fine, baby.
Okay, dog. All right. What you were very, very, very upset in chat about some of the things that I was saying about Emperor Trump.
So upset.
Okay, I will warn you right now that if you do not possess the sobriety to have this conversation, I will end the conversation. Okay, so keep the memeing to a minimum. Calm your fucking shit. All right. What are things that I said that upset you greatly? Go ahead. We can go one at a time.
Look, I think you're looking at this entire presidential debate from like an economic perspective. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I gotta mute your.
Yeah, my stream. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
This is General Fagla from chat, guys. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
That's me.
Yep.
All right. I think you're looking at this entire presidential election. I think you're looking at the entire election from a wrong point of view. Okay, you're looking at it and you're trying to say you're looking at it from a purely like economic, geopolitical point of view. Okay, you're not looking at it from a historical perspective. Okay.
Okay.
You're not. Okay. And what I mean to say what I mean to say through that is, all right, hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I am drunk, but fuck. Hold on. Go on. Do you have something to add or something? I need some like input from you. I need some input right now. I need some input from you. I need some input, okay? Give me some input.
Listen, you were really fucking mad in chat, okay? Because you said that I said things. So why don't you tell me what I'm mad about? Or what you're mad about. Tell me what you're mad about, okay?
Okay. I'm mad because I'm looking at it from a purely historical perspective, okay?
Okay,
You're not
what does that mean?
You're not looking at it. Okay. My main point is Hillary Clinton is the Angela Merkel of Europe, okay? Once Hillary Clinton, you're fucking laughing, but once Hillary Clinton is elected, I'm telling you, she's going to bring in she's going to bring in anybody from Europe, anybody into the United States to overturn the votes of people living in the European Union or living in the United States. She's going to sell out the United States from underneath. Oh my God. I got cucked, didn't I? She's going. Listen. No, Destiny, you have to understand.
I know what you're saying. I can. Do you want me to say what you're trying to say? Do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Please.
You think that if Hillary Clinton is elected president of the United States, Hillary Clinton is going to start shipping in people from overseas that are the embodiment of this horrible Islamic bullshit thought that is fucking over the world. She's going to ship them in. There's going to be so many of them that they're all going to be voting for her, and the normal, good, hardworking, patriotic Americans aren't going to be able to vote for anything anymore because they're going to be the minority, and they're trying to destroy the fucking country and get rid of American values by bringing in all these outsiders. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Mostly. But
Gotcha.
They are going to bring in people who are going to vote for specifically speaking in the United States, they're going to vote for the Democratic Party.
Sure.
They're basically going to overturn any kind of republicanism, any kind of democracy that was in the United States. This has already happened in Europe. Okay, I'm telling you, they've taken people into Europe, and they vote for the Democratic Party. Angela Merkel has already done this. They've imported immigrants into Germany, and they've overturned any kind of votes from any other party. Okay, and she's basically sold out her country. She's basically betrayed her people to ensure her victory in any political debate, okay?
How many Muslim people were imported into Germany to sway the vote?
This isn't even just Muslim. This is not even just Muslim. This is people that they're importing into Germany, okay? They're importing these people into Germany, and they're overturning their vote, okay?
How many people?
How many people?
How many people do you need to import into a country to overturn the vote?
Well, if you look at Germany, it's been enough. They've overturned the vote. Well, okay, no. Okay, hold on. They're operating on a society that already believes in multiculturalism and everything else. And then
do you not believe in multiculturalism? Do you think there should only ever be one culture in the world, the best culture?
In Europe, I do.
You think every single European country has the same? French people are the exact same as German people, which are the exact same as Swedish people, which are the exact same as Swiss people. Okay.
Do you have this? Do you have this happening in Saudi Arabia? Do you have an influx of white people in the Saudi Arabia?
No, nobody wants to go to fucking Saudi Arabia. That place fucking sucks.
Oh, okay. So you have an influx of these fucking ethnicities into these Nordic countries. They're bringing their culture there, but we're not taking our culture into Saudi Arabia. They would have a riot, okay, if we were bringing white people into Saudi Arabia. Am I wrong on this? We are not exporting our culture into other people's cultures. We're not exporting our culture into other people's countries. It's a culture war, Destiny. It's a literal culture war.
Okay, I mean,
Go on. I have to respect you because you are Destiny. They're great. I have a lot of respect for you, buddy.
fuck, dude, my internet is fucking shit right now, and I don't know why. I mean, we kind of did try to export our culture all over the world. Didn't we kind of do that during the whole giving democracy to all of the other countries? Aren't you kind of ignoring the entire Cold War when you say that America didn't try to spread its culture to other countries? Wasn't that the whole point of like all the fucking wars and shit in Korea and Vietnam and all that fucking shit? Wasn't that America trying to preserve democracy and our culture around the world?
Well, the Korean War was more actually pushed by the European Union. Actually, well, excuse me,
Didn't we try to give democracy to Iraq? And I don't know, I feel like America really wants to spread their culture, and our media pretty much like spreads culture to the entire world as well. Like Hollywood is probably the most popular worldwide.
Yes. Well, and that's because our culture is the best culture because it advances people.
Okay.
Okay, well, you're laughing.
I'm laughing because now you've moved the goalpost from we don't try to give our culture to everybody, and now you're saying, well, we do try to give our culture to everybody, but that's because it's the best culture. So, I mean...
Well, is it not the best culture? Is it not?
I mean, for us it is, but that's because we live in it. So, yeah, sure.
Yeah, but the people living in Saudi Arabia, okay, the women living in Saudi Arabia, the women... Do you really think they want to have headscarves over their heads?
Some of them? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, of course. Some of them do. Of course.
Because they've been taught that.
Yeah.
You really think that they want to... You really think that's the best thing for the entire world?
I mean...
They have headscarves over their heads.
The best for who?
Those women.
Sure,
really
they think so. Sure.
Like doing that.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, but in their worldview, they think that's the best thing.
Yeah.
But then, if they have access to a fucking computer and then they say, oh my God, people like me, women like me are treated like actual human beings. You think...
No, that's not true. Not all of them. No, of course not. So a lot of them would view our culture and be like, oh God, this is fucking disgusting. Like, these women are fucking disgusting. I mean, I lived in a religious household. You realize that there are women that don't think that women belong in the military or in the workplace, and that's disgusting, and they're perfectly happy to be subjugated to household roles because that's how they've been taught their entire life.
Do you really think that Christians think that it's disgusting that women are in the military? Do you really think that Christians think that it's disgusting that women are in the military? Do you actually believe that?
Yes.
Do you think that
no, I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I know that to be true, that there are Christian women that absolutely believe that women do not belong on the battlefield, that it's disgusting that they're on the battlefield, that women belong in the home, that women are naturally the better caregivers and caretakers of their children.
Do you think that they need to be beheaded? Do you think that Christians go, they should be beheaded because they want to be in the fucking front lines of battle? Do you think that Christians actually go and say, oh, we need to behead women because they want to be in the front lines of battle? Do you actually believe that?
No, but I do know there are some Christians that call for the murders of abortion doctors. You had the one abortion doctor that got, his head cut off, literally? Or did he get shot or whatever by the Christian dude that thinks abortions are wrong? And then there are a lot of women there are a lot of Christians that believe that AIDS and HIV was a virus sent from God to punish gay people. So...
Okay, so you have five or four, or maybe even 3 terrorist attacks by Christians. And then you have over 400 terrorist attacks in the same year. We're looking at the same year, right? I hope chat can support me. I'm not looking at chat, but I hope chat can support me. You're looking at maybe 4 terrorist attacks by Christians, and then you're looking at 400 terrorist attacks by Islamics.
Sure.
Do you really believe that Islamics are the same as Christians? Do you think that they're on the same pedestal? I do not. I think Christians are more on the side of Western ideology than Islamics.
Okay, that's a pretty good argument. I think that in general, white people are more intelligent and are just better off than black people. They commit less crime, they're more educated, and they tend to have more wealth, and they tend to come from better families. So why shouldn't we get rid of all the black people in the United States? I think that white people in general, and I can back all that up with statistics. If you want to look at homicide rates, you want to look at single parent households, you want to look at levels of education, I think that white people in general are better than all the black people in the United States. So maybe white people are just inherently better than black people. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
That white people are
inherently better than black people. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
No.
You don't.
I don't.
You don't agree with that, or you don't?
No.
Why aren't white people better than black people? Why?
It doesn't come down. It does not come. Okay.
Wait, no. I just want you to tell me, why don't you think that white people aren't inherently better than black people?
Because it matters. Because, oh my God, the United States. What frame of reference are you working from right now?
Just say the United States. In the United States, white people in the United States are inherently better than black people in the United States. Why do you disagree with that statement?
Okay, in the United States right now.
Yeah.
In the United States,
that black people are inherently worse than.
From a statistical viewpoint, if you're looking at statistics, white people are actually more better off than fucking black people in the United States.
Okay. And are better. They're
because,
better. They're just better. They're in every way. White people are superior to black people in the United States as a race of people in the United States.
Oh, Destiny, baby, buddy.
Tell me why you. I'm not trying anything. I want you to tell me why you disagree with that statement. Why do you disagree with that statement?
No. Because you're trying to imply that white people. You're trying to put this. You're trying to put this on me that like. My idealism says that white people are better in the United States than black people.
Okay.
They're not. They're not.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah. Okay, here's what you have to explain to me.
Well, this is what you have to be careful about.
Okay.
Because this is where National Socialism comes in.
No, I'm not talking about that at all.
Dude, I'm telling you, a lot of white people, literally, okay.
Can you tell me why do black people do so much worse than white people if white people aren't inherently better? So are you telling me that there are other confounding factors that might make it so that black people perform worse in schools and commit more crimes? Are you saying that there might be other factors that make it so that black people perform worse in all these ways than white people, and maybe white people aren't inherently better? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, no, Destiny. When you have Democrats that are saying that white cops are out to kill them.
I'm not talking about white cops. I'm asking a very, very simple question. I just want an answer to this very simple question.
Well, restate your question.
Okay.
In the exact same words that you used.
Okay, let me state it as simply as I can. Why are white people not superior to black people when they're ahead in so many different metrics?
Why are white people ahead of black people when they are superior?
Why aren't white people superior?
Metrics?
Why are white people and black people, why should they deserve to be treated equally? Why are they equal people? Why can't I say white people as a race are better than black people as a race, even though white people are ahead of black people in so many different homicide rates, education, single parent households, whatever?
Have you considered culture? Perhaps. Have you considered culture?
Okay, what about the fact that when you control for socioeconomic status, a lot of the discrepancies in homicide rates and shit start to disappear?
Okay, so the government, you're right. Okay, so the government is keeping black people down.
I don't think I said that.
It has nothing to do with culture. No, but what are you saying? What are you saying?
What I'm saying is black people in the United States are probably disproportionately affected by their impoverishment, by their poor socioeconomic status, which leads to them committing more crimes, is what I'm saying. I think that's a pretty safe statement to make. Do you think?
So are you saying that white people cause that? Is that what you're
Never
saying?
said that. No, I'm not talking about white people at all. That was the only statement I'm making, is that maybe black people are in a pretty fucked up spot economically, and it leads to a whole bunch of other fucked up problems, right?
I agree with that.
Okay, sick. So we agree on that. So when we look at the Middle East, okay, a place that was largely arbitrarily cut up by the British Empire, okay, after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, okay, when we look at a place with a bunch of arbitrary borders, and we look at a bunch of countries that have been constantly meddled in by the Western world, right? The Syrian civil war today is happening because the United States is backing rebel groups there, right? We look at shit that's happened in Iraq because we've disassembled their government, and all the shit that's gone on in the Middle East, right? When you see all of these problems that have happened in the Middle East as a result of Western countries meddling, and then you come back to me and you say, well, look at how fucked up Islam is, that all the terrorist attacks come from Islamic people. I'm not going to tell you that Christians commit just as many terrorist attacks as Islamic people, because that would be fucking retarded. Obviously, Islamic terrorist attacks are by far prevalent today than any other religious group. However, the fact that a lot of these problems seem to originate from the Middle East kind of makes me wonder if Islam is the problem, or if maybe there were a couple other contributing factors as well. Does that make sense?
Okay. So like the Crusades, what are you trying to say with that? I mean, no, I'm not even trying to piss on you right now. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to defend Islam, or trying to defend, like, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that, like, the Western society is the result of these Islamic attacks?
I'm trying to say that Western countries interfering constantly in the Middle East has created a breeding ground for terrorism or for fucked up ideologies, because destabilization tends to lead to that.
Right. Okay. So when Muhammad came and he conquered those two cities, and he decided to attack the Byzantine. Excuse me. Yeah, the Byzantine Empire, and he decided to attack the Byzantine Empire. When he decided to attack the Byzantine Empire and both the Persian Empire at the same time, are you saying that it was Western imperialism that resulted in that? Because frankly, I believe that Islam is actually a religion that was based on fucking rising up and taking out these other countries and other ideologies.
So you don't think Christianity or Catholicism wasn't involved in that at all? Why do you think religions like Protestantism and Lutheranism, why do you think these religions exist? They all came from Catholicism, from being fucked up. You don't think that Christians... You realize that the entire North American continent was taken over by people literally conquering civilizations, right? Like,
through peaceful methods. No. You really do. You must understand how Christianity spread throughout the Roman Empire. It was spread through peaceful methods, right? You have to understand that. You have to understand that Islam was spread through the sword. That is how Islam was spread.
Do you really believe that? Do you really believe that Christianity was spread peacefully? You really believe that? I just want to know, yes or no. Do you really believe that Christianity in the Middle Ages and all of that shit and being brought to North America, you think that all of that was spreading Christianity in a peaceful method? You think that the Salem witch trials and the Inquisition and all of that shit and the Crusades and all of that was peaceful?
Yeah, Destiny, we're talking about a specific time period. We're talking about... Destiny, you can laugh all you want.
I'm sorry.
We're talking about... Yeah.
Okay.
You should be sorry, because we're talking about a specific time period. And Christianity was spread throughout the Roman Empire through peaceful methods. It was actually spread through peaceful methods. You cannot fucking argue that. Islam came out of Saudi Arabia. It came out of desert nomads. It was a moon cult, okay? They spread it through war. They spread it through the sword. I'm not a Christian myself, okay? My God. I have to explain this right now to chat, to everybody. I am not a Christian. I'm an agnostic right now. But if I'm comparing Christianity and Islam, you have to understand some basic differences between the religions. Islam is a literal death cult. It's spread through the sword. There is no other explanation. It was spread through the sword. They burned down the library of Alexandria. They burned down... They spread, okay? They spread through jihad. They went into northern Spain. They attacked the French. Islam spread like a cancerous virus through the sword. It was nothing but the sword. Christianity, on the other hand, spread through an existing empire. The empire was the Roman Empire. They spread through the Roman Empire peacefully. That's how it works.
Okay,
You
so this
have to
one
acknowledge
period
that
in
point.
time, am I allowed to cherry pick the Islamic golden era of peace or whatever and prosperity and intelligence? Can I say that, well, look, all of Islam is peaceful because of this?
Okay, go on.
Can I point to this time and this surge in education and literacy and shit? Can I say that, well, look, all of Islam is peaceful because of this one time period? If you're going to say that the very beginning of Christianity was peaceful, so therefore all of its existence is peaceful, like...
No. Hold on.
Okay.
I am not implying that. I'm trying to explain to you that the fundamentals of Christianity are actually peaceful. Christianity is literally peaceful in every sense of Christianity. When you say Christianity, you have to compare the two religions, okay? When you have that, okay, I will give you this. When you have the Christians coming into the Mayans or the Aztecs, and they come in and they say, okay, you're going to work in the Potosi mines. You're going to work in the Potosi silver mines. You're going to fucking harvest silver for us. And they come into their towns and they bring speakers who don't even understand the language. And then you explain to the populace, okay, you're either Christian or you're slaves. And the people don't understand the language. Okay. You have to you're literally expanding upon like the foundations of Christianity and the foundations of Islam. The foundations of Islam are literally built on war and spreading their word through the sword. That's all Islam is.
So why is it that there are peaceful Islamic people and violent Christian people?
Do you really think that? Do you really believe that? You really believe that there are peaceful Islamic people? No. Hold on. I should explain this. Hold on. Can I get a beer? No, I'm gonna grab one. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any beers left. All right. Okay. That devalues my point.
What you realize it was like, wasn't it a Sikh guy that turned in the bombing suspect and the New York City shit recently?
A Sikh guy? Did you just say a Sikh guy?
Yeah.
Did you just say a Sikh guy? Sikh.
Well, that's not related to Islam at all. My bad.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll throw that out because I have so much love and respect for you, Disney. I'm your biggest fan, by the way. But I will tell you right now. Where were we?
So we were talking about how all 2 billion Muslims or whatever are violent people secretly. They just haven't showed it yet.
No. They're not violent people. The thing you have to understand is they're so indoctrinated into a society that would allow for violence. So you have Muslims, like in Britain, for example, you had that poll. You had the poll. Somebody in chat will link it. I'm not gonna fucking link it because I'm talking to the god Destiny. I'm not gonna link that. But when you're talking about fucking Muslims in Britain and 90, 80, 70, what was it? Poll? I don't know. Somebody in fucking chat will.
You're talking about the Pew Research polls. I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the majority of Muslims are going to side against homosexuality, against Western ideology, against not Britney Spears, but who's that cunt?
Weren't Christians the main group that were pushing against gay marriage in the United States? Or does that not count for some reason?
Hold on. No. Say that again.
Weren't Christians one of the largest groups pushing back against the legalization of gay marriage in the United States? Or does that not count for some reason?
Yeah, what does gay marriage have to do with this?
You're the one that just brought up that Muslims were against gay marriage in Europe. Isn't that one of the things you said? Against gays?
No, I think, well, if I said anything like that, I would have said that they wanted to murder homosexuals.
Okay.
That's what I would have said.
Okay.
But
do you think that the people that were beating up and terrorizing gay people in the United States, do you think those were all atheists that just really hated gay people?
who were beating up gay people and hanging them?
In the
Was that
United
happening?
States?
Yeah, was that happening? Can you like provide me with the burden? Okay, hold on. Yeah, hold on. The burden of proof is on you in this point. Are you talking about like gays being dragged behind trucks in like the southern states? Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking, like in the 70s and 80s? Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about like right now?
Here
where,
you
like,
go.
no
This
gay
is
people-
a list of probably over 100 instances from 2000 to 2009.
Okay, 2000, 2009.
Or any, I mean, whoops. I mean, violence against LGBT people in the United States has been, that's a thing.
Really high? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that like most of those are actually bullshit?
What do you mean by that?
I know that sounds crazy, but do you understand that there's a lot of fucking people who go out and just say, "Oh, my garage was spray painted," and they said, "Fag, I'm a fag," and they came into my home and they beat me up? Do you realize that's happening in the United States? That's happening here right now. Like these numbers are so inflated with bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah, no, well, it's true,
Okay, so Ronald Gay, let's talk about some of these then. Ronald Gay entered a gay bar in Roanoke, Virginia, and opened fire on the patrons, killing Danny Overstreet, 43 years old, and severely injuring 6 others. Ronald said that he was angry over what his name now meant and deeply upset that 3 of his sons had changed their surname. He claimed that he had been told by God to find and kill lesbians and gay men, describing himself as a Christian soldier working for my Lord. Do you think that that one might have been inspired by...
By what?
By the fact that the guy was religious and the other... No, this is a Christian dude. The next one is... Fred Martinez, a transgender and two-spirit student, was bludgeoned to death near Cortez, Colorado by 18-year-old Sean Murphy, who reportedly bragged... This was in 2001.
2001. Okay, what did the other one happen in?
2000.
Oh, 2001, 2000, and then what's it? Do you have another one you're gonna explain to me?
I mean, we could go down the list. I mean...
Yeah, yeah, but what was the most recent anti-gay terrorist attack in the United States?
Okay, so that's the only one that counts? Because it's the most recent one?
In the past 5 or 6 years?
5 or 6 years? Are you sure you want to go...
Yeah, but you're saying that Christians are on the rampage and Christians...
I never said Christians were on the rampage. I said that gay people have been killed in the United States in the past, and there's a history of violence against LGBTs by Christians in the United States. That's all I said.
Mm-hmm. Well, who's done that recently?
Do you want me to read more? I mean...
Well, I mean, that's my argument. Can you give me one from this current year?
I don't know if there's one. I mean, I don't know. I can go look. So, okay, so it can only be in... So that means that next year, you're going to say that all Muslims are okay again because the Orlando nightclub shooting happened in 2016 and this is 2017. Is that... Are you going to say that, or...
What happened in 2017?
I don't think anything has happened yet.
Okay, so... my whole point is, I think we're seeing a lot more Muslim against homosexual.
Sure, right now we are, right? But we're also seeing a lot more black people killing people in the United States than white people, right? Did you see the connection I'm trying to draw?
I don't, actually. What does black people killing other people have to do with homosexuals and terrorists?
I don't think that you would make the argument that black people kill more people than white people because black people are inherently inferior to white people. I don't think that you would make that claim, okay? But you seem to be quick to make the claim that Islam is an inferior religion to Christianity because of the violence.
Oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. Look, people, chat, everybody, if anyone's listening, I don't know who's listening, but absolutely Christianity is a much, much superior religion to Islam. And I'm not a Christian, and you can laugh all you want. And I know your mother, you argue with your mother all the fucking time. And I'm not on your mother's side, but fucking Islam is a literal cancer. So let me make that clear right away. Let me make that clear right away. Islam is a death cult. That's Islam. Islam is a literal cancer on the human species. And I don't think Christianity is that much better at all. Absolutely not. So, if I had to be scientific about it, and how many people have died from Islam and how many people have died from Christianity, I would say more people have died from Islam than Christianity.
Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty certain. I am
Really?
pretty certain. What? Are you going to bring up the Crusades?
No.
You're gonna have to explain how Islam spread throughout the Far East, the Mid East.
Okay, what about like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like shit like that? Do you think any of that counts as?
Whoa. So are you saying that President Roosevelt and the United States was a representative of Christianity? Do you really believe that? You're
Let's see. When every single head of state that we have had in the United States has been Christian, every single time, and when our entire country has a ton of morals and shit that all come from being Christian, and when we all talk about, and when we give tax exemptions to Christian organizations, and when we've had religious organizations sprout up in the United States, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that, that the United States is pretty representative of Christianity. Sure. Yeah, I would say that. I would make that claim. Yeah.
Okay, so the Japanese was like some filthy mongrel race, and the United States was like a Christian beacon of hope. Or was that more propaganda? What do you think? Do you really think that was all Christianity? Do you think that was a war of religions? Do you really think the Japanese attack in Pearl Harbor was the Japanese lifting...
Do you think that if I were to go up and look up speeches given from President Truman and other people about World War II, if I were to go up and look up speeches, do you think that I could find references to God in those speeches?
I guarantee your fucking ass, it's right in our goddamn... It's right in our fucking
Pledge of Allegiance? Well, that was added, I think, that was added later, but...
Yeah, it was.
1952.
Yeah.
But so if they would have referenced something like Allah or something, I think you would be very quick to say, well, look, this was a Muslim country nuking another country. But because they referenced God, you're not saying that...
No, because Islam would have the United States bombing another country without reason to convert infidels. They brought that into the United States because it was a political tool. That's all it was. It was a tool of politics. They were controlling through religion. Listen, Destiny, I should make this clear right now. I am an agnostic. I should say this again. I believe all religions are fucked. I do. I hope chat's listening. Thanks, chat. Yeah. Islam, Christianity, it's all fucked. It is all fucked. But if you have to compare the religions and what we could live with, I think we could actually live with Christianity over Islam. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not a Christian. I'm not trying to say Christianity is superior to Islam. I think they're all fundamentally flawed. But Islam is so fucked. Destiny, I'm telling you, buddy. I'm telling you, it is a death cult. That's what it is. I've studied the histories. I am a history master, baby. Islam has destroyed so much. It has killed so many people. It's not good.
Okay. But anything that like the United States has done doesn't count as Christians doing anything, right? Even though it's the only predominantly Christian country or major predominant Christian country like left in the world, like it doesn't. Or I guess I should say that.
Like I already said, maybe they use it as a tool to bring up the soldiers and like say, oh, you're a Chinese, you have like two big double teeth.
Okay, but ISIS doesn't use Islam as a tool. They're really good religious followers, right?
No, I absolutely believe ISIS are literally following Islam to the book.
Okay.
That's what I
You
think.
really believe that?
Well,
and like Al Qaeda and all of them are very, very good religious people. The fact that like the Ku Klux Klan and shit is, that's a Christian organization, right?
oh my God, Destiny,
What?
give me a fucking break. Come on.
What?
The Destiny is not a fucking Christian the
Ku Klux Klan was
Give me a
definitely
break, buddy.
Christian. You know that, right? They were very Christian.
Yeah, no. They
But
thought they were Christian. And this is where the liberal left argument comes in. And they're saying that Islam, they're just like the Ku Klux Klan. They think that they're following Islam. It's not the same. It's not. It's not. I'm telling you, man. Because when you have Islamists beheading Christians or anyone else, or beheading their own people, they're following their actual written word. Nowhere in Christianity does it say to behead fucking black people or anything like that. The Ku Klux Klan is a fucking retarded organization. It's right up there with the Black Lives Matter. Okay? That's what Black Lives Matter is, and that's what fucking Ku Klux Klan is. They're right up there in the same sphere. They're fucked. They're fucked. That's what it is.
Okay.
All religion has been so.
Like, the problem with discussing things with you, it's the same thing as my mom, is that anytime I give you, like, well, look at all these fucked up things Christians do. Well, the Ku Klux Klan, neo-Nazis, these are all... What?
Do not compare me to your fucking
But you're doing the same thing. Listen to me. Every time I bring up an example, well, the United States, they're just using Christianity as a tool. Christianity is not bad. No, Christianity is not bad. They're just using it as a tool. No, they're not being loyal to Christian. But now, when you talk about ISIS or Al-Qaeda or any of these fucked up things that Muslims do, oh no, these are true born. Like this, you realize you're literally the embodiment of the no true Scotsman fallacy. You're the literal living embodiment of that, right?
Yeah, sure. I'm the no true Scotsman. Sure.
You're the living embodiment of it. Like you actually are the living embodiment. Like, hey, look at this fucked up thing this Muslim did. Well, he did it because he's a Muslim. Hey, look at the fucked up thing this Christian did. Well, he's not a true Christian. That's the live.
You are not considering the facts. You are not considering the facts. You have to look at the statistical evidence. There are not the same amount of Christian people doing these kinds of horrendous acts that Muslims are. You are not considering these facts, and you're not looking at the actual factual evidence. You are comparing me to your mother because your mother's goddamn. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. I've heard her. I've heard how you belittled her. Okay.
We talked about the facts earlier, though. The facts that prove that white people are superior to black people. But you disagreed with those facts because you had to temper the argument a little bit to not be a fucking idiot. But you won't do the same thing for Muslim people. Why?
No. What do you never?
I can give you a ton of arguments. We can look at homicide rates. We can look at birth rates, abortion rates, education rates that show that white people are superior to black people. Period. In the United States of America. But you said that those arguments weren't good, and I agree with you, because it's a little bit more complicated than just looking at...
No. You never presented those arguments. You never expanded upon those arguments. You presented a tiny little argument, and you said that, oh, do you think white people are superior to black people? And I said, well, no. And you said, okay. And then you jumped to the fucking next... You jumped to the next fucking argument.
Okay, then let's go over them one at a time. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Let's look at the percents of adult... Okay, here are the percents of adult males incarcerated, okay? Look at this chart. So I would say that black people just commit more crime than white people. They're just genetically predisposed to it, okay? Do you agree with that or not? Here you go. Here's a graph.
I don't.
Why?
I do not.
Why? Here are the facts, dog. I'm showing you the facts. Why do you think black people aren't more predisposed to violence than white people?
Because you have a historical fucking precedence for it.
Okay.
And then, hold on. You have a fucking president who's expanding upon that and saying that police are out to get you.
I'm not talking about Obama or anything about that.
No, it has everything to do with that. It absolutely has every single fucking thing to do with that. It has every single fucking thing to do with that.
What is that? So, wait, all the black crime has to do with Obama? What?
It all circles back. It circles back to a lack of education. And what's your argument? You're trying to argue that white people are causing that? Is that...
No!
I'm trying to understand. No.
I'm looking for consistency in your thought pattern. That's what I'm looking for. You have none.
No, well, how do I have not?
Because when I tell you, when I give you stats, do you want to look up, we can look up single parent households next, or we can look up education, okay? I can give you facts that show that white people are superior to black people and Hispanics in the United States. But I think you would argue against that, saying, no, white people aren't necessarily superior. There are confounding factors, because comparing those numbers 1-to-1 is incredibly simplistic. So then when I say to you, okay, well then why are you talking about only Muslim terrorism and Islam being the primary motivating factor when a lot of it is centralized in a region of the world that has been fucked up from Western influence since its inception?
Okay, hold on. Right there. You're conflating the African American society within the United States to the Middle East.
Sure, yeah, sure. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you're trying to compare them. You're trying to compare the history of racial dignified slavery to the Middle East.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
We're getting there. Okay.
So, what is your argument exactly?
My argument is that black people in the United States today have inherited a pretty fucked up history. Nobody disagrees with that. And that maybe they're a little bit more fucked up today than the average white person because of that history. And they're still overcoming a lot of that bullshit from the past, because the past influences the future.
Are they really overcoming it, or are they falling back on what the Democratic Party is doing? Because that's what's happening right now. The Democratic Party is saying they're victims. The white police are out to get them. They're out to kill them, which is not fucking true. It's not fucking true. It's not true. The white police don't get in their fucking patrol cars and go, let's kill some niggers. They don't fucking do that. They don't fucking do that. And now you're trying to compare them to the Islamics. The Islamic society.
I'm not talking about police at all. I'm not getting into police shit at all.
Hold on. What was your connection you made between them and Islamics?
My connection was that black people in the United States today are disproportionately affected by a fucked up history, okay? That's my thing. And I'm saying that the Middle East today cannot be accurately compared to the Western world when Middle Eastern countries didn't get to decide their borders or their governments or their heads of state because of so much meddling from Western countries. That when Western countries consistently assassinate and depose dictators in the Middle East, arbitrarily cut up borders and give them countries and tell them to deal with it, and then pick sides, like in Israel versus Palestine and all this other shit, right? That when this kind of shit happens, that part of the world is gonna be more fucked up. They could be Muslim, they could be Christian, they could be Buddhists, they could be whatever fucking religion you want them to be, but whatever they are, they're probably gonna be pretty fucked up. That's my argument. Much the same way that black people in the United States could be Irish, they could be Italian, they could be Hispanics, they could be whoever. If they had inherited that same history, they would probably be pretty fucked up too. That's the argument that I'm making.
Sure. Yeah. No. I'm not arguing against that, especially Iraq specifically.
So then why are you so keen to blame Islam with all the problems when a lot of it seems to be caused by the Western world interfering with the Middle East?
No, because you are literally laying way too much blame on interference from the Western world, the beacon of freedom and beacon of free civilization. You're laying way too much blame on them, and you're not laying any blame on Islam. Islam is an inherently violent religion. Hold on. Cut out any interference from the Western society. Cut out any interference from Spain. Cut out any interference from France. Cut out any interference from the Holy Roman Empire. Cut out any interference from whatever country you want to choose. England. Okay?
So you want to look at countries like Bangladesh and Indonesia and because there are there are okay Muslim countries. Like
yeah, because they keep their Islam, they keep their Muslims under control. I'm not joking. Look at Malaysia. Look at these other Islamic, Philippine, Asiatic
these countries are more secular, right? Yeah. I agree with you. Okay, but the Western world has done the same thing. Our progress has been coming from becoming more secular. Christianity is just as much a fucking anchor on everything in the United States as any other fucking religion is, okay? And that all of the improvements...
Yeah, but Christianity actually provides some decent fucking value to
Like
society.
like fucking what? What the fuck do we get
Like
from
what?
Christianity?
Like what? What? Oh, don't veil women. Don't cover women.
I don't need to be a Christian to tell. First of all, you're fucking wrong because Christianity does tell you to veil women, okay? Because two-piece swimsuits are for sluts. Because women should always wear dresses that go past their knees. Go into a fucking Sunday church sermon and tell me you don't see some covered fucking women bodies there, okay? So don't tell me that that's not a Christian idea, okay? So yeah, Christians do tell you to cover your women. Christians do tell women to subjugate themselves to the law of their husband. That's in the fucking New Testament, by the way, dog. That a woman should obey her fucking husband, okay? So don't tell me that Christianity doesn't have a lot of the same ass backwards fucking beliefs as any other religious fucking institution in the world. I was Catholic for the first 16 years of my life. I know this shit, okay? I fucking had to study the catechism in fucking high school, okay? So what I'm saying is that all of these great things about societies, and I do agree with you, that a lot of the Muslim countries that do well control their Muslims by becoming more secular. I don't disagree with that. However, it's the same in the Western world. Our advances in things like abortion and pregnancy rates in teens come from teaching the use of contraceptives, which, by the way, is also against the fucking Christianity, which is found in the New Testament, okay? So these are not old fucking ideas, right? So things like contraception use that help teens, things like gay rights, which I think most people agree are good things, these are all things that have come from us keeping our Christians under control. Teaching real science in classrooms and not creationism in a 6,000-year-old earth, these are things that have resulted from us controlling our Christians, okay? I think the entire world in general is better when we move in a more secular direction, okay? I don't think anybody's exempt from that.
Absolutely. And I'm not arguing that Christianity, I have to tone it down. I have to chill it out for a second. I'm not arguing that Christianity is better. Well, okay, I am absolutely 100% arguing that Christianity is more progressive religion than Islam. That's my main argument. It's much more progressive. Christianity went through a cultural enlightenment. It went through a European the Renaissance. It went through the Renaissance, and it was lifted up through that. I mean, look at now. The Reformation. I mean, Christ's sake, man. Islam has not been lifted up to the same degree Christianity has, and that's my main argument. Christianity is way up here, and Islam is way down here. Islam's way regressive.
Okay, my argument is that Christianity that you view as way up here is not as Christian as the Christianity down here, is what I'm telling you. Whatever you think.
No.
Okay.
No, because you're arguing for a Christianity of the Middle Ages. That Christianity does not exist anymore. Christianity was lifted up by the Reformation. Christianity was lifted up through the Enlightenment. Christianity was lifted up through the Reformation. It was lifted up. Scientific advancement. Christianity's expanded. It's allowed. You have
these aren't evidence. These aren't lifting Christianity up. These are moving away from Christianity. This is the abandonment of religion, not the evolution of it.
Mm-hmm. Right. I know this is like maybe this is anecdotal or something, but like give me an example of like an Islamic gay Islamic mosque. Like you
do you want me to? There are 1.6 billion Muslims on the planet. I'm willing to bet that I can find some gay Muslim communities. Do you want me to go and look for that?
Go ahead. Go look for it right now. Go look for some actual mosques and some imams who have said, I support gay Muslims. You will not find it.
Okay, well here's the Salem, Canada, this at Salem Queer Canada. Apparently this is a queer Muslim community, is a support group for practicing people. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could find a fuck ton. I mean, just by the fact that the numbers alone, you can't have that many people and not find that there are some Muslims that support gay rights, right? Like,
Destiny, I think you're way too moderate, and I respect you a lot for that, but I really do not believe you're looking at what Islam actually is.
Listen to me. I'm not trying to be moderate, okay? I'm just not interested in having conversations that bear no fruits towards figuring out solutions to problems around the world, okay? So when you have countries that constantly fuck with other countries, and then when shit comes back to those countries, like the Syrian refugee problem, and everybody wants to point to religion as the fucking issue, you have a problem, because you're not actually looking for a solution. Instead of saying like, well, hey, maybe the Western world shouldn't fuck with other countries so much because shit kind of of fucking sucks when we get all the blowback. Instead of having that conversation, we're not talking about that anywhere in the world. No one is talking about that right now. Right? What are we talking about? No, shut the fuck up. No one is having that conversation. Instead, we're talking about, well, how much violence are Muslims responsible for? Is Christianity better than Muslims? Look at all these Muslim fucking sad niggers coming over to my fucking Germany, and you're the one that said the Germany multiculturalism. We're having these stupid fucking conversations with fucking retards like you that want to blame religion for all the problems of the world because people in the West are too fucking stupid to take responsibility for the problems that they have caused. Do you understand that?
Yeah, that's your main fucking argument. You're arguing that Western society is why Islam is as violent as it is. That's your main argument. Is that really your main fucking argument? That's why Islam spread. That's why Islam.
Look at all the terrorist attacks recently. Where does ISIS exist? ISIS exists in Iraq after we dismantled the government after invading the country, and ISIS exists in Syria. And they can only exist in Syria because we've destabilized that government as well. What a fucking coincidence. Hey, why are all of the people fleeing Syria? Oh, maybe because the country is fucked up, because ISIS lives in the northeast, because you got fucking Kurdish people that want to have their own fucking slice land, and you got the FSA backed up by the fucking United States. You have all these fucking people fighting, and now all of the refugees are fleeing Syria, and now the entire Western world is like, oh no, I guess fucking Muslims must be fucked up, dude. Oh shit, this is so... Why Islam? Why are you sending us so many immigrants? Oh my god, I don't know what's going on. Like, holy shit, where did ISIS come from? It must be fucking Muslims, dude. Like, I don't know, man. Holy shit, where did they come from? It must be in the Quran, I guess. They said that they have to take the fucking oil fields in Iraq. I think that was like verse 27 by fucking Muhammad. Like...
Wait, hold on. Are you saying, you're bringing like modern politics into this?
Because it all.
Yeah. Look at Obama. Obama.
Is he a Muslim?
Doesn't care about religion.
Obama tries not to keep the conversation about religion because religion is largely irrelevant to what the fuck is going on in the Middle East.
Really? Because he's using it.
How is he using it?
ISIS.
He used it to what?
ISIS. Who do you think's responsible for ISIS? Do you really believe that ISIS just appeared out of fucking nowhere? Do you actually fucking believe that?
What do you think ISIS... Who are you saying is responsible for ISIS?
The United States funneled money directly to ISIS. This is not Alex Jones InfoWars bullshit.
Okay, so Obama made ISIS because he was bored, or what?
Because he wanted to stabilize Syria. The Syrian Ba'athist Party. Do you know what the Ba'athist Party is?
Just go ahead and tell me.
Yeah, the Ba'athist Party is a fucking dictatorship in Syria. And they were for modernism, progression. The Ba'athist Party, even though they're terrible and they're fucking dictators, they were for lifting women up, lifting men up above the religion of Islam. Whereas the United States, our own country, used ISIS and fundamentalist Islam to lift up these fucking language. to lift up these terrorist organizations, and ISIS is the biggest organization. It's the largest organization.
So all I'm hearing from you is that the United States fucked with Syria. And that's where a lot of these problems are. This doesn't sound like a religion problem to me. This sounds like a West interfering with the Middle Eastern problem to me. Were you getting somewhere else? Or?
Right now it is. You cannot. You're conflating the time period with religion. Right now, that's the problem. Christianity had plenty of problems. And again, I have to restate this. I'm not saying Christianity is perfect. I'm not a Christian. I'm not arguing for the Third Crusade to banish the Muslims. I am saying that Christianity is a much better religion than Islam, solely because of the reason that Islam argues for the beheading of infidels, the burning of hot oils on their bellies. Islam is a violent religion. And our country right now is taking advantage of that. They're taking advantage of that. They're using them. It's a tool.
Okay. So, just so that we're on the same page, Islam is a very violent religion because of what's going on with Islam right now, and the history is irrelevant, except in the parts where they were violent, but not in the parts where they were peaceful. And Christianity
they were never peaceful. They They have always been on the offense. There's no period in Islamic history that they've been peaceful. Not a single one.
So in the 500 fucking years where they generally all got along and made huge advances in science and economics and all that shit,
Uh-huh. Oh,
that didn't count, or?
Can you explain this period? What period did this happen in? Where were they not attacking? Can you say that? Can you say a single country they weren't attacking?
Okay, here you go. I linked you.
Islam. Did you link it in chat? What do you?
No, I linked it in Skype.
Okay, hold on. Islamic. Are you linking the Islamic Golden Age?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. Fuck. Here we go.
Wow, thanks, man. Tabulous. I love you, buddy. And also Gantz, maybe, dude. I don't know.
You literally linked the Islamic Golden Age. Are you fucking kidding me? You linked the Islamic Golden Age right from Wikipedia. That's what you have. You have the Islamic Golden Age. They conquered the Byzantine Empire. They conquered Alexandria, and they stole all of the knowledge from Alexandria and the Byzantine Empire. That's what you linked me. Yeah, they were so peaceful at the time. No, they were still conquering neighboring peoples. They were never peaceful. They were never peaceful.
Okay, so at what period in time did Christianity exist where Christian empires weren't constantly conquering every fucking country around them? Can you link me?
Each other. Religion is religion. That's religion. Islamic religion has one main point, and that main point is to conquer anyone who is not Islamic. That's the main point. That's the whole fucking. You had Christian countries attacking other Christian countries out of pragmatism, out of economics, out of trade deals, everything like that. You had wars between France, between Italy, between Spain, between England, over those specific reasons. You did not have them conquering each other to like take over their religion. Dude, I'm telling you, Destiny, Islam is literal cancer. It's literal fucking cancer. Islam has always been at war with the West. It has never been at peace. Never. It conquered Sicily. It conquered Rome. It took over Rome. It attacked Rome.
Okay, let's say, then I can see that point. You're right. Islam is a religion of terror and violence. Where do we go from here then? What's the solution?
The solution?
Yeah.
Gas them. No. Meme. This takes a lot of thought. And that's.
Do we need to just eradicate all Islam from the 2 billion people that believe in it? We need to find a way to convert them all, or what?
No. You have to have a way to convert them to
Christianity.
Well, no. No, again, and I don't think Christianity is the answer. I think the real answer is the United States. Literally. We have to corrupt them. We literally have to corrupt them with our modern culture, our corrupt way.
Okay, that seems to be happening in peaceful Muslim countries already, though. Like Bangladesh, Indonesia, like...
Yes.
Okay. Notice these are countries that we don't excessively fuck with? Are we seeing the connection, maybe?
Well, now, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So in these Muslim countries that we don't fuck with all the time, it seems like they become more secular and they become a little bit better off. But there are countries that are Muslim that have huge problems. But it seems like these countries exist in fucked up parts of the world, like Central Africa and in the Middle East, right? So maybe it has a little bit more, like you see these Muslim countries that are moving in very progressive directions, right? And even Iran 20, 30, 40 years ago was moving in a relatively progressive direction. Even Turkey with their crazy, the Aragorn of the Lord of the Rings leader dude gets checked by his military sometimes when he gets a little bit too crazy, right? This has happened to fuck ton. There's been tons of coups in Turkey, right? So in these places where America doesn't fuck with the countries a ton, or the Western world fucked with all these countries, maybe these Muslim countries can kind of move to become a little bit more secular, kind of like Christian countries do. There are also fucked up Christian countries in Africa too that do things like female genital mutilation and whatnot because they live in fucked up parts of the world. It's not because they're Christian, it's because the parts of the world they live in are fucked up. So maybe it has a little bit more to do with the religion than other, or maybe it has a little bit less to do with the religion than other confounding factors, is what I'm trying to say.
No. I definitely think there are other confounding factors like their culture, their specific regional culture. I mean, nobody likes genital mutilation, and that's another thing Christianity has 2 thumbs down on for me, because I got my dick mutilated myself. I don't have a fucking foreskin, not a pure foreskin. I'm not a pure foreskin master race, but I think you are putting too much blame on like regional location instead of like the religion.
Then why is it that all of these problems seem to come from the same regions in the planet then? Doesn't that bother you? That you don't have these giant groups of Muslims causing terrorist problems in Canada or in Mexico or in fucking the United States? It's always these one-offs. But the big problems always seem to be like in the Middle East or in fucking sub-Sahara fucking Africa and shit. Doesn't it seem like the fact that these things are so hyper-regionalized...
Yeah, but you have to look at the actual religions that control those regions. It is not Christianity.
Okay,
and
but
you do see some like genital mutilation in Christianity. I think maybe I haven't checked up on it that much, but you do see a lot of Islamic controlled issues in these regions. They all originate from the Middle East. They all originate from Islam. Really, Islam is not compatible with the modern world. It's just not. It's not. We're not going to be in space. We're not going to be flying around spaceships, and there's going to be some fucking imam who walks from the generator core and walks up to the fucking the control panels and it's like, oh, let's worship Allah. No, it's not going to happen. No. A lot of these issues do originate from Islam. That's the main core right now. Islam really is our number one enemy as far as human advancement goes. I solely believe that 100%. Islam is a literal backwater religion. That's what it is. And Christianity is not that much better, but if I had to relate the two, Christianity really is above Islam. It just is. It is. Christianity went through an enlightenment period. I mean, that's what it comes down to. That's really what it comes down to. If you want to talk numbers, statistics, you're always going to find less Christian terrorists, less Christian fanaticals than Muslim fanaticals. They just did not go through the same enlightenment that we did as our Western society goes.
Okay.
I mean,
I think because we've gone in circles like 20 times, I think we'll have to agree to disagree, okay?
Think about it, dude.
I'll think about it real hard, okay?
I don't think you will. I think I sense a little bit of sarcasm, but
okay, there's a lot of sarcasm. I'm probably not gonna think about it very much. I'm not gonna lie, dude.
Well, please, just don't let your son become a fucking imam.
Dude, I'll try not to. Okay. All right, I love you, buddy. Okay.
I don't think you do.
I do. No, I love you, dude. Okay. I'll talk to you later. Okay.
All right.
All right. Have fun. Peace out, dude.
Bye.
This guy keeps trying to spam call me. I'll give him 5 minutes, okay? Okay, buddy.
Hey, what's up?
You've got 5 minutes. Impress the stream. Let's go.
All right. So there's a lot going on, and I think what I want to try to help do is kind of gather what he's getting at, and maybe, and obviously he's kind of going crazy there at the end, but I just want to be as fair as possible to the whole conversation. So let's give it a shot.
Sure.
So I think that what he wants to say is he's trying to point out a distinction between the religions, and he's missing a piece that's actually worth talking about.
Yeah.
Which is the example of Muhammad versus the example of Jesus. By the way, just let me start by saying I'm an atheist. I have no special will to defend Christianity, but there is something to be said about the differences of a person who literally wrote a book about being a conquering warlord versus somebody who died like a bitch on a cross and sacrificed themselves.
I 150 trillion% completely, I couldn't disagree with you harder. I don't think the person matters much at all.
Okay, I understand your viewpoint. I grew up criticizing Christianity mainly, but Islam has been established as a political institution, as something that was meant to be political.
Okay.
Like the last wills of Muhammad actually are pretty much, here's exactly what you need to do to conquer the world. That's actually what it says. And of course Jesus and what he's done, there's a lot to say there, but there is a distinction that ought to be made between Jesus, who basically said, wait for the world to end. And this is pretty fucked up. Like, wait for the world to end, wait for everything to be destroyed, and we'll vacuum you up into the heavens before everyone else dies. That's the message here. And there is an aspect of it that is more passive.
Okay.
And more kind of wait for the world to destroy itself, rather than let me actually show you how to go about doing it.
But the person themselves isn't. The average religious person doesn't read an entire religious text and get their religion from that, right? Religion is very much a cultural thing that you get from priests and pastors and people that give you their distilled version of it through individual messages perfectly tailored towards their very specific audience in whatever geographic region they live in every single day or every week, right? It's a very, very, very personal thing. I get very irritated when I hear people come at this from such an insanely, from a very scholarly standpoint without taking into account like sociology at all. So for instance, you talk to me about what is Jesus like? What is Muhammad like? Okay. So what is Jesus like? Let's look at Jesus. Okay. Jesus literally said things like, treat your brother as you would want to be treated. He literally said things like, if somebody slaps your cheek, I say to you, turn your other cheek. Okay. He literally says, don't forgive your brother 7 times, but 77 times. These are the things that Jesus says. Okay. If you look at Donald Trump holds up the Bible and says, this is the most important book in my entire life, and then says, we need to build walls that keep Mexicans out. We need to go across and kill all the terrorists. We need to show everybody how fucking strong we are. We need to fuck the whole world up. And these are what Christians in the United States believe, right? Do these sound like things? Could you imagine Jesus Christ as a politician in the United States saying things like, yes, my brother, and I say to you, we will erect a wall and keep out all of the Mexicans. The same Jesus that let poor lepers in his company, the same Jesus that tried to feed groups of poor people and lived amongst the poor and worked amongst the poor. Do you think this is the Jesus that would say, and I say to you, my brother, we must lessen taxes on large businesses so that the large businessmen can create wealth for the lower class American, right? The same Jesus that said, it's harder for a rich man to get into heaven than it is for a camel to pass through an eye of needle, right? What I'm trying to get at is, the actual man himself, I'm not really convinced that he has a very large influence on the average belief of the average, like, Christian or Islamic person, right? That's kind of what I'm trying to...
I completely agree with you that in America, Christian demagoguery, Christian theocracy is absolutely pressured. By the way, all the things you said about how homosexuals have been especially repressed in America due to Christianity, all 100% true. In fact, I'll go one better. When you look at the issue of embryonic stem cell research, Christians are actually the only major religion that gives a fuck about that issue. In the Quran, by the way, it says that the soul isn't given to the embryo until 3 months in. So this is an interesting point in case you want to have this and you're discussing with these people that try to resist there being a Christian demagoguery and there's something special about Christian doctrine. Islam actually is pretty fine on the issue of embryonic stem cell research, whereas the Christians aren't, because they have in their doctrine this sort of instantaneous soul creation going on.
Okay.
So I completely agree with you on all those things. I think that you might find out that I shouldn't be lumped with the last caller you had, but
yeah, sure, I agree.
But so when I'm talking about why the example of the man matters, I'm not trying to talk about it from a here's the essence of the religion standpoint. I'm not trying to talk about it from a here's what people are doing right now standpoint. But I'm talking about the issue you tried to bring up, which is how to go forward, how to reform.
Mm-hmm.
I think there is a big obstacle. And here's what I'll say. In Christianity, there's more of you have more tools available if you try to pull from the example of Jesus. I think this is why Christian Reformation has been more successful, is that the Old Testament is like just, the most fucked up thing there is. If you try to focus and try to narrow yourself in on the example of Jesus, you can try to piece together some sort of thing that can lead to Christian reform. This tool lacks in the Islamic faith. And this is just a problem that modern day us are going to worry about when we try to actually go about solving this. I'm not saying it's impossible. There's people who are working on this. There's a book called Islam and the Future of Tolerance by Sam Harris and Majid Nawaz.
Mm-hmm.
You might have heard of that. Actually an example of a very atheistic person who genuinely believes it would be better if there were no religious people in the world, working with a moderate Muslim, actually trying to solve this kind of problem and help like the doctrinal kind of maneuverings that are going to have to happen. But so I'm trying to play devil's advocate for him and try to pull out something that he might not have been able to say or maybe wasn't aware of.
Sure.
But that there is something about the difference between the example of Jesus and the example of Muhammad that gives Christianity a little bit of an edge in the moderation battle.
So I understand what you're saying, and fundamentally I agree with you, okay? In practice, this is what I believe, and I might be wrong, and I can't back this up because I'm horrible with fucking history, but just from the little bit that I've seen and I feel, okay? I feel that any country introduced to an adequate amount of wealth and given adequate access to that wealth, so that you have all the classes with standards of living that are decent. I feel like that as a country reaches that point where the general education level rises, the general access to entertainment and things that are fun to do and all of this shit rises, and contraceptives and all the shit that keep us from having 50 trillion fucking kids like poor countries do. I feel like those countries in general will move towards more secular ideas over time. And I only say that because it seems kind of how it's gone in the world. If you look at most of Europe, if you look at all the Western world, the United States, and even to some extent Mexico and Canada, right? If you look at these countries, right, I don't agree that we've gotten to where we are now because we are evolving Christianity. It feels like we've gotten there because we are leaving Christianity. You see that the United States is one of the most religious.
Agree.
Yeah. So I feel like the same could be said for some Muslim, because there are some Muslim countries, right? That the one fucking religious scholar dude always brings it up. I don't remember his fucking name. But he always brings up countries like Bangladesh, what we were talking about earlier, right? Like there are Muslim countries that have moved towards more secular things, where the people become a bit more secular, and they aren't as fucking crazy as places like fucking Saudi Arabia, right? Like
okay. So I think the guy you're talking about is probably Reza Aslan.
Yeah, the Reza Aslan dude. Yeah.
I have a lot. I think he is kind of an actual like regressive leftist, completely willing to ignore the reality of the situation. But let's go back to the comment about wealth. I think that it is easier to secularize when you're wealthy. There's no doubt about that. But there are countries, the Persian Gulf states, that are so fucking rich, that have so much education for their people, yet they still manage to fail on many accounts. And I think that it actually is a decent, it's a decent comparison to make if we're going to talk about how much wealth a country has. That these Islamic rich states are still failing to be good at almost anything.
Can you give me a couple of specific countries? I'm not trying to call you out, just so I'll go look up and read about them.
You just Google the Persian Gulf states, and I'll pull up an official map for you if you want, but you can just do it. And you'll find very rich countries, the UAE, for example.
Oh, sure.
Places that are
as part of my thing earlier, I'm sorry. I sound like I'm backtracking now, but I also wanted to point out that, and I said this in my earlier arguments, but I think it's also important that these countries are free from Western influence, free from Westerners trying to fuck with the country, right? Like, do you think it's unfair to say that Saudi Arabia was a little bit propped up with the whole Saud family and everything, that didn't really evolve as an organic thing?
Okay, well, the history. Saudi Arabia is literally the beginning of Islam. So you're not. So it's going to be hard to try to pick any one part of Saudi Arabia when literally that's where Muhammad did his real world conquering. That's where he left the empire. Is about half of Saudi Arabia. It was under Islamic.
Sure, but when you talk about like a lot of extremism and whatnot, you talk about how, because Saudi Arabia, like we can agree, is one of the most extreme fucking Islam countries, right? Islamic countries, a very extreme country, right? Like, didn't they get a lot of support and funding and shit from the fucking British and all that shit, like the the House of Saud and all of that shit, like?
No doubt. I'm not opposing you on this point. I think that the issue is more complex, and I don't think it's right to stand with tribalism on any side. I don't think it's right to stand with to say, you know, it's nothing but religion and that's all it is. I definitely, certainly, and I'm willing to go into this if you'd like, do not stand on the side of thinking that this is all Western influence. It's very clearly not all Western influence. And this is, interestingly, the part that your last caller was most right about, which is the history of Islam actually being relatively consistent on this. And when we talk about ISIS, by the way, I completely disavow his weird, conspiracy theory about USA creating ISIS. I think it actually was a knockout blow to his entire argument, as you pointed out, to say that, when he basically said, by the way, this is all religion, and then there's this politically controlled thing from the West that propped it all up. I don't buy that. I'll view it from the side that would be more consistent with his argument, which would be that ISIS actually is fairly accurately following the example of Muhammad. I think that's pretty fair to say. If you look at what ISIS is doing, the killing of people, the taking of sex slaves, all of the terrible things that we see ISIS doing, they were either explicitly done by Muhammad. You can find this in the Quran and biography of Muhammad and the Hadith, looking at what's actually happened. Muhammad has either done these things or explicitly said they're okay.
But I mean, like, you can find things about slavery even in the New Testament of the Bible, like saying that things like that are okay. But we've left a lot of that largely behind as well. Like, I could create tons of organizations that pretty accurately follow Christian religious texts that are really fucked up in terms of how we view modern day morals and ethics. I will, because you sound like a reasonable person, I will concede that it is entirely probable that all other confounding variables controlled for, I think that the Muslim religion, there is a possibility that it could be more violent than Christianity. And maybe some countries would be more fucked than they would be if they were Christian. I'll fully fucking admit that. I definitely think that could be possible. I just don't like to see the West abdicate all responsibility they have for how fucked that region of the world is. And when all of these problems come from these specific regions that have all been influenced by the West so much, it's a lot harder for me to swallow the idea that 99% of the problems are created by the fact that they're Muslim, right? Is what I'm...
Yeah, I agree with you. There's no doubt that our influence has mattered. And especially if you look at right now, there's kind of like this, all this secular tension. There's this interesting problem in the Middle East where there's the fact that many of these states are held together by just like terrible dictators.
Sure.
And there's kind of this problem where if you take out the dictator, then the sectarian violence gets to run rampant.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like you can't win this kind of problem.
Exactly, sure. When the ISIS people swept through Iraq, that was a problem they ran into. When if ISIS shows up at your fucking house, do you want to be ISIS now? They're like, yeah, sure, we'll buy into all of your shit, or else we're gonna fucking kill your family. And then they do it. When the Kurdish people, is it the Peshmerga in Iraq, swept through and freed a lot of people, they actually went and they murdered a lot of the people that ended up siding with ISIS. So you're like, fucked no matter what you do. Like, well, fuck me, you know? Like, so yeah, I agree that the way that all of those places are held together by religious sects is like really super fucking backwards.
Right, and then so there's this interesting decision that someone I think has to make where it might be right to leave in the most horrible dictator if it will keep out the rise of certain certain kinds of sectarian
Sure,
violence.
that's
So-
what Bush Senior said exactly, word for word, about Saddam, is that he didn't want to see mission creep happen in Iraq. He didn't want to see the destabilization of that region. That's why George Bush Senior didn't expand the mission during the Gulf War or whatever. Yeah,
that's a serious problem. But I think that if I want to push back on you, I think we're in a lot of agreement. But if I want to push back and try to press you one direction, I might say that needs to be, you can still view the problem as being really founded in Islamic principle, knowing that as soon as you take out this leader, you know exactly what's going to happen the following month. It's not like you know exactly what's going to happen. There's going to be outbreaks. Now these people are fairly free to carry on with the Sunni Shia jihad battle, and it really should be called jihad, that has been going on for 1,400 years. It's just gonna get sparked again. And the fact that you know that's gonna happen means that there is a core aspect of it that ought to be blamed on Islam itself.
In terms of solutions moving forward, if I was the supreme dictator, and we'll say that I knew and I could control the whole world, I feel like my approach to the problem would be get everybody in the Western world to stop fucking around with that shit. Get the countries actually organized in terms of figuring out their fucking borders. Do the Kurdish people need a fucking country or not? I don't know. That shit is really fucking weird that you've got 3 different groups of Kurdish people who all kind of own parts of countries but they don't really. And then once all of the meddling and once all of these weird arbitrary splitting up of countries, once all of that shit has been sorted out, then you can move to address the problem of religion. But as long as a region is thrown into chaos and is constantly fucked from all sides, even if religion is a problem, which I don't even necessarily disagree with, you just can't do anything about it. There's nothing to come from a discussion of, is Islam one of the contributing fuck-ups in the Middle East? Because even if the answer is yes, what are you going to do about it? The way to solve that problem is still through, we need to fuck off with the military intervention. We need to get these countries into some sort of path to being sovereign states that aren't all fucked up. And then once we've gotten that, we can kind of begin the secularization of these countries that a lot of Muslims around the world have gone through, because there are tons of Muslims on the planet and we don't see 50 million terrorist attacks a day. So clearly there are a decent chunk of Muslims that are relatively secular, even if personally they have some fucked up beliefs, right? I feel like that's the only reasonable path forward, and that the idea that we just need to make them all more secular Muslims, that doesn't sound very realistic to me in the current climate that they live in, I guess.
Okay, let me challenge you on the point of that this is the only way forward and that criticizing religion itself does nothing.
Sure.
I think that here's a statement that I'm betting you'll believe.
Okay.
We ought to tell the truth when the truth is the truth. So
I don't know if I would believe that, but
okay. So
go ahead.
So you do think? I mean, I guess I'm surprised. I would think that if religion, let's say that you're in your omnipotent state, right, and you find and through somehow you solve the problem of cause, and we determine that really the core cause of this is a religious dispute. I think that it's worth admitting that, and this is this becomes something that only. This isn't going to happen in the Muslim world, right? But this is something that we can do, is admit that this is a real thing, and admit that this problem actually does have its roots in this way. And so that's one reason.
I understand what you're saying, but this is kind of a different philosophical argument on dealing with PR, right? Can I give you a counterexample? I understand what you're saying. And another thing where I wouldn't be truthful or whatever. Let's look at equality of genders and doing STEM related jobs, right? Personally, I honestly believe that given 100% equivalent nature and nurture and everybody is treated the exact same, I think that you would still probably see a disproportionate amount of men and women in certain fields. I think it would happen because I do think that gender biology is probably something that impacts a lot of our brains, even if we don't necessarily understand it all, right? I can't back that up. But I mean, personally, I feel that that's probably true. However, I would never approach the idea of, I would never say to the public, all right, guys, we need to push for equality in these fields, but there's probably still going to be more men than women. I wouldn't say that just because, right? But do you understand?
That's actually a fantastic point, and it's going to give me pause on this. In fact, I'm going to just concede that point as just really good, and then I'm going to move on to the rest of what I
sure. I don't necessarily disagree. I understand what you're saying though, right? It's a different and I don't think I'm right
And I don't think you're wrong on that, but it's just like those approaching that is really difficult. Like, how honest do you have to be with the public before they do some crazy fucking stupid shit, right? And at this point in our lives, when Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are the two presidential candidates, I have very low faith in the public to ever make a good decision. So I don't value honesty right now to the public at all, because I think most people are fucking stupid. But maybe I'm really narcissistic. But that's just my personal view. So yeah, so I'm not telling you to like concede or that I'm right and you're right. But
I wouldn't let you tell me.
Sure.
To concede.
Okay. Yeah.
But,
sure.
So, and to move on past that point, I think that there also is a path forward while admitting this, and that is to support moderate Muslims. And I do think that. So this is where it becomes a difficult task for somebody like me or Sam Harris, somebody who wants to criticize wholeheartedly but also wants to move forward on this. Is you've got this there. Moderate Muslims might not be the ones following the text to the letter. So
Sure.
in a sense, they're not being, quote, and this is where the phrase comes out, like truly believing Muslims.
Sure.
So, but you still have to end up supporting these people, because the Reformation of Christianity, I view as, like you do, moving away from the actual letter of Christianity.
Sure.
That in the end, what we've got going on, where Christianity is just mathematically becoming a lesser problem, is just because more and more people aren't taking the religion seriously in the literal way.
Sure.
So what we can do, I suppose, is admit that this is a problem with actual believing people, and then just try to support people who claim to be Muslim, hence they get the purchase in the community, right? People like Majid Nawaz, and actually say they're Muslims, and so people believe them, Muslims believe them, and then just try to convince them through it's going to take some work, it's going to take some doctoring, it's going to take some cherry picking, and then just over time convince them that this is the right kind of Islam.
Sure.
So I think that's actually possible.
And I totally agree with that. And I think that would be awesome. But in order to do that, I feel like you have to have a world that, oh God, as an atheist it says, but a world that acts more like Jesus, right? If you have an entire country full of people saying that, like, hey, we understand that you're Muslim, and we love Muslims, and we love all kinds of people, and that's the United States of America that I grew up believing in. We love all kinds of immigrants, all kinds of religions. All of you guys are super cool. When you have that kind of society set up in a Western world that's saying that, I think that it's really hard as an extremist to say, like, look at how much the Western world fucking hates you. Like, come join us. Like, fuck this all shit, right? I feel like that kind of environment cultivates more Muslim people to be like, okay, yeah, this is pretty cool. I feel pretty chill here. I feel secure in being a member of Germany, France, Italy, Spain, the United States. Like, I feel good being in these countries, as opposed to right now, you have people like Trump cultivating this culture of fuck all Islam. It's definitely a problem. It's a huge fucking thing. I feel like that kind of an environment cultivates hatred between both sides so much more than a more accepting environment, even if Islam might be a little bit more fucked up than Christianity.
Absolutely. You know? Absolutely. That is nothing but truth. Trump is just completely fanning the flames in the wrong way. Even when he speaks with candor, rarely he can manage it out of its mouth right before he goes on the wrong path. So there's this annoying problem for somebody like me who thinks that Clinton really is like dodging this problem. Like, I really think that she's dodging this problem. I think that she's kind of bought into the aggressive left way of thinking about this, and the right is kind of left in this position of actually being able to just speak honestly. Like, they don't even have to say kick out all the Muslims anymore. They don't even have to say, you know, we should conquer with Christianity. Like, all they actually have to say now and be kind of reasonable, which I don't know if they're saying this, but the opportunity is out there for them to just say, let's consider radical Islamic terrorism a problem, something we need to deal with. This is something that the left, for some reason, and Democrats can't bring it to themselves to say.
The reason why they can't, and I'm listening very closely enough to like Obama speeches, and Obama has very specifically gone on record saying that, is because Obama is trying to be, if you're ever getting into an argument with an extremist, the thing that the extremist always tries to do is bait you into generalizing. So if you look at the Gamergate, I'll go back to this because this is what everybody understands, right? The Gamergate versus the like Anita Sarkeesian movement. When you say something about Anita Sarkeesian, you say, hey, your views are really extreme, this is fucked up. Anita will instantly try to overgeneralize, and she'll say, well, why are you attacking all women? right? And that kind of shit. And you're like, whoa, 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 no, that's not what I was saying, right? Every time you try to pinpoint a certain thing, the other side tries to overgeneralize it, always. Because that's how they win their argument, is by making it look like you are overgeneralizing, right? Do you agree that extremists in general try to do that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The extremists are doing that. It's happening.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's happening on both sides.
Sure.
Try to
Yeah,
talk
of
about
course.
this issue and see how many times I'll get called a bigot, not by anyone in your chat.
Of course. And
but
extremists do this all the time.
Just straight up bigoted.
It happens with Black Lives Matter. It happens with Occupy Wall Street. This is just how extremists operate, right? I feel like Obama is trying to be very, very careful and not framing it as a West versus Islam kind of thing. Because I think that everybody wants to frame it that way. Everybody wants to say Islam is right. If you look at Trump and Trump supporters, people want to say Islam is fucked up, Islam is a problem. But that kind of attitude doesn't cultivate a world where all of us can move together towards a solution that fixes the problems that Islam has. Right, so I feel like that's why you I guess if you call it the regressive left or whatever you pull fucks are calling it these days, or whatever Obama says, like I feel like the reason why he's not trying to say like this is an Islamic terrorism problem is because he doesn't want that brand of labeling. He doesn't want us to look like this is a problem with Islam because he doesn't want it to be like a world versus Islam problem.
He's worrying about radicalization through saying those kinds of things.
Well, not necessarily. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, but and also because you don't want to make it. You don't want the 1.6 billion Muslims on the planet to feel like they're part of the problem. You don't want to target them and make it. And you don't want to give ISIS the credibility. You don't want ISIS to be able to look and say, "Well, look at that. What did I tell you? The United States is coming after Muslims. I told you he would come after Muslims, right?" You don't want them to be able to say that. You don't want to, because you're like legitimizing everything that they're saying when you act that way, you know?
So this is I want to take just 5 seconds to address your chat if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
One,
be careful.
None of you have guessed who I am, and two, some people have pointed out how much I'm talking like Sam Harris is, and that's because I think Sam Harris is great on these topics. So I'm not trying to plagiarize him. I've referenced him several times, so just wanted to point that out there. Okay. Now. Okay, so there's two things. There's a radicalization problem, which I don't think you've really bought into, but we can talk about that in a second.
Okay.
And then there's the, like, this is going to give them propaganda in some way, which I'm not sure there's too much of a difference between these things. I mean, maybe you can help me, but...
No, I agree.
Okay, so the first is, have you ever read the, like, ISIS's published, like, documents on this? Like they actually have a magazine. Did you know about that?
I haven't. I've seen a ton of the fucking videos though, but I haven't read any material. Sorry.
So there's one, and I'll tell you, this is the one to read on this topic. It's page 30 of one of their. You'll have to search the article. It's called Why We Hate You and Why We Fight You, and it's a literal point by point from ISIS themselves.
Oh sure.
For exactly why they hate us and fight us. So they interestingly go to great lengths to explain how this is not about Western intervention. They go to great lengths to say that is like their 6th or 7th most important reason. And all of their oh, somebody finally got it. Fat Goku, you got it. So they will go through everything, and it's all religious doctrine. We were told to do this by our leaders. This is exactly what the word says. These are all their reasons, are literally religious reasons down the line. And then at the end, they're like, by the way, we're not so happy about the fact that you take our land either. And then, just in case people thought they could grasp onto that, the next sentence, they go on to say that
the fact is, even if you were to stop bombing us, imprisoning us, torturing us, vilifying us, and usurping our lands, we would continue to hate you because our primary reason for hating you will not cease to exist until you embrace Islam, right?
Very well. Very good. So I think that really kind of, it's very hard to look at that as, this is the propaganda they're choosing to put out. This is the propaganda that's working. This is the propaganda that's getting people to come from, some random fun city in Florida and dedicate their lives as a white person who's never seen oppression in their life to go and fight with ISIS. This is what's working. So it's not about Western. This is where I think it's just, I really have to resist the claim that it's about that. Whenever they are killing themselves and saying exactly what it's for, and they're putting all their publications, all their propaganda towards saying exactly what their purposes are. And when they're willing to go to that level of dedication, you just have to hope they're lying to themselves
Sure.
If you think that if we pulled out, they would stop doing these kind of things. You just have to be you're hoping to be a mind reader.
I kind of
for actual reasons.
I understand what you're getting at. I'm a little uncomfortable because we're moving into like very, very subjective territory here in terms of like why they're doing what they're doing. I guess like have you ever watched any of their recruitment videos?
Yeah.
I've seen several of their recruitment videos. And it seems to me that like it feels like the okay, Gantz, I'll get you on next, okay? It seems like the overarching theme that I feel when I watch their videos, especially the one they put out for German Muslims, it feels like the videos are trying to reach out to people that just feel like that general kind of, I don't really belong here, I don't really have much of a purpose in life, and if I join these people, they're going to give me something awesome to live for. When I look at the when I look at the propaganda videos that they make to recruit people, the propaganda videos aren't talking about like we hate liberals and we hate atheists and we hate people. I don't mean liberals like liberals, but we hate liberal society and we hate secularism. Like it doesn't feel like that. When I watch the recruitment videos feel like we're going to give you a purpose in life. We're going to give you something to fight for. We're going to give you something to believe in. So if you feel like you're lost in life, and you feel like you kind of are whatever, we're going to give you something to live for. And I feel like if you live in an environment that is constantly vilifying you for your religion, like I said earlier, I feel like that would kind of push more people towards that kind of recruitment strategy.
Right.
If that makes sense.
So there's either truth to that or there's not.
Yeah, sure. And again, it's really hard for us as people that don't join ISIS. I think it's kind of hard for us to say exactly
right, but
what
there's a problem. There's a problem here. Even if it's true or not true. So if it's true, and this is Sam Harris's point, but it's worth bringing up. If it is true that these people are open to being triggered in this way, it really is all we should be talking about, isn't it? Like it is. If this goes for the radicalization point too. If there's perfectly moderate Muslims out there that hear this kind of stuff and are just ready to be triggered by us speaking, quote, honestly about radical Islam, it's really all we should be talking about. It would be crazy if the person who's going to come in and paint your living room, seeming like a perfectly normal person one day, will be so, quote, triggered by by us talking about this, by Obama saying radical Islamic terrorism or something. That would be really freaky if we've got just millions of people waiting to be radicalized by these simple little words. That would be pretty fucking scary and a justification to talk about.
I totally understand what you're talking about, and I agree that it would be freaky, but I feel like that's kind of the norm for every kind of population. Like, I feel like... Well,
no, I'll actually jump right in
Sure.
and say that there's no chance that Obama saying that there's some big problems in the way that Mormons have treated black people in the past. That's not going to cause an uprising of Mormons to flood the streets and start suicide terrorist bombing the world.
Sure, maybe not, but that's because Mormons aren't experiencing significant problems in the United States. What about conversely, look at black people in the United States? When you get some people stepping up and saying like, well, hey, look, there's guys, we have a problem with black people in the United States. You get these huge people, you get people coming up and shooting cops and having these massive fucking riots with all the looting and shit going on. Like, do you think there are any parallels to be seen there? Or? I understand it wouldn't work for like...
I don't think that, I wouldn't take the same path that you were able to walk the last caller down on regarding race either. I'm
just basically the way I'm looking at it is I don't like comparing Mormons because Mormons aren't people that are like super fucked right now or impacted in like really negative ways. So obviously pointing out like Mormons like as a problem and then expecting Mormons to go crazy about it, I don't think is very realistic. Whereas if there was a community in the United States experiencing significant turmoil and you were to poke them, I think that those communities would be much more likely to break, I guess is the point that I was trying to get up.
As far as likelihood, I think that's true.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is where you're forced to try to make parallels to the history of the Muslim world.
Mm-hmm.
And as it's been pointed out, and unfortunately rightly by the last caller, there were times in which the Muslim empire was the dominant empire in the world. They never stopped. So it's not like, and I'm not going to, and I'm not trying to make this as a parallel to Christianity either. I'm not going that way. But they still felt propelled by their doctrine to continue because the doctrine just plainly says to continue. And
I mean, but didn't like kings and shit literally draw their power from divinity? And like the Catholic Church was a major political power during the Middle Ages. Like
there's a pseudo-religious element to the the past kings and present dictators. Like North Korea is as pretty much as close as they get to. They might as well just write their own religion down in a book now, because they've got all the hierarchies set up.
Well, which is essentially what they started to do, right? When they branched off from Catholicism because of disagreements with them, but
right. And so I think that somebody like myself, if I'm going to try to find a place to push back against you, I would say that there's a religious aspect that is present in the modern day quote great religions, and also people love to build up if they can manage to build it up for secular purposes, quote, for owning land, owning this kind of thing. They found this religious template to be pretty useful.
Sure.
So I think that you can still believe most. I think that we can find agreement on these things and still say that there's a core religious problem. It's just that in some religions, the religious problem is the very
manifests
shape
worsely.
Of the problem.
Sure.
And in some, it's just something that they create to help their secular ends. I think that the case of Islam is not a case of secular ends being co-opted by the by Islamism. I think it's very clearly in this case, and there's going to be a whole gradient here. And this is where tribalism and intellectual tribalism has just caused us to be so screwed on this issue, is everyone feels like they have to line up on one side or the other, like football players or something, when really there's a huge gradient of problems here. And I think that Islam actually just does fall on that part of the gradient that's really just founded by religious doctrine that says it needs to involve political control of the world. And from there, people, when they sincerely believe it, will go on and do these things that they've done. So it's just worth making the distinction and pointing out there is a gradient here, and pointing out that religious blame can be spread across all these situations, but in some cases it really is more foundational. And I think that that's worth admitting. And the only thing holding people from admitting that, I think, is just a tribalism of needing to have people who you can agree with.
Well, I think
issues.
I think the problem with admitting is that you don't want, because people are incapable in general of dealing with nuance. I don't think the average person is capable of comprehending nuance. I don't think so. I really don't think so.
Let's hope not, because
I severely don't think so. I think people very much like black and white, like good and evil and right and wrong, and nuance is something that's very, very difficult. There's tons of examples, right? Have you ever heard the saying, the only moral abortion is my abortion? How many Republicans, speak out against the evils of abortion all the time, but then as soon as it's impacting their life, well, now they've got 50 million reasons, now it's a very nuanced thing, right? I think that people have a very hard time looking at nuance. And again,
why should we give up? I mean, obviously,
why should we give it
on your stream? You can't believe that giving up is the right thing to do because you press it all the time.
It's not about. Maybe I'm too pessimistic. It's not about giving up. It's about. I think it's about realistically dealing with the public. Again, nothing that you said in the past in your entire argument, I don't think that I disagree with anything you said. That Islam probably does contribute, maybe more so fundamentally, these problems than Christianity. But I feel like as soon as you make that admittance to the public, fucking Islam, I knew it all along. That's the problem, and that's the only thing that people will want to think about. Much the same way in the boys versus girl thing, much the same way that, say that we did the worst thing we could ever do, right? Sometimes truth is the worst thing, right? Say that some geneticist did some crazy experiment and 100% proved through some god whatever experiment, he proved black people do actually have a slightly higher tendency towards violent crime than white people, right? The worst thing you could do is reveal that to the public, because how many people at that point would feel validated in every fucking stupid thing they've ever said? I knew it. Black people are just more violent than white people. And then all of the effort that you spend searching for solutions is wasted because people are just going to fall back on that. Well, I mean, they're more prone to violence anyway. This is all a giant waste of time. Or men are more prone to these fields anyway, so this is all a giant waste of time. Or Islam is more prone to this kind of violence anyway. Let's ignore the fact that there are hundreds of millions of peaceful Muslim people, and we're just going to say that Islam is problem anyway, right? That's the only scary thing.
I think that what you've brought up is so much more challenging in the sphere that you just brought it up than in religion. I think in the sphere you brought it up, I think that I could manage a defense of actually releasing that information to the public about black people if that turned out to be true. But it would be harder.
Yeah.
Now, bringing it up in religion isn't because religion is not immutable. Religion is not race. Islamophobia is not a thing. unless you actually are. I mean, I think there is a justified fear of Islam as a doctrine.
Well, sure, but you
people
have
who try to call you a racist. So I'm not saying you're doing this, but I'm
Uh-huh.
saying here's what somebody might say, which is that, you know, by criticizing Muslims, you're being a racist. That's just crap, because like radical Islam is not bounded.
kind of sure, but the problem is we're like religion is
So
kind
these
of
things people can change on this matter. They have changed in Christianity.
religion is kind of inseparable from a people, though, right? Like we're never really just talking about, like, religions are so ingrained in societies that it becomes very hard. Like, I know personally of every Christian, like, I could never criticize a person's religion without them taking it very personally, like being a very personally offensive thing. They wouldn't be able to view that as like, okay, well, let's talk about my beliefs about this religion. If you criticize their religion, that's a very personal, very cultural, deeply rooted thing in that person's life, you know?
Well, how about this? So I don't know unfortunately, I don't know your history with religion, but my history sounds, at least from the one sentence you said, to be similar.
Mhm.
I was at first I didn't really claim to be very religious, but then I actually decided I had to make a choice in my life. And then I decided, okay, all my favorite people are Christian. Like, they're all nice to me. I'm going to go be a religious person. Worked at church camp, did all that shit. I remember my Facebook and my MySpace got shut down at the age that it happened to say, and that, you know, if you know something about God, like if you want to know about God, like and Jesus, come talk to me. And I've never been able to find the password to that, so that just is on the internet with me. Having said that, and it's crazy now, but so I went through that kind of stage where I felt like I had to make a choice, and I was pulled out of it by and maybe you're saying this isn't possible with some people, but I was pulled out of it by the new atheists, the Four Horsemen. I was pulled out of it by just getting hit in the face so hard by the frankness and honesty of like somebody like Chris Hitchens that I just found myself being forced to question it. I was trying to watch a damn debate of a Christian I wanted to watch demolish this stupid atheist, and then I literally walked out of there, and I don't think it would have happened had I not been hit with that stark reality of the truth. And so
Sure, but that's
maybe
not
that
always
wasn't for everybody,
that's not
but
always
it
what
does
happens,
for
though,
some
right?
people.
It
Yeah,
might work
yeah.
with some people, but for a lot of people, that'll cause them to be even more dug in, right? Like,
That's true, but I mean, I have to think, and I don't have to think, but I find it difficult to believe otherwise, that the new atheist movement hasn't affected many people the same kind of way. Like, we have a special skyrocketing of like irreligiosity across the Western world, and how about this? If you want to get Muslims to not believe anymore, get them the internet and show them some porn, and you're probably halfway there already.
Sure.
But
I don't disagree, and
harsh criticism, I think.
And I don't disagree with what you just said at all, right? The idea being that the more time that you're allowed to grow in your own culture and you get access to a globalized world where you see how other people live and you're not being fucked with by other people, I think that more people will tend towards that secularism, right? I don't disagree with that. I think we kind of talked about that earlier, right?
Yeah. Well, right. So I guess if we're still trying to find the point of disagreement, then I still think that bringing the kind of talk that I'm bringing and still focusing on the nuance, I think people end up being convinced by nuance. I do find. I think that the better I've gotten at talking about this, the more I've been able to convince people about it. And maybe it's just that the world is becoming non-religious that fast. But when you take a fundamentalist stance on it, it is harder. But I think that if you really focus on picking out the details, you can start earning people away from all kinds of fundamentalism, not just religion. So, and I think that, so I don't think you should give up on it. I don't think you should be so pessimistic about it. I think that it does win people over.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll try harder to not be as pessimistic then.
No, I think that you're doing pretty
Like,
well. And
I
it's
have-
unfortunate that you're not going to find many people that'll talk about it in any way better than the last guy you had. That kind of sucks.
Yeah, I guess like one of the things that really bothers me is that like I don't know, like when you look at this starts to get away from things. So, how long have you been a follower of mine or whatever?
Well, I mean, I used to watch all the time, probably 4 years ago, and then I didn't watch much until recently.
Sure. So I guess like one of the problems that I have is that so I'll use women as an example because I think it's a really good area. Okay. So I really don't like Anita Sarkeesian. Okay. I don't like the way that she presents her topics, and I don't think that a lot of what she says is valid. And I hate all of that. Right. If I tweet something saying something like, I think that it's irresponsible that, for instance, Anita made a tweet that claimed that Who was the super autistic kid that murdered the girls because they wouldn't date him? Do you know who I'm talking about? He made the videos.
That sounds like every single white shooter I've ever heard.
No, no. It was like he had videos on YouTube.
You're talking about the Santa Barbara guy?
No. He had videos on YouTube. He was the kid. He thought he was so perfect. Someone in chat will say it in a second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We watched his YouTube videos. I should know the fucking name.
Anyway, the name doesn't really matter.
Oh, Elliot Roger.
Shit.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about.
Elliot Roger. Right?
Yeah.
So Anita Sarkeesian made a tweet saying that the reason why Elliot Roger murdered people was a result of toxic masculinity, right? And so I thought that that's like a really irresponsible statement. Like I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I feel like she's hijacking something that is so much more than just her feminist whatever bullshit, right? But when you view things in a certain paradigm, you try to shoehorn every issue into it, right? So if I tweet something like that, like this is a really disgusting statement, then I get a ton of people tweeting in support of me who are saying things like, yeah, fuck these fucking feminists fuck
dude.
this shit.
It's
like
I know literally exactly what you're talking about. Like I'm in the Smash Melee community, and I just went through this where somebody posted a thing about rape, and I criticized it in ways that just like I'm talking to you now.
Yes.
And then people
start supporting you that are fucking Mongols.
They're like, you fucking bitch. I knew you were a shitty piece of shit. Read what this guy had to say. And it's like, I never said anything about this person.
Exactly.
And they latch onto. But
so and I'll do similar things. Like if you get super fucking wasted at a party and you end up having sex with a dude, I don't think you should be able to, I don't think you can convict him of fucking rape. That's crazy. And then you get people tweeting saying this like, yeah, these fucking stupid bitches. Like, why the fuck? Like, if you go to a party, you get raped. It's your own fucking fault, you stupid fucking cunt. It's like, oh god, like that's not what I'm right.
Exactly,
I find that like in general, and I've also noticed that a lot. In a very in a separate way, like I figured that all out on my own. So the big thing that I had was with the word faggot. I try not to say that word ever, and it's not because I changed my ideology on how words or whatever work, but like I noticed one day when I was talking to a couple people, and I heard them say like, yeah, that dude's a faggot, and the way they were talking, like, I could tell like they actually hated gay people. Like I could tell like they were homophobic, and I've never been homophobic in my entire life. I've never been homophobic. So the idea that I could say faggot and somebody listening to my stream would be like, oh fucking yeah, dude, fucking faggots, and like maybe might get a little bit of a reaffirmation or whatever of their backwards fucking beliefs. I didn't want that. That really bothers me, right?
Right. Okay, but this is where I think that this is where you just have to actually win here. Otherwise, you're kind of giving them a vote in what you get to talk about. You're giving them more than a vote. You're like actually explicitly letting them
I get maybe I know
that's more fucked up than anything.
It sounds that way.
Just shut up the whole time.
It sounds that way, but then I and this is really crazy because I found this out, and then in a completely unrelated way, I started to find all of these interviews. Dave Chappelle had a big interview with Oprah. Chris Rock had a large interview. Eminem talked about it with Anderson Cooper. All of these other people that have been involved in comedy and have been involved in satire all talk about these similar problems where like Dave Chappelle, does a skit on, black people and racism and all this shit, or Chris Rock has his niggas versus niggers and all this shit, and they do these skits, and they find that these people agreeing with them and celebrating and laughing at their comedy are all people that are actually racist. And it's like, I'm not telling you that you're wrong or that I'm right or anything. I'm just saying that, like, as a feeling, like, it's a really... like it's a shitty feeling, because you say something. So like if I were to tweet something like I could tweet stuff saying that like I think that like Islamic people have a really fucked up view of this particular thing, and I know that if I tweeted that I would get 500 fucking mentions, and everybody like, finally Destiny's seen the light. These fucking sand niggers are fucking ruining the fucking world. All these fucking Muslims are fucking everything up, and they're fucking backwards. And it's like, no dog, like it's a problem, but not like that much. Like fuck, like you see this is why I don't believe in nuance, right?
This is the hardest way. I think that, I think there's no chance actually that there aren't people in your chat right now that are going to leave with a more nuanced view of this, that might have said that kind of thing before, but now might realize there's a more moderated position. So I think that conversations like this absolutely do win people over on this. And I think that it's just a fight that has to be taken. There's all kinds of reasons why it's happened. There's social 140 character limitations are literally the fucking bane of being right and understanding difficult topics. Like, sure. And the fact that like I found it so difficult to craft these stupid 140 message tweets just like about the simplest things, because it just all warrants more than that. That's why I think like this kind of conversation is just worth having. And I think that bringing that kind of nuance, you might not be able to, you're probably right. You can't summarize anything that we've said in 140 characters and put it up there and have that be productive. But that's not the fault of, you can't let that be the fault of the trolls and the actual misogynistic, sexist, hater people. You can't let them determine how this argument's going to go. Because if you let them determine how it's going to go, you're either calling them faggots, or you're saying that, or you're saying the most extreme other view. I don't even know exactly what it would be, but you can't. I think that as somebody who takes the time to think about these kind of things, like, you are one of those people, and I think that you just gotta say, by the way, fuck all these people who are gonna agree with me for the wrong reasons.
Sure.
And then you should fight it.
Yeah, I definitely understand what you're talking about. I mean, this is like, it's just a thing that.
Let me also say, I can't understand exactly what it's like at all to be a hugely followed person on social media and streams. Like, I don't even understand how you handle it, how you come back to it every day.
Sure. It's like one of the general questions. I mean, I'm not the first person to ask this. Entertainers in general have to ask the question of, like, and it's a big question, like, how responsible are you for the thought of an average fan? Like, how responsible are you? And I find this, like, there are just, and I understand what you're saying, that you shouldn't let people dictate what you say and all this shit, but, like, much the same way, like, you shouldn't really let a criminal dictate the way you live your life, but, you lock your house every night, you lock your car every night, right? Is it right that you have to do these things? Like, no,
right,
it sucks, but like, for instance, like, I remember...
in a way, or like,
what?
you're the good cop.
Sure. Like, yeah, in my mind.
If nobody else is doing it, look at who gets to run it. They just get to run it, and then the other side gets to line up on the other side just like it's a football game. And you don't get any of the actual meaty, healthy middle that has to be figured out in all these issues. Like, there is a market for that. There is an audience for it if you're managing to go there. And that's what, like, if I had any criticism of you with the last caller, it was that sometimes I thought you were trying to line up against him just to kind of prove the point you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's okay to give them some things if you can have a productive conversation. I don't know if he's the kind of person who's ever going to be persuaded of anything.
Sure. I guess it's just the idea that people will latch on to just, like, one or two things that I say is, like, what bothers me. Like, I remember, like, my ex-girlfriend had a friend that was playing a game, and they had a guy in their game, and this guy was shit-talking the entire fucking game, like, constantly calling the enemy teams faggots and horrible people, blah, 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 blah. And, like, and when her friend tried to call him out on it, like, he said something along the lines of, like, well, dude, I watch Destiny, he does this shit on stream all the time. And it's like, dude, I never do that in game. Like, I might say things, but I never type these fucking things in game. Like, but people will latch on to, like, one or two aspects of you, and then they'll run with it. And, like, I don't want to be, and there are a lot of people on the internet today, right? If you go and look up fucking shit Reddit says threads when people are trying to destroy my fucking life, right? There are a lot of people that think that I have certain ideas because of, like, one thing that I've said. And I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. It just sucks, I guess, that any one thing you say could be taken by people and used to support or deny any fucked up beliefs that they have just because it's...
That's the shittiest part about having conversations in 2016. But you have to take that's the shittiest part, and then try to figure out the parts that are productive. Here's something. You can have live interaction with people. I don't know how many people you're going to find are going to want to be like this, but you can have actual live interaction where you can have immediate, like, feedback where people are telling, oh, actually, no, I meant this right now, before you write a fucking 10-page article about it. Like, there's a lot of things about about this current time where you can fight for good in this kind of problem. Like, actually try to fight for nuance. I think that I'm going to feel very bad if at the end of this, you're not one of the people who is on that bandwagon, because I think that you're already there. You just, I don't know, man. I want you to believe that I want you to believe it's possible, despite all the fucked up shit you have to go through, that, it's meaningful, it matters. Like, that's going to be you have opportunity to make a huge impact on people, as weird as it sounds and shit, but you are having way more of an impact on people than, like, 99.9% of the whole world. Like, that's pretty crazy that you have that power. And I know it might not feel like that, but I think that I want you to be with me on that you actually can fight for nuance, be a devil's advocate for both sides of an argument at once. Like, it just is something that has to be done by somebody, because if it's not done by anybody, it's just tribalism till death. And that's pretty fucked up.
Sure, I'll try to be more the opposite of pessimistic in the future, I guess.
Yeah, I think you've got it.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate the conversation, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
All right, thanks for the introduction of nuance. I'll see you later, buddy.
See ya.
Fuck me. All right, I'm doing one more, and then I'm gonna play League. Okay. Fuck, this lasted so much longer than I thought it would today. Please keep the stream going for the Euro bro. Oh, I'm gonna be streaming for like the next 8 hours. I just woke up like 4 or 5 hours ago.
Hello.
All right, buddy, you're back. What's up?
What's up, man? Nah, I just wanted to talk with you because I consider that some of your points were kind of balanced. Like, you said that Christianity is bad because of the Crusades.
No,
by the
not.
way,
Oh man, do we really have
by the
to
way,
retract?
chat, it's Chernobyl kid. It's Gans 94.
Do we really have to retrack all of these arguments again?
No. It's just it took you a long time, so I had my notes here, and I just want to say that you say the Crusades were bad, but like if we look back enough, like we can find out that every single people or kind, like I don't know how to explain, like how to say, like every single population had their reprehensible behavior. Like my country, Ukraine, had suffered from the Turkish Empire during the invasion. So my people were enslaved, my people were raped. Am I going to Turkey and asking them for money for that? Why is it that only Western countries are getting punished for their colonialism and for their invasions? Why is it that only us are getting, I don't know how to say, punished for this? My country suffered from Turkish Empire, from the Mongols. You can look back, you can find the Polish also invaded my country. Why am I not asking them for retribution? Am I not? So, what's the point of these people asking for these kind of things when I'm not doing it? Is it because I'm white? Or is it because they think they're special? Answer the question.
Wait, I don't think I...
Okay. The point is, every single civilization, from the point of their existence, the beginning of them, until this time, everyone has done something that is wrong. So, me